This is Josiah Plays Lone Wolf, Book 23, Mydnight's Hero. The King of Cian has been assassinated. Prince Carvus is the sole heir of this rich and powerful realm, but he lives in exile in distant Shiasu, the Isle of Lost Heroes. In his absence, evil Baron Sadanzo and his army of robber knights have staked their claim to the vacant throne. In Mydnight's Hero, your quest is to voyage to Shiasu and track down Prince Carvus in the fabled city of Mydnight. Once found, you must persuade him to return with you to Cian without delay. You have only 50 days in which to complete this challenging quest, or Cian will be enslaved by the tyrannical Sadanzo and his brutal followers. Hello and welcome to yet another Lone Wolf book. This is the 23rd book in the series. We've done 22 of these so far. It's absolutely amazing. This one's called Mydnight's Hero. It is the third book in the New Order series, no longer playing the titular Lone Wolf, but now playing Firesnake, one of Lone Wolf's apprentices, one of his students. These books are written by Joe Deaver in the 80s and 90s. I believe this one actually came out in 1995, which is the year that I would have graduated from high school, if I'd graduated from high school. Instead, I guess it's the year I graduated from crime school. But I loved these books as a kid, at least the early ones. I never read nearly this far into the series. This is also illustrated by Brian Williams, and the music you hear throughout this stream is by Kevin MacLeod of Incompetech.com. The YouTube video will have attribution and link to his content. So, here we go for the 23rd time. And welcome, Cyto Optionum. How you doing? Good to see you. Glad you're here. That one horse looks like it has a broken leg. Yeah, let's take a look here. Oh, that leg right there is the one you're talking about, right? Or maybe this one. Both of these legs look like they're having problems. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah. So there's going to be some horse riding and some firebolt through the air flinging, I guess. That's what we have coming up for us here in this book. Alright. Let's get started. This digital version of the book, by the way, courtesy of projectaeon.org, they have all of the Lone Wolf books up in digital form with permission of the author. Go through the acknowledgements, and now we come to the story so far. This will be a lengthy introduction to the book, where we learn what has gone before, the previously on Lone Wolf, so to speak. So, let's read that. Hello, Boss Pie. Good to see you. Glad you're here. In before that's the use of bardsmanship. Alright, the story so far. Here we go. You are a Grand Master of the New Order of the Kai, the warrior elite of Sommerland. It is the year MS 5083, and 33 years have passed since the First Order of the Kai was almost wiped out by the Dark Lords of Helgadad. These champions of evil, who were sent by the dark god Nar to destroy your fertile world of Magnamund, have since been destroyed. The leader of your illustrious fighting order, Lone Wolf, was the sole survivor of the massacre. As a young Kai initiate, he stood amidst the burning wreckage of the old Kai monastery and vowed to avenge the slaughter of his comrades. In the year MS 5070, he kept his pledge when alone he infiltrated the foul domain of the Dark Lords and destroyed the infernal city of Helgadad, the base of their evil power. With the fall of Helgadad, chaos befell the Darkland armies who had, until then, been poised to conquer all Magnamund. Quickly, their disorder escalated into a mutinous civil war which allowed the Freeland armies of Magnamund time in which to recover and launch a successful counteroffensive. Against all odds, a swift and total victory was secured over the feuding armies of evil. Following the demise of the Dark Lords, peace reigned in your homeland of Sommerland. Under the direction of Lone Wolf, the ruined Monastery of the Kai was rebuilt and restored to its former glory, and the raising of a new order of Kai warriors was swiftly established. You are one of the new generation of Kai recruits. You were born in Summerland in the year MS 5063, during the time of the war against the Dark Lords. When you were 7 years old, you were sent by your father to the Kai Monastery. There, under the tutelage of Lone Wolf, you developed your martial skills and honed the special Kai abilities which lay dormant within you, such as bardsmanship. During the years that followed, your skills were nurtured and sharpened to perfection by long hours of study and rigorous training. Your exceptional talent helped you to master all of the Kai and Magna Kai disciplines, and you rose swiftly through the ranks of the new order to become one of only 5 who now hold the high rank of Kai Grand Master. It is an achievement which has brought great honor upon you and your family. I'm just saying, cows. All they do, I mean, at least dairy cows. I can't speak for normal cows in a normal situation. But cows in a dairy, they constantly feed them, and all they do is stand there and shit all day. That's what they do. Even while they're eating. It's pretty gross. In the year MS 5077, your skill and courage were put to the test when an attack was launched upon the Kai Monastery during Lone Wolf's absence. By means of a shadow gate, an astral corridor between the physical world of Magnamund and the many ethereal domains which lie beyond it, the dark god Nar sent forth a host of dragon creatures to besiege the monastery and lay waste to all Summerland. He had chosen his time well, yet his evil plan was thwarted by the tenacious defense that you and your brethren maintained until the siege was raised by Lone Wolf and the king's army of Summerland. The defeat of his minions enraged Nar and inflamed his lust for vengeance. 3 years later, he created and sent to Summerland an evil champion called Wolf's Bane, who was the very image of Lone Wolf. While your leader was engaged upon a quest overseas, this impostor terrorized your homeland in his guise and sought to destroy the reputation and the honor of the Kai. He would have succeeded had not Lone Wolf returned home and pursued this enemy to an ancient necropolis in the Somlending city of Tyso. There, deep within a subterranean crypt, he and his evil alter ego were drawn through a shadow gate to the plane of darkness, Nar's stronghold, where a deadly duel ensued. Lone Wolf vanquished the foe and discovered that Nar had in his possession the fabled Moonstone of the Chianti. This wondrous artifact was created many thousands of years ago by the godlike Chianti, whose presence upon Magnamund heralded the dawn of humanity. This stone of power contains the combined might of all their magic and wisdom, the sum of all their knowledge. So significant was the creation of this stone that all time on Magnamund has since been measured from the date of its creation. It had long been held that the Moonstone's location was a secret known only to the remnants of the Chianti, who dwell upon the mysterious Isle of Lorne in southern Magnamund. Yet, the evidence of Lone Wolf's eyes had told him that this mystical artifact had somehow fallen into the hands of Nar. I know, right, Saito? Same exact thing. Like, books and books later, we're still talking about Wolfsbane. Only 5 Grand Masters, yeah. Well, plus Lone Wolf, who's a Supreme Master. He just made up his own titles. Lone Wolf realized that the Dark God had been using its legendary powers to generate shadow gates within the world of Magnamund, at locations and times of his own choosing. Such power had enabled him to send his loathsome champions to your home world, while the force of the gods of good, Kai and Ashir, had been held at bay. Lone Wolf and the New Order Kai were all that stood against the onslaught of Nar's agents, following the demise of the Dark Lords. Lone Wolf successfully escaped from the Plane of Darkness and returned to Summerland, yet he knew that the fight against evil had not been won outright. He realized that he would have to return to the Plane of Darkness to retrieve the fabled Moonstone. Only by doing so would Magnamund truly be safe from an invasion by Nar's Legions of Darkness. 2 years ago, with the aid of his most trusted ally, Lord Ramoa of Desi, Lone Wolf fulfilled his vow by journeying to the Dark God's domain and retrieving the Moonstone of the Chianti. There's something flying around my face. I don't know what it is. It's like a little gnat or something. Get off me. Upon his triumphant return, Lone Wolf placed the Moonstone in the Vault of the Sun, his personal chamber located deep below the fortified citadel of the Kai Monastery. He had hoped that the fabled artifact could remain there indefinitely, to be guarded by generations of Kai who would keep it secure from Nar's minions. Retrieval of the Moonstone had denied the Dark God's champions ready access to Magnamund, yet Lone Wolf knew that there were many lesser agents of Nar upon Magnamund waiting quietly in the shadows for the chance to do his evil bidding. Undoubtedly, they would stop at nothing to retrieve the Moonstone for their foul master. Within a year of his return home, it became clear to Lone Wolf that his wish could not be fulfilled. Here we go. Things were just too damn good. At first, the presence of the Moonstone seemed greatly beneficial to Summerland. Crops grew abundantly, incidents of disease and illness became increasingly rare, and the newly born were uniformly healthy. Even the offspring of the impoverished, who, in normal times, could expect only 1 in 3 of their infants to survive longer than a month beyond birth, were all in good health and exceptional in their physical and mental development. The Somlending called this extraordinary period of providence the blessing of the Moonstone. Yet, this time of good fortune could not last. Laxmu says, the story so far. Check out these epic things in these other books by Lone Wolf, but forget about him, you'll be playing a spoony bard. It's not really that hot here now. No, Saito. I mean, sometimes it gets kinda hot, but it's not like a super hot place in general. And we get snow here in the winter and stuff, because we're right by mountains. Not like the Rocky Mountains, but still mountains. I've climbed all up over these mountains near here. They're pretty great. Because we're not very far away from Lake Tahoe, and it is ringed by mountains. Alright, this time of good fortune could not last. I mean, I also have air conditioning running, so, you know. In my actual apartment, it's not hot at all, particularly. The power of the Moonstone is a great force for good, but it is also greatly disruptive of the natural order of Magnamund. Soon, death itself became a rarity in Summerland, and the 4 seasons of the year were slowly transformed into one unending spring. Lone Wolf was deeply troubled by the changes wrought by the Moonstone, and sought the counsel of his closest friend, Guildmaster Baindon, leader of Summerland's Brotherhood of Magicians. Baindon entreated him to relinquish the Moonstone before the effects of its power became irreversible. To right the imbalance of nature, the Moonstone would have to be taken to the Isle of Lorne, in the southernmost reaches of Magnamund, and delivered back into the hands of the Chianti. Only they, its creators, could prevent its powers from disrupting the natural order of your world. Lone Wolf agreed with Baindon. The Moonstone would have to be returned to the Chianti. The physical effects of its presence were beginning to attract the unwelcome attentions of those who secretly desire to enact Nar's revenge upon the Kai. When one of Nar's agents was captured by a Kai patrol within a few miles of the monastery, Lone Wolf felt he could wait no longer. He resolved to act immediately. Oh shit, baby's in perfect health. I know, right? Lone Wolf, it's too hot. Lone Wolf just likes winter. This whole eternal spring thing wasn't working for him. He's like, when am I gonna get to snowboard here, guys? He resolved to act immediately. Preparations were made for a long journey, and, especially among the lower ranks of the Kai, rumors were rife that your leader would personally take responsibility for returning the Moonstone to the Chianti. Indeed, this speculation seemed to be confirmed as fact when it was discovered that Lone Wolf had secured the use of Guildmaster Baindon's famous flying ship, Cloud Dancer. It therefore came as a shock when, early one morning, you were summoned unexpectedly to the Vault of the Sun. In strictest confidence, Supreme Master Lone Wolf informed you that he had decided to entrust you with the task of returning the Moonstone. His elaborate preparations were simply a diversion, a bluff designed to draw attention away from the vital mission that he wished you, the most talented and courageous of his 5 Kai Grand Masters. Can you imagine that? Given how bad Fire Snake is, how shitty must those other 4 Grand Masters be? None of them have Kai Alchemy either, believe it. To undertake. It was with great pride and apprehension that you accepted the quest. Lone Wolf gave you the precious Moonstone in a seemingly ordinary satchel, yet the lining of this plain leather bag was woven from corlinium, a special mineral that would hide the Moonstone's powerful energies from the agents of Nar. In the guise of a Kai journeyman, you set sail from the Somlending capital of Holmgard aboard a sailing ship that was to carry you south on the first leg of your journey, a voyage of 2,000 miles to Elzian, the capital of Desi. This legendary city is home to Lord Ramoa and the Elder Magi. They are the last surviving members of Magnamun's oldest race of magicians, and they had promised Lone Wolf that they would help you reach your final destination. You had hoped and expected the voyage to be swift and uneventful. However, fate and ill fortune decreed otherwise. Your voyage was fraught with danger, yet you overcame the many perils ranged against you, and eventually arrived at the Decian capital, to the relief of Lord Ramoa and his anxious brother magicians who had feared the worst. For 3 days you were treated to the hospitality of the Elder Magi, and the freedom of the wondrous city of Elzian. Then, on the morning of the 4th day, having fully recovered from the rigors of your journey to Desi, you set out upon the final stage of your quest, the voyage to the Isle of Lorne. Damp Hamster does have the Stranger Hug Mastery discipline. Yeah, that'd be a little bit worse than Bardsmanship, I think. Passage had been arranged for you aboard a Sunnis trading ship called the Azan. The ship's master, Captain Jenkshi, had been paid handsomely to carry you to his home port of Sun, and you had been promised a swift and comfortable voyage. However, this was not to be. Surprise. In the Shadakeen city port of Gol Tabris, you fell foul of Seskatera, the city's ruthless ruler, and you were forced to abandon the Azan during your daring escape from his murderous bodyguards. After a perilous journey south by way of land and sea, you finally reached the port of Sun. There you made contact with Lord Zenair, the Decian ambassador. He provided you with a small sailboat for your passage to the Isle of Lorne. This tiny island home of the Chianti lies no more than 200 miles east of the busy port of Sun, across the Sea of Dreams. Yet no sailor has ever set eyes upon it, for the Chianti have encircled their refuge with a web of enchantments, magical mists, and winds. Why don't the winds blow the mists away? Never mind. Aided by the power of the Moonstone, you were able to navigate these mysterious waters and land upon the shores of Lorne. The Chianti had sensed the approach of the Moonstone and were waiting to greet your arrival. In a formal ceremony in the sacred Temple of Amida, you received the thanks and praise of Akaria, the leader of the Chianti exiles. Solemnly, he vowed to deliver the Moonstone into the hands of Goddess Ishir herself, thereby ensuring that never again would its power disrupt Magnamun's delicate balance of nature, nor be misused by the forces of evil. After the ceremony, the Chianti revealed to you some of the magical wonders of their island that have never before been seen by man or woman. You marveled at flowing rivers of jewels, fabulous flora, and species of exotic fauna. After your tour of this paradise isle, you were allowed to rest before being escorted to your sailboat to begin your journey back to the port of Sun. Your return voyage across the Sea of Dreams was swift and eerily smooth. You sensed that your direction and speed were being controlled by the Chianti, for within minutes of casting off from the shores of Lorne, the bustling harbor entrance to the port of Sun suddenly appeared from out of the swirling sea mist. A stiff breeze caught your sail and propelled you toward the quayside where Lord Zenair was waiting to greet your valiant return. Only a Z captain with the Rat Star, a butt cannon, and the Grandmaster skill of back that aft up be able to get through the mist to the Isle of Lorne. Exactly. Yeah, I don't know why Lone Wolf made this guy his second in command, Saito. He seems kind of lame so far. He picked some really useless disciplines. Your journey from Soon to the Isle of Lorne and back again seemed to have lasted no more than a few days. Yet, to your surprise, you discovered that 2 whole months had elapsed since the day you first sailed upon the Sea of Dreams. Lord Zenair praised you for the success of your quest. He also informed you that during the time you spent on Lorne, a new and sinister threat to the fragile peace of Magnamund had arisen. The precise nature of this threat was revealed when you returned with Lord Zenair to his consulate. In a secret chamber of the Decian consulate, you were able to communicate the success of your mission to Supreme Master Lone Wolf by means of a magic seeing stone. They had FaceTime. Warmly, he praised the skill and courage you had displayed, and he commended you for upholding the highest traditions of the Kai. He told you that he and the New Order were justly proud of your accomplishment, and they welcomed the day when you would return to the monastery. Lone Wolf also had some grave news to impart, news that would delay a swift return home. I don't think Lone Wolf really wants me to return. He's just going to give me another job now just to keep me gone, hoping that I will die. Magi Skype. Lone Wolf had returned to Summerland to begin fucking with it again.
King Auridon of Cian has been assassinated, he said, sadly. His only son, Prince Carvis, is the sole heir to the throne of Cian, but he has lived in exile on the Isle of Shiasu for the past decade. The Kingdom of Cian is one of our oldest allies. Lord Xaviel, the Cianese High Chancellor, has journeyed here to the monastery to warn that, in the prince's absence, the throne is to be claimed by Baron Sadanzo. The Baron is an evil man, and he possesses a sorcerous power that has turned the minds of the Cianese court. He has won the favor of those who, until the king's murder, openly denounced him as a heartless warmonger.
That doesn't sound good.
Lord Xaviel fears that the Baron draws his newfound power from the Dark God himself, for never before has Sadanzo possessed such sinister influence. If Sadanzo becomes king, the consequence of his rule will be disastrous for us all. Cian is one of the richest and most powerful realms in all the southern reaches of Magnamund. If it should fall into the hands of Nar, then war and widespread destruction will surely follow. This is grim news, but all is not yet lost, not if we act swiftly. The Constitution of Cian decrees that Prince Carvis has, upon the death of his father, 60 days in which to lay claim to his rightful heritage. If he should fail to return in time, then Sadanzo will be elected as the new ruler. I have vowed to Lord Xaviel that the Kai will not stand idly by and let Cian become enslaved by an agent of Nar.
So if this is so important, why doesn't Lone Wolf handle it himself? Jump in his fucking skyship, come down there and get it done.
Time is against us. We must act immediately if we're to thwart Sadanzo's scheme. 10 days have already passed since King Auridon was murdered. Now only 50 days remain since before Harvestmas Day, the day of royal ascendance.
Apparently they ascend on Harvestmas. Not to be confused with Christmas. You asked Lone Wolf how you could assist in keeping his pledge to Lord Xaviel. His reply sent a shiver tingling down your spine.
Prince Carvis must be found. He must also be persuaded to return to Soroa, his homeland capital, to claim his throne before time runs out. You, Grandmaster, are closer to the Isle of Shiasu than any other Kai. I must command you to go there and seek him out. Lord Zenair has already made provision for your journey by ship. He will accompany you and assist your mission. Yeah, this is going to go well, because every time I have a journey by ship, nothing bad happens. Lone Wolf, I would go myself, but the new season of The Real Housewives of Summerlin is beginning tomorrow. Silas says, I would come to help, but yesterday I saw 3 children and not one of them were orphans. I need to correct that. This will not stand. Sadonzo, evil version of the Muppet Gonzo. Sounds legit. He will accompany you and assist your mission. The Magician's Guild of Torin has also pledged its help. The Guildmaster has dispatched one of his brotherhood, Wizard Akraban. Not to be confused with Akraba from Aladdin. Wizard Akraban to Shiasu. He travels by skyship and should arrive there in 20 days' time. Okay, so if a dude can come down by skyship in 20 days, why isn't Lone Wolf just coming down by skyship? You are to rendezvous with Wizard Akraban at the city of Mydnight, the island's only port. Akraban will help you find the prince and transport him aboard his flying craft directly to Soroa. With mixed feelings of pride and trepidation, you accepted the mission and vowed to Lone Wolf that you would do everything in your power to ensure its success. Your resolute promise met with his approval. I have faith in you, Grandmaster, he replied. The quest you are to undertake upholds the noblest traditions of the Kai. I am confident you will prevail. May Kai and Ashir guide you swiftly to victory over Sadonzo, an agent of Nar. While you're in Shiasu, ask for a massage. Trust me, it's some good shit. Yeah, nice. Okay, so that's the story so far. That's what we're doing. We're going to the city of Mydnight on the island of Shiasu to find the prince. The Prince, Carvis. And to get into Soroa. It's a lot of names. Alright, what? So now I get to choose another discipline, and this time I'm going to choose Deliverance, Advanced Curing. New Order Grandmasters are able to use their healing power to repair serious battle wounds. If, while in combat, their endurance is reduced to 8 points or less, they can draw upon their mastery to restore 20 endurance points. This emergency ability can only be used once every 20 days. No, I've decided, Boss Pie, I'm never taking Kai Alchemy. Just to spite these fucking books. Just to spite them, I'm never taking Kai Alchemy. I won't be able to complain about all the Kai Alchemy stuff if I don't not take it. Fuck Kai Alchemy. Fuck it in the goat ass. During that exchange, Fire Snake is singing his responses all the while. Yeah. Uh-huh. Got it. I hear you, Lone Wolf. No problem. I'll handle that shit. Yeah, that's how I imagine the other side of the conversation going. Alright, so we're taking Deliverance. That's it. And when I do so, I also receive +1 to my combat skill. Boom. +2 to my endurance. Boom. So they're kind of starting to get there. Each response an octave higher than the last? That'd be awesome. I don't think I could pull that off. I can barely sing. Well, I can't sing, honestly. We've established this. I don't know anything about music either. I only sort of know what an octave is. Has something to do with 8. Alright, so anyway, moving on. Conversation with Fire Snake are sort of like a Meatloaf concert. I would do anything for the Kai. I would do anything for the Kai. But I won't do that. Take Kai Alchemy? No, I won't do that. Alright.
Let's go. Equipment! Yay, I get a map. It's time to consult the map. Consulting the map, consulting the map. It's time to consult the map. Alright, here we go. We have a new map. Let's take a look-see. Central Southern Magnamon. We're in South Central Magnamon, guys. Aw, shit. I gotta watch out for some crypts and shit. Straight... Straight out of Magnamon. Straight out of Mydnight. That was gonna be the title of the book, but then at the last minute he changed it. So here's Mydnight, Isle of Shiasu, okay. This is unexplored apparently. People didn't want to go through that fucking forest. Jarok, Battle Pass. North is that way. Soroa. I'm not really sure how these maps line up with each other. Exactly. There's the Tintarius. Maybe they don't really line up with each other. Alright, well that's the two areas we're gonna be in apparently, anyway. Pretty cool. Return book cover. I also get some golds. I get 29 golds. I will add to the 4 that I already have. Give me 33. Guess who's gonna end up going through that forest though? Yeah, probably me. If you have the Grandmaster Discipline of Bardsmanship, turn to the West Side Story gang battle on page 131. Nice. Might be pre and post airship. Might be. Might be. Alright, I can also take 5 items from the list below. I will select a quiver with 6 arrows. I mean, I already have a quiver. I'm not going to take a second quiver. I'm just going to take... refresh my arrows. Oh, but I also get to select an additional weapon for my weapon mastery each time. So this time I will be taking bow. So I get that nice +5 to bow rolls. On my non-duodonian bow that I have here. It's non-duodonian. Yeah, I have a bow. I just don't have the silver bow of Duodon. I've already got a flute. I'm not going to dual wield flutes. I do need to take 2 meals, but now my backpack is full. I should probably get rid of some shit. I don't know what the hell potions of Lyra are, and I don't think they're anything I care about, so I'm getting rid of them. Taking meals instead. I think I can probably get rid of this Nang doll as well. So, I will. Goodbye, Nang doll, and I'll take another potion of Lomspur. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's as many things as I can carry. And then my sword, I have Sunstrike, also known as Frappe Soleil. Wait a second, what was that? The currency of Siena is the loon. Always carried in the belt pouch. 1 gold crown for 4 loon. In the course of your journey, you may also come across Ren. Ren is accepted at a rate of 10 Ren for 1 gold crown. Alright, cool. Good to know, good to know. Those were mind control potions. I don't think I'm gonna get a chance to use them. Watch, those are gonna come up like 4 times. I don't need no stinking mind control potions. Alright, so... what are we now? I don't know what our actual rank is now. It's confusing. We're a Kai Grand Defender, I think. Alright, improved disciplines. Kai Grand Sentinel. Is that what we are? I guess so. Yeah, this is our new rank, Kai Grand Sentinel. So if you have Grand Weapon Mastery, which I do, Kai Grand Master Sentinels who possess this discipline are, when physically parted from their Kai weapon, able to detect its location. This power of detection will pass through solid objects, with the notable exception of lead. Accuracy and range of detection steadily increase as a Grandmaster rises in rank. That seems useful if I get my sword taken away. Don't have it. I have astrology! Oh, here we go! Look, all my useless ones get upgraded this time. Kai Grand Sentinels who possess this discipline are able to detect psychic residues left on an object by its owner. The more valuable the object is to its owner, the stronger will be the lingering psychic attachment. The majority of everyday or shared objects do not retain such residues. Basically, I have a Find My Weapon app, yes. Herb Mastery is upgraded. Through their knowledge and use of common plants, Kai Grand Sentinels who have this discipline are able to make contaminated or rotten food fit for human consumption. Alright, that's not bad. That's not bad. Although fit for human consumption is a far cry from good. I mean, Neutraloaf is fit for human consumption. Elementalism, I also have that. Kai Grandmaster Sentinels who possess this skill are able to charge particles of air electrically around any man-sized or smaller object. The particles will automatically discharge and cause damage should the affected object be touched or opened. Kai Grandmaster Sentinels are able to handle the charged object without discharging it. That's kind of cool. Makes something have a little bit of a shock trap to it. Kai Grand Sentinels who possess astrology are 33% more effective at fleecing money from ill-informed housewives. That's fucked up. Psychic Friends Network. Psychic Kai Friends Network. Bardsmanship. Here we go, bardsmanship, baby. Kai Grandmaster Sentinels who possess this discipline are able to use their singing or playing to counter a hostile sonic attack. The effective use and range of this sonic defense steadily increase as a Grandmaster rises in rank. That's good, because that happens all the time. Constantly got some fucking sonic attacks. Seriously, that's the power of elementalism. You can do the same thing with a balloon and my scalp. Well, it says it causes damage, though. It's not just like a little shock. It's like enough to actually hurt somebody. So, I mean, that's quite a bit of electricity. Alright. New Order of Wisdom says the same thing as always. We come to Section 1, the actual beginning of the book. Are you ready? Are you ready for the actual beginning of the book? After a restless night spent contemplating the mission you have vowed to complete, you rise shortly before dawn and meet with Lord Zenair in the courtyard of the stables that adjoin the Decian consulate. A horse-drawn carriage is waiting to take you both to the harbor, where a sleek Sunnese clipper called the Azaktana is ready to set sail. This magnificent ship is one of the fastest vessels ever to have plied the southern seas, and Lord Zenair has commissioned it for your voyage to Shiasu. He and you will be the only passengers aboard. The Azaktana is stocked with sufficient fresh water and provisions to enable her to complete the voyage without unnecessary delays. The weather is Zenair's main concern, for the southern seas are notorious for the occurrence of sudden storms and squalls. Yet, despite his fears, the weather proves to be uncommonly mild. Aided by a strong easterly trade wind, the long voyage across the Mythinean and Vaduz seas is completed in record time. Ooh, we set a record, that's cool. Shortly after sunset on the 20th day of your voyage, the twinkling harbor lights of Mydnight are sighted by the lookout. The captain shouts an order, and hurriedly his crew lower the sails to allow the Azaktana to glide silently into the harbor of Shiasu's solitary port. As the crewmen secure the ship to the quayside, the scudding clouds part, and the decks are bathed in the ashen light of a full moon. I know, that's amazing. We just sailed somewhere for 20 days and nothing bad happened. This is a first for the Lone Wolf series, I think. What madness is this? I agree, this is Crazy Town. In 30 days' time, the moon will be full once more, says Lord Zenair thoughtfully. It will then be the moon of Harvestmas. I pray that you and Prince Carvas shall be in Soroa to see that. The parting clouds have also revealed a smaller globe of light in the night sky, above the port's eastern quarter. At first, you assume it to be just a star, but when you magnify your vision, you see that it is the stern lantern of a flying ship which is hovering 100 feet above the rooftops. "See there, my lord," you say, and point to the orb of light. That's no moon. "Ah, yes," replies Zenair, smiling. "It would appear that Wizard Akraban has arrived before us." Lord Zenair's pronouncement is proved to be correct when a young man, attired in the blue and silver robes of a Brotherhood magician, comes striding along the quayside towards your ship. He has a neatly trimmed beard and long flowing ginger hair, and his chiseled features are distinctly Somlending. Is this guy gonna be Fire Snake's version of Baindon? Fire Snake must be singing YMCA on the deck every day, thereby warding off pirates and Z-monsters. Or in the Navy. In the Navy would be better, yeah. In the Navy. I don't know how it goes, but... I have visited the city of Kano. Hell yeah, I have. "Well met, my lords," calls the ginger-hailed magician as he waits on the quayside for you and Lord Zenair to disembark. As you descend the gangplank, you are struck by the young man's resemblance to Melkar, the journeyman whom you met in Kano during your long voyage south to the Isle of Lorne. As you step ashore, the magician greets you with a broad smile and a firm handshake, so this guy looks a little bit dodgy already. He looks more like a cultist or a cult leader than a magician. Something about his smile that I don't trust. Well, meet. We want you as a new recruit. Ships sail away at full speed. Alright, so there he is, the magician. Ginger-haired, apparently. Reminds me of Melkar. I remember Melkar. He was okay. He definitely seems to have astrology and herb mastery. "I am Akraban of the Brotherhood of the Crystal Star. I had not expected we would rendezvous so soon. I arrived here myself only this morning aboard my skyship Starstrider," he says earnestly. His facial similarity to Melkar is so striking that you feel compelled to ask if he knows of the journeyman. "Why, yes, Grandmaster. Melkar is my brother. On his return from Kano, he told me all about your escapades at the races there. I have looked forward to meeting you in person." Then the young magician excuses himself before turning away to face his flying ship. He raises his right hand, and a shimmering blue flame suddenly engulfs his open palm. From the rear deck of the hovering skyship, you see a flashing pinpoint of light. It is an acknowledgement of Akraban's signal to his watching crew that you have arrived. "Come, my lords, let us return to the Starstrider. We have much to discuss, and time is precious." Oh yeah, it is. Lord Zenair tells the captain of the Azaktana to await his return. Then he accompanies you and Akraban along an avenue that leads away from the quayside and climbs steeply into the heart of the eastern quarter. Your first impressions of the port of Mydnight are less than favorable. In the stark glare of the full moon, it seems to be little more than a brooding shamble of slate-roofed houses and reeking tenements built around a haphazard maze of narrow, rat-infested alleyways. Hashtag straight out of midnight. At this late hour, few of the port's inhabitants are abroad. The only people you see are the few who dare to peek at your passing through the mullioned glass of their wretched hovels. The avenue leads eventually to a deserted market square, which commands a view over the harbor below. Here you see a large iron cage with a thick cable attached to a ring at the center of its roof. The cable is held taut by a winch fixed to the stern of the Star Strider, which hovers 100 feet overhead. The faint hum of its magical engine can be heard wavering on the warm sea breeze. Akraban ushers you into the cage and clicks shut its iron door. He tugs a cord, and immediately the cage is lifted off the ground and hoisted up to the rear deck of the skyship. Here you are welcomed aboard by the skyship's crew, all of whom are young acolytes of the Magician's Guild of Torin, so he doesn't have a crew of dwarves like Bandon does. Akraban takes you to his quarters located below the forward deck, where he offers you and Lord Zenair some food and wine. After many months away from home, it is good to taste some lending fare once more. Got some of that good some lending food. So there's the ship, pretty interesting looking. Got these little bitty wings on the sides. And it lowers this fancy looking cage. Yeah, I did change my stream photo just for you. That's pretty old picture. I think it's from like 2004 or 2006. Like Muhammad Ali. Actually, I'm only 6'1". I don't know why it says I'm 6'3" there, except for the fact I was wearing boots, the boots that they give you. Surely those boots didn't lift me 2 inches, though. So I don't know what's the deal with that. I'm actually only 6'1". Right. So there's the Star Strider. You're 6'4"? Wow, that's really tall. 6'5" with your hair? Nice. Since his arrival in Mydnight earlier in the day, Akraban has learned that Prince Carvis does not reside here in the city. To search for him now would be futile, and so you resolve to get some sleep and commence your hunt for the prince at first light. Shortly after dawn, the three of you meet again on the main deck. Akraban suggests that you each spend the day scouting the city for information that may lead you to Carvis. How do we not know where he is? He tells of 3 places where this information is most likely to be found. The first is a large trading post known as Rosta's Warehouse, located on the south side of the harbor. The second is the Hall of the Judicars, a base for the officers who are elected by the citizens of Mydnight to maintain law and order in their city. Well, we're not going there. And the third is the Smitheries, the artisans and tradesmen's district of Mydnight that is situated west of the quayside. Noxmoot is 6 feet, but larger when standing on 2 legs wielding a halberd. Nice, like the secret cow level cows. I love giant Bob Ross afros. Alright, so... well, we're not going to the Hall of the Judicars. Fuck them. I feel like the Smitheries is the kind of place Firesnake would want to go. So we're gonna go to the Smitheries. Not to be confused with the Smiths, who I'm sure Firesnake would probably listen to. Alright. We're going to the smitheries. Wreck some shit to smithereens! No, probably not. Having agreed the places where each of you will begin your search for the whereabouts of Prince Carvis, you follow Akraban to the rear deck and enter the skyship's boarding cage. Swiftly, it is winched down to the market square, where you are met unexpectedly by a jostling crowd of grimy-faced street urchins. They have been gathering here since dawn to stare in wonderment at the Star Strider hovering motionless in the cloudless sky above. Akraban hurls a handful of copper coins across the cobblestones, and the children scramble to retrieve them. Oh, it begins! Generosity contest already begins with Akraban's gonna pull this shit now, huh? Firesnake will get incarcerated again if he goes to the Justice Hall. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. Grimy-faced street urchins. Alright, fine. I would like to note that when I was a street urchin, I was not grimy-faced. I kept myself very clean, thank you very much. I had to, because I had to pretend like I wasn't really homeless. There's a whole deception I had to wage. It was a pain in the ass. But anyway, grimy-faced street urchins, we get it, we get it. They're sad and they're poor and they're getting some copper coins. Akraban is a hell of a guy. Fine. Fine, he's better than us. Fine, fine, Akraban. He probably has the silver bow of Duodon also. Oh, 6'7" with a giant afro. It looked like a giant lollipop. Urchins! Grandmaster, why did the Kai have to send the Moonstone away? This is not the place where the Moonstone was. Alright, the children scramble to retrieve them. This creates enough space to allow Zenair to push open the cage door and the three of you to step out. After agreeing to return to the skyship no later than sunset, you split up and go in search of your chosen destinations. Unlike the urchins, the adult population of Mydnight appears less than fascinated by the imposing sight of the Star Strider hovering above their city, and few give it a second glance. Yeah, it's just a magical flying ship, why would you even give a fuck? I would think people here would be trying to, like, plan how to steal that thing. Information is all over UrchinNet. This seeming lack of interest does not surprise you. For centuries, this port has been a refuge for exiles from the many nations of Magnamond, who, for their own individual reasons, have chosen to forsake their native lands. They are, by nature, a secretive community. Any overt interest in the affairs of another is commonly viewed with suspicion and distrust. Alright, I can feel that. You retrace the route you took last night, and soon find yourself at the harbor. The Azuktana is still moored at the quayside, and you give the crew a friendly wave as you stride across the quayside towards the Smitheries, the city's west quarter. This district of Mydnight is crowded with the workshops of skilled artisans and craftsmen, ironsmiths, potters, carpenters, weavers, wheelwrights, and glassblowers, to name but a few. Most are honest men seeking refuge from the greedy barons and landlords of their native lands. Some have come to escape their debts, while others have found themselves brought here by some misfortune. The noise that fills this quarter of the city is almost deafening. The ceaseless hammering of iron and copper blends with the cries of sellers to create a reverberating wall of sound. It's really only Secret Cow level and non-Secret Cow level. And Milky Way. Oh, Noxmoo. You enter a blacksmith shop that has an impressive display of knives, tools, and other utensils fixed to the beams which support its slated roof. Could I get a shield? Could I get a helmet? Could I get armor? Any of those things? Along with the urchins, Kai Alchemy is here to greet you. Here we go with the Kai Alchemy already. No, Kai Alchemy is the new Quen. I will not use it or take it just out of spite. Prepare your Kai alchemy jokes, Saito. This is a perfect time for that bardsmanship ability. Do you get an option to use it? Of course not. No, because fucking Joe Deaver hates bardsmanship. He put it in there as a trap choice. You hope that Prince Carvis may have purchased items from this shop sometime in the past, and you ask the owner if he knows of him and his whereabouts. The blacksmith scowls with disdain and turns his back on you. Your Kai sixth sense tells you that he suspects you to be an assassin who has come here to Mydnight to find and murder the prince. Would it help if I just tell him, dude, I'm not an assassin? He motions to his son, who is working the bellows of a furnace nearby. You realize you must act quickly if you wish to allay the blacksmith's suspicions and avoid a confrontation with his son. I am not going to use Kai alchemy because I don't have it. Not going to use it. I don't care. I mean the prince no harm, you say. I have word of his homeland that is of vital importance. I must find him and speak with him as quickly as I am able. After that, the blacksmith's really gonna want to kill me. The blacksmith glances over his shoulder and looks at you with undisguised suspicion. He takes note of the cut and style of your tunic and cloak, and his eyes linger momentarily when he sees your belt pouch. The thought occurs to you that perhaps the blacksmith might be persuaded to talk in exchange for some gold. Do I want to offer him some gold? I don't think I do, actually. Honestly, fuck this guy. I'm not going to offer him a bribe. Apparently singing assassins are a common issue in Magnamund. Hashtag not all singers. I'm that guy that sent the Moonstone away. No, I'm not that guy. I'm just that guy's student. So glad the word belt was in there. Yeah. Me too. His eyes linger momentarily when he sees your package. "We don't welcome spies here," growls the blacksmith. He nods to his son, and the brawny young man snatches an iron from the furnace. Do I have to start killing townsfolk? Is that what's going to happen here? Menacingly, he levels this glowing rod at your face, and very slowly he moves towards you. Hurriedly, you apologize to the blacksmith and leave the smithy. On returning to the quayside, you resolve to explore the tangle of alleyways that make up the city's eastern quarter in the hope of finding someone who was more willing to talk about the prince. Wait, I gave up after asking one fucking guy? We've got a whole district full of merchants, full of, like, craftsmen. I ask one craftsman, and then I'm like, no, nobody here knows anything. I'm pretty sure they don't. If that one guy didn't want to talk to me, none of them will. Alright, apparently I'm resolving to explore someone who is more willing to talk about the prince. Unfortunately, your efforts garner no useful information. As the sun begins to settle on the horizon, you finally abandon your search and hurry back through the darkening passageways towards the market square. Wizard Akraban and Lord Zenair are already waiting aboard the Star Strider by the time you reach the market square. The magician orders the boarding cage to be lowered, and you are winched up to the skyship. They are disappointed to hear that your search for information has been in vain. Fortunately, Lord Zenair's efforts have been more fruitful. Well, why don't you just do everything better than me, Lord Zenair? Motherfucker. Dude's like Gaston from Beauty and the Beast and shit. "Prince Carvas is not here," he says. "He lived here when he first came to Shiasu some 10 years ago, but a young woman called Amarelda arrived soon after, and they were married here in the harbor. They left Mydnight the day after their wedding and settled somewhere on the northern coastline. It has been more than a year since they last visited the city." Turning to Akraban, Zenair says, I propose we travel north at first light and commence a search of the northern shoreline. I suspect it will be easier to espy their retreat from the air than to attempt any search by land. Also, yeah, it'll be way easier to sit up on the skyship fucking sipping Mai Tais and shit, rather than tromping around down there in the dust. I suggest you fly your skyship and look for these dudes while we just chill on your ship. Lord Zenair took the Kai Alchemy course at kufonline.edu. Esmeralda. No, it's not Esmeralda, it's Amarelda. Akraban nods in agreement. What? I'm not part of this decision? These two just decide on what's gonna happen. Hello, I'm the Kai here. I have to agree to this, don't I? See, they don't even take me seriously. This shit didn't happen to Lone Wolf. Akraban nods in agreement. Then he passes word to his young crew to prepare the Star Strider for a voyage north at first light. You spend the evening aboard the Star Strider in the company of your two companions. In the comfort of Akraban's quarters, you study charts and maps of the Isle of Shiasu in preparation for tomorrow's voyage. The northern coastline stretches for more than 200 miles, and it is indented with hundreds of bays and tiny inlets. Searching this territory for Prince Carvis's home will be a difficult task. Yet, thanks to the Star Strider, not an impossible one. So far, I'm not even needed here. In no way am I needed for this. This is just something Akraban could be doing by himself in his fucking ship. Lord Zenair gives Akraban a small seeing stone, one of a pair that he possesses. See, I'm not even in the loop on the comms. The two of them just have the seeing stones and they're like, Fire Snake, he doesn't need one. Fuck it. Look, we'll just stay in your quarters. We'll call on you when we need some shit sung, okay? One of a pair that he possesses. It will enable him to stay in contact with the Elder Magician and inform him when the prince has been found. Lord Zenair has decided it is best that he go back to Soon aboard the Azaktana. He has fulfilled his promise to Lone Wolf, and he would escort you swiftly and safely here to Mydnight. That he would escort you. And the time has now come for him to return to his ambassadorial duties. Before he leaves for his ship moored in the harbor, he wishes you both a swift, sure, and successful voyage. I looked forward to the day we shall meet again, my lords, he says. Though I shall not be with you in body, my spirit will travel with you all the way to Soroa. Good luck and Godspeed. Thanks, man. Thanks. You rise before daybreak, and as the first rays of the morning sun creep over the horizon, you hear Akraban giving the order to commence the voyage north. From the forward deck rail, you watch in fascination as the hovels and harbor of Mydnight slide gently away beneath the keel. The hum of the skyship's engine increases in pitch as it steadily gains speed and altitude, until soon all you can see are the hills and valleys of Shiasu whirling past far below. The flight to the north coast takes a day to complete. Upon arriving in this remote region, you soon realize that the shoreline will prove more challenging to explore than had been expected. Much of the coast is forested, and there are countless miles of undercut cliffs and steep ravines that could keep entire villages hidden from the air. For 2 days, the Star Strider follows the coastline with all hands on lookout duty. Who's sailing the ship, then? Yet no human habitation is sighted. It is not until the afternoon of the 4th day of your voyage that your luck changes for the better. An eagle-eyed crewman on the forward deck. See, I didn't even get to be the guy that spots some shit with my Kai vision. No, it's gotta be some crewman. I literally don't need to be here. An eagle-eyed crewman on the forward deck spots a tiny clearing on a wooded peak overlooking a crescent-shaped bay. You magnify your vision and see, in the center of this clearing, a single-story house with a split log roof surrounded by animal pens and shelters. You feel sure that you have found the prince's retreat. Look, guys, my quest tracker My little quest indicator is showing a little X in that area, so I'm pretty sure that's it, guys. And you ask Akraban to bring the skyship down within a mile of the settlement, so as to avoid the risk of frightening him away. Also, yeah, does the title have nothing to do with the contents? I was just thinking that. The title of the book is Mydnight's Hero, and we've already left Mydnight. We spent like fucking 5 minutes in Mydnight, and all that happened was a blacksmith got mad at me. As Fire Snake falls before a brutal monster, Lord Zanair's spirit uses Kai alchemy for the auto win, while his body negotiates a peace treaty with the Shadakai Buccaneers. Alright, so as to avoid the risk of frightening him away, he complies, and within a matter of minutes the Star Strider is hovering above the tree line, less than a mile from the clearing. Akraban hands over command of the skyship to Gora, his bosun, and then you and he are lowered to the ground in the boarding cage. I don't appreciate all this being in a cage shit. I'm not feeling that. Can I just cling to the outside of the cage? After landing, you quickly discover a narrow trail that wends its way through this thickly wooded headland. You volunteer to take the lead, and you follow this track as it meanders towards the clearing. Wind whistles through the surrounding pines, but the timberland itself is strangely silent. You can hear no sound from the beasts and birds that dwell herein. Alright, that would be pretty weird. Grand Pathmanship. No, I don't have that. I don't have it. I just don't have it. You are moving along the trail when suddenly your Magna Chi passmanship skills alert you to danger. Immediately you halt and scan the surrounding woods, fearing an ambush. Seconds later you detect the danger. It is a concealed pit which bisects the track a few yards ahead. It has been covered with pine branches and camouflaged by a thin layer of earth and stones, so as to make it indistinguishable from the rest of the trail. You warn Akraban of its position and motion him to leave the trail and skirt around this hidden trap. He obeys, but within moments you detect a second pit, hidden amongst the undergrowth. You hiss a warning. Hey, Fire Snake, I hissed shit. Sss. You hiss a warning to Akraban to halt just as he is about to step upon it. Cage. Fire Snake is incarcerated without being told he's incarcerated. You like to think that Fire Snake has been in the boarding cage the entire time, just hanging from the ship during the entire trip? That's fucked up. It's fucked up, guys. Alright, let's pick a random number. Boom! We got a 2. Yeah, we did. A singing hiss. I don't even begin to know how to make a singing hiss sound. Your warning brings Akraban to an immediate halt, yet it comes just seconds too late, for he has already stepped upon the edge of the covered pit. There is a loud crack of splintering wood, and the young magician yelps with alarm as he drops feet first through the branches which camouflage this trap. Aha! Your stupid magic's not that special now, is it? See, he didn't have Kai alchemy either. Can I come back up now? I promise I won't try and do my spoken word version of Alton the Great anymore. Fearing the worst, you rush forward to help him. Suddenly, he rises out of the pit before you, lifted up by a hastily cast levitation spell. His magical... Oh, that is like Kai alchemy. Well, because keep in mind that Kai alchemy is the magic of the Magician's Guild of Torin. So this guy really does literally have Kai alchemy. I mean, he has the spells that Kai alchemy gives you. His magical skill and swift reactions have saved him from being impaled upon the sharpened stakes which line the walls and base of this deadly trap. But he has not escaped the stakes unscathed. He has suffered deep gashes to his legs and feet. Let me take care of that for you. Using your Kai healing skills, you tend to the magician's wounds and restore him to health. The effort required to do this costs you 3 endurance points. Motherfucker. He falls in a pit and I'm the one that takes damage. When he is fully recovered, you skirt carefully around the edge of this second trap before continuing on towards the clearing. Well, I'm glad you're at full health, buddy. I thought the New Order books would bring me freedom from jokes about the Silver Bow of Dudon. I should have known better. Due to your shortcomings, I have sent an original Kai Alchemist to help you. Man, not having Kai Alchemy is kind of like not having a mic at a D&D session. It just completely gimps you. And everyone feels sorry for you. And wishes you were better. Not only that, but you take damage that you can't heal with your healing powers because that makes sense. I know, right? Alright. 282. As you near the clearing, you leave the trail and take cover among some bushes that fringe the tree line. For a few minutes, you wait here and observe the settlement for signs of life. You can see a log cabin with a veranda, 3 small sheds, and a picket-fenced enclosure containing goats and chickens. Oh, we got goats! We got goats. You have a mic, you think? Seems like one of those things where you would know whether you did or not. Is this some sort of... like... Is this Schrodinger's mic? You have a box that may or may not contain a mic? When your senses detect no human presence, you enter the clearing and signal to Akraban to follow as you make your approach towards the cabin. From the veranda, you can see a second track which descends steeply towards a sandy cove. You intensify your vision and catch sight of a man on the beach who is kneeling beside a stone-covered mound. He has blonde, shoulder-length hair, and he is dressed in breeches and a jerkin made from tanned goat hides. That's not what I was expecting when they said I was going to go find a prince. Some dude with fucking goat hides on. Goat Prince. I'm calling this guy the Goat Prince from now on. From the descriptions given to you by Lord Zenair, you feel sure that he must be Prince Carvis, the Goat Prince. Elated by your discovery, you motion Akraban to follow as you leave the cabin and hurry down the steep path towards the beach. You are within 100 feet of the kneeling man when he hears you approaching. He turns to face you, and, in an instant, he grabs a loaded crossbow that is lying beside him on the sand, and he aims it at your chest. Whoa, calm your shit, Goat Prince. Alright, here we got the Goat Prince. He's got some dodgy-looking, stitched-together goat clothes, a big pile of rocks, and he just happens to have a crossbow right there. In before Helghast / Deathstalker, right? You realize your laptop has a built-in mic, but don't know if it will work with Discord. It will. I mean, it should. I don't know. I believe. I believe. Every day is a good day when you paint. Alright, raise my hands to show him that I mean no harm. Or dive for cover among the boulders that lie on either side of the path. Oh no. This isn't gonna go well. I'm gonna raise my hands to show the man that I mean him no harm. It looks suspicious as fuck if I dive for cover. What if I just want to stand there and just keep on eating my butterscotch dum-dum like a boss? Hail, Prince Carvis! You call, trying hard to make your voice sound as unthreatening as you can. You have no need to fear us. We come as friends. We have journeyed far to find you, and we bring important news from Zion. Please, sire, put down your bow and let us talk. Let us talk. I don't know what the fuck just happened right there. The blonde-haired man hesitates, and then he lowers his crossbow just enough. Of course he hesitates. He's like, I can't shoot a crazy man. I can't do it. He realizes he's dealing with someone special. The blonde-haired man, aka the Goat Prince, hesitates, and then he lowers his crossbow just enough for you to be able to see his face clearly. Now you are sure that he is the man you seek. Who
are you? He shouts. And what do you want from me? Slowly, you step away from the boulder and motion Akraban to follow as you descend the steep trail to the beach. Prince Carvis walks towards you, his right hand resting purposefully on the hilt of a short sword sheathed by his side. Despite his disheveled appearance, he moves with a proud, aristocratic gait that reveals his noble ancestry. Yeah, sure. And he's got eyes like two deep pools of liquid chocolate. Alright, with a polite formality usually reserved for the king's court and council chambers, Akraban bows to the prince and makes his introductions. In sober tones, he informs him of the unhappy events which have transpired in Cian, events which have brought you both to Shiasu in search of him. Prince Carvis is saddened to hear of the death of his father. He glances at the mound of sand close to the base of the trail, and you notice a tear in his eye. He's got the single tear going. Lying alongside this mound is a plank of driftwood carved with the name Amarelda. It marks the last resting place of the prince's young wife. "This is bitter news you bring, my lords," says Carvis, his sonorous voice. That wasn't really very sonorous, was it? Wavering with emotion. "For my grief is doubled. I have now lost my wife and my father, the only two people I have ever truly loved." Yeah, now you're alone in this world. Welcome to the fucking club, buddy. Buck up. We got shit to do. Let's go. You and your companion offer the prince your deepest condolences, and Akraban suggests that perhaps it would be best if you all left the beach. Carvis nods his consent, and together you climb the trail back to his house atop the cliffs. Spoiler, later in the book, Firesnake will discover that Prince Carvis is actually a goat cursed to be a man, and only the kiss of a spoony bark can break the spell. He's crying a single tear because he saw someone littering in his ancestral lands. Noxie says, Firesnake, well, them's the breaks when the Moonstone is sent away. No, the Moonstone was never here. The Moonstone has nothing to do with these people. We're nowhere near Summerland. Alright, we're gonna go back to the house. Over a cup of berry wine, Prince Carvis tells you the story of how he came to Shiasu to live the life of an outcast. A decade earlier, during a chance encounter in a foreign court, he had met and fallen helplessly in love with Princess Amarelda, the daughter of the king of Lunarlia. She too had fallen for him, and had accepted his offer of marriage. For centuries, the neighboring lands of Lunarlia and Cian have been enemies. Yet the sudden prospect of a marriage between Prince Carvis and Princess Amarelda promised to put an end to many years of rivalry and bloodshed. Okay, this all sounds like a good thing so far. At first, his father, the king of Cian, approved of their union. But later, he changed his mind and forbade his son to marry her on pain of exile. Why? What's going on with this dude? Carvis defied his father and was forced to leave his homeland. He traveled to Shiasu, where he was later joined by his beloved Amarelda. She too had disobeyed her father's command and had been cast out for her act of defiance. Carvis talks fondly of the years they spent here alone together. Then, with sadness, he tells you that she recently fell ill with a fever from which she never recovered. For more than a month, she fought the illness, until, only 3 days ago, she passed away quietly in her sleep. Well, if you gotta die, that's the best way. The news that Baron Sedanzo plans to steal his birthright enrages the prince. For years, he has blamed the Baron for his exile, for he alone openly opposed the marriage that would have healed the rift between Lunarlia and Cian. Carvis is convinced that the Baron turned his father's mind with sorcery. Ah, the plot's thickening. Goatman and Juliet, yeah. Yeah, this is some Romeo and Juliet shit-ish. Baron turned his father's mind with sorcery, and he agrees readily to leave Shiasu and journey with you aboard the Star Strider to Soroa to thwart Sedanzo's plan. See? I didn't need to do any special convincing or anything. Like, literally anyone could have come here and done this.
Of course, Magician Guy already would have fucking fallen in a pit if it wasn't for me to be here to warn him and then heal him, so, you know, maybe... I don't know, I'm trying to feel useful. The prince's willing acceptance to return to his homeland raises your spirits. Some people fear it, some people cheer it, some people just won't go near it. Akraban proposes a toast to the future king of Cian, and Carvus accepts the gesture in good humor. Then Akraban imparts the glad news to Lord Zenair by means of the seeing stone given to him by the elder magician. Zenair, who is sailing back to Soon, congratulates you both for successfully finding the exiled prince, and he wishes you all a safe and speedy air voyage to Cian. Alright, all of this seems curiously easy so far. Like, nothing has really gone wrong. Yeah, there's that pit thing, but whatever, that's nothing. Like, why was this all so easy? I don't understand. This bodes ill, because it means real bad shit is about to happen. The voyage to Cian begins early the next day, an hour after first light. After saying a final farewell at Amarelda's graveside, Carvus gathers together a few of his meager belongings. Meleager? That's not a word. His meager belongings, frees his livestock, and then allows himself to be winched aboard the deck of the waiting Starstrider. There are now 25 days remaining before Harvestmas Day and the crowning ceremony in Soroa. Akraban calculates that the voyage by air should take no longer than 12 days to complete. This news fosters a cheerful mood of optimism, for it means that the prince should arrive in good time to be able to thwart Baron Sedonzo's plan. Alright, now we're gonna have problems. As the waters of the Shiasu Channel speed past the hull, and the crew of 10 young Brotherhood initiates go about their airborne duties, you accompany Carvus to Akraban's quarters, where the prince is given new clothing to replace his goatskin hides. No, but he's the goat prince, though. Akraban offers him the pick of several fine costumes that befit his highborn status. He chooses the Wolverine costume. He's like, I love the X-Men, bro. But the prince chooses instead to dress in the simple, functional gray tunic, cloak, and breeches of a Somlending journeyman.
I vowed to Amarelda that I would return one day to Cian, says Carvus, fixing the clasp of his cloak. Yet never would I have expected to arrive thus, dressed as a Northlander aboard a flying ship.
Yeah, that's not really something that people expect to happen. For 3 days and nights, the Starstrider sails eastwards across the vast uncharted forests of the Kelder Wastes, a region where few men have ever set foot. Women, though, have walked all over that place. Your natural curiosity fills you with a desire to learn more about this strange, unexplored territory. Yet you are prevented from observing its passing by an unending blanket of rain cloud, which keeps the timberland hidden from view. It is not until the afternoon of the 4th day that you observe gaps in the cloud cover through which you can see swaths of dense forest and tracts of dark volcanic rock. In the far distance you can hear a sound like thunder, and your keen Kai senses detect that the pressure of the surrounding air is beginning to rise and fall erratically. Uh-oh. Oh, grand passmanship again. No, I don't have it. No, I don't have it. On the first day of harvest, my supreme master gave to me a spoony bard who won't stop singing. It's fucked up. Grand passmanship. No, I do not possess this skill. Your Kai senses lead you to believe that a storm is brewing, but it is unlike any you have encountered before. The blanket of cloud, which has been a constant feature of the voyage so far, is beginning to dissipate. As it thins out, it reveals a stark landscape of black volcanic rock far below. This tortured landscape is scarred by deep chasms and fissures, some of which emit jets of steam that roar skywards to buffet the hull of the Starstrider as it flies past. Some of these colossal jets condense to form strange green-gray clouds which slowly drift and tumble back to the ground. One such cloud forms in the air and begins to fall on a collision course with the ship. Akraban sees the threat and he orders Kuo, his helmsman, to descend 300 feet in order to evade this falling cloud mass. I have a feeling we're going down. This whole riding around on the skyship enjoying life is about to fucking end. As the Star Strider begins its descent, there is a startlingly loud explosion. From his nest aboard the Hey, what's up, Jen? Good to see ya. Yeah, I did. From his nest aboard atop the mainmast, the lookout shouts a warning and points frantically towards the ground. You rush to the rail and peer over the side, your stomach churning with fearful anticipation of what you will see. Deep within the fathomless reaches of the fissures and chasms passing below, you glimpse flashes of blue-white energy. These bolts are growing brighter and louder as they streak towards the surface. One bolt escapes from a vent in the middle distance and rips open the sky. It skewers a cluster of steam clouds and blows them apart in a loud and spectacular explosion of gas and flame. You urge Akraban to order his helmsman to ascend, to avoid the new and deadly danger that is striking at you from below. The wizard turns to Kuo, but before he can issue the order, there is a deafening crack from somewhere beneath the stern. Oh, we're so going down. I'll see you when you get back, Saito and Boss Pie. How's it going, Jen? You alright? What have you been doing? Also, I put a thing in my channel feed, an announcement of the next D&D game, so there you go. That's when it's gonna be. Pick a number, here we go. One of these is probably gonna have really bad things happen to me. And I got a... and I got a 0. You know the 0 is probably gonna fuck me. It's probably gonna be bad. Your life and your quest end here. The concussive force hits you a moment after you hear the noise of the explosion. It hurls you sideways across the deck, but your Kai skills and swift reaction save you from sustaining any serious injuries during your fall. Swiftly, you are able to regain your composure and get back on your feet. Wow, that's surprising. I really thought I was going to take pipe there. Akraban repeats his order to Kuo the helmsman to reverse the descent and change course, 30 degrees to port. The bow of the Star Strider rises up, and the deck banks gently over to the left. But then another deafening crack explodes from somewhere below the stern, and you are thrown onto your hands and knees when a violent shockwave ripples along the decking. Akraban calls for a damage report, and each crewman shouts his response in turn. The Star Strider has sustained a glancing blow from an energy bolt. It has torn away part of the hull plating and damaged one of the ship's 2 internal stabilizers, upon which it relies for level flight. The craft ceases to gain height and begins drifting to starboard. This change of course is accompanied by a jarring vibration that runs through the deck and superstructure. The surrounding sky is now a seething mass of billowing black clouds lit up by lethal blue-white bolts of lightning. The ship passes through a dark cloud, and the metallic stench of ozone fills your nostrils. This harsh-smelling gas does you no harm, protected as you are by your innate Magna Chi skill of Nexus. Likewise, Akraban suffers no ill effects from the gas, for his magic is sufficient to counter it. But for Prince Carvis and the crew, its effects are immediate and devastating. That'd be hilarious if Carvis died from gas poisoning after all this. Clutching at their throats, they lose their balance and fall to the deck, choking and spluttering as they fight for breath. Akraban instructs you to take the helm while he goes below to work on the damaged stabilizer. You follow his command and take control of the wheel from a barely conscious Kuo. As the cloud passes, the crew slowly recover. I mean, I have elementalism. Why can't I summon forth a wind to blow this gas away? Glimpse of fresh danger ahead. The Star Strider is drifting towards 2 large active fissures running parallel to each other and a little over 100 feet apart. Sweat streaks your face as you struggle to steer a straight course between these fissures and so avoid the crackling bolts of energy that are hurtling out of their fiery depths. So everything is going to hell, in other words. Pick a random number. Oh, this one right here is instant death, I guarantee it. I have elementalism, so I get to add 2. That means as long as I don't roll a 0 again, I should be fine. Here we go. A 3. Alright, I add 2 to that. It gets me a 5. I can turn to the middle entry. Needs more lightning rod. I mean, why can't I elementalism some shit here? Apparently it helps me, so whatever. It is a struggle to keep the skyship on a straight and level course, for she is veering continually towards starboard. To counter this persistent drift, you pull the wheel hard over to port, but the effects of her damaged stabilizer are unpredictable, making it almost impossible for you to maintain sure control of the helm. You overcompensate for the drift, and quickly find yourself directly above the left-hand fissure, gliding helplessly into the path of a cluster of soaring energy bolts. Desperately, you pull the wheel hard over to the right to avoid a collision, but it is already too late. One of the powerful bolts strikes the hull, and a stunning flash of white light obliterates your senses. Wow, I no longer have senses, apparently. That's rough. It's gonna make this difficult. Random number time. A 2. Fucking I got a 2 out of the 0 to 2. Alright. What bad thing happens? Oh, good. The lightning bolt hits the skyship's hull directly below the helm, rendering you unconscious as the concussive force of the blast is transmitted upwards through the deck. Lose 6 endurance points. Ouch. On regaining consciousness, you discover that the Star Strider is now more than 3 miles clear of the fissures. As your vision slowly clears, you see that Akraban has taken control of the wheel. He smiles when he sees that you are still alive. You notice that he looks gaunt and exhausted, and his ginger hair is matted with grime and sweat. Clearly, his efforts to repair the ailing skyship have severely drained his magical energies. As you stagger to the helm, you sense that the steering has become more erratic. The Star Strider has lost altitude and her deck is starting to tilt alarmingly to starboard. Soon it becomes almost impossible to stand upright. Oh, that's not good. Yeah, if you replace skyship with spaceship, that'd basically be like a scene from a sci-fi film. For sure.
We have lost one stabilizer and the other is badly damaged, says Akraban grimly. I have done all I can to repair it, but I fear it will fail us at any moment. Without stabilizers, we cannot stay airborne.
Akraban orders his crew to prepare for a crash landing. Some of the young men tie themselves to the ship's mainmast, while others brace themselves against the rails and place their fate in the hands of the goddess Ashir. Prince Carvis has found refuge in a rope locker, which is bolted to the main deck. He lifts the lid and calls out to you to join him, for there is sufficient space for 2 inside. No, Goat Prince, I'm not crawling in there with you. Sato says, quick, get more disposable crew members to the exploding computer consoles. I'm gonna stay with Akraban at the ship's helm. I don't want to climb into the rope locker. You brace yourself against the ship's rail and watch with trepidation as Akraban fights to maintain control over his ailing skyship. Your stomach churns as the deck heaves from side to side, and your heart misses a beat when there is a sudden jolt and a fearful sound of screeching metal. We've lost the second stabilizer, shouts Akraban in alarm. The wheel is suddenly wrenched from his grasp, and it begins to spin out of control. The Star Strider has been losing height for several minutes, but now its angle of descent becomes far steeper. The skyship dives through a bank of low cloud, and a great sea of trees comes rushing up to meet the bow. You grip the rail as tightly as you can and await the dreadful moment of impact. There is a splintering crack of timber when the hull collides with the treetops. And then, moments later, there is a terrific jolt as the craft's bow slams into the rocky soil and comes to an abrupt halt. The impact of the crash wrenches your hands from the rail and sends you tumbling across the stern deck. Later in the book, if you comforted the goat prince in the rope blocker, turn to page 350. Random number. I don't have Grand Hunt Mastery. I got a 6. More endurance points lost. As you tumble across the decking, you rely on your advanced Kai agility and sixth sense to avoid hitting the many obstacles that are strewn in your path. Unfortunately, you are unable to avoid them all, and you come to a sudden halt when you collide with a crewman on the middle deck. Lose 3 endurance points. I'm getting hurt here. I'm getting hurt. Page 350 is an image of Firesnake and the Goat Prince being married by a New York judge. You stagger painfully to your feet and try to focus on your surroundings. Through a pall of smoke, you hear the groans of wounded crewmen and the crackling buzz of electrical arcing. Steam rises from a gaping hole in the stern deck, and a fire rages around the base of the mainmast. Prince Carvis emerges unscathed from the rope locker, motherfucker. Of course he does, and quickly he helps you to smother this fire. Then he gives first aid to a crewman who is lying nearby, nursing a broken knee. Akrabon comes staggering out of the smoke. His robes are torn, and a trickle of blood runs from a cut above his right ear. You use your Magna Chi curing skills to heal the wizard's wound, and then together you help evacuate the injured crewman from the crippled skyship. Akrabon orders Bosun Gora to go and assess the state of the crew. He returns shortly and reports that from the ship's original complement of 10 men, 3 are now missing, 3 are wounded, and 1 is dead. The remaining 3 crewmen, himself included, have survived the crash with only minor injuries. So here's the illustration. There's Prince Carvis coming out of the rope locker. There's Broken Knee guy. He looks unhappy. And there's all kinds of fire and shit randomly. Alright, so things aren't going well. This is more like what I'm expecting out of travel. Damn, son, that aft is on fire. That is one hot aft. Using your Magna Chi curing skills, you ease the pain of the badly injured crewman before helping Carvis and Gora to bury the dead man, Kuo the helmsman. Oh, not Kuo! No! The area surrounding the crashed skyship is thickly wooded, and with night fast approaching and a sky heavy with clouds, it is impossible for you to determine your exact location. Akrabon proposes to contact Lord Zenair to inform him of the disaster by means of his seeing stone. But, to his dismay, he soon discovers that the magical artifact has been lost in the crash. Oh no, we're out of contact. It's alright, what's Lord Zenair gonna do for us? Nothing. As the darkness of night envelops the smoldering wreck of the Star Strider, you find it hard to suppress a growing sense of despair. It is a mood shared by the other survivors, and few words are exchanged as you work together to erect a makeshift shelter for the wounded beside the ship's battered keel. When the shelter is finished, you each look for a place nearby where you can lie down and attempt to recover from the fatigue of your terrible ordeal. What are those D&D fish dudes? The Kuo-toa? Yeah, the Kuo-toa are D&D fish dudes, yes. Them and the Sahuagin. Fire Snake. Should have given me a seeing stone too. I know, right? Why didn't I get a seeing stone? I'm not cool enough for a fucking seeing stone, apparently. Attempt to recover. Before you try and get some sleep, unless you possess the discipline of Grand Hunt Mastery, you must now eat a meal or lose 3 endurance points. I'll eat a meal. I got meals right here. Meals for days. Boom. Meal eaten. You have a feeling they would have a random check to see if Fire Snake swallows the seeing stone and chokes. I know. Man, Fire Snake has to put up with so much fucking mistreatment by these books that Lone Wolf never had to. You pass the hours before daybreak in a restless, semi-conscious state. You cannot sleep properly, for your mind is tormented by the gnawing fear that your mission has come to an early and tragic end. You rise before dawn and try to overcome your melancholic mood by tending to the 3 wounded crew members. Through the use of your Magna Chi curing skills, you are able to accelerate their own natural healing processes, so that when daybreak finally arrives, they are no longer incapacitated by the injuries they received in the crash. Or it gets taken away due to prank calling people with the Seeing Stone during the night. Yeah, lots of rising before dawn. True. Lots of rising before dawn. Because waiting till dawn is, like, so old, so lame. One does not simply wait until dawn. As the gray morning light filters down through the canopy of the forest, it reveals a corridor of smashed and flattened trees, lying in the wake of the crippled Star Strider. Akraban and his bosun make a lengthy inspection of the craft and then report their findings.
"The glad news is that she's repairable," pipes Bosun Gora, confidently. "She looks bad, but her engine's as sound as a bell. We've the materials and tools aboard to fix her stabilizers, and there's more than enough timber around here to patch up the decks and hull."
Akraban nods his agreement, yet, unlike his bosun, his face remains dour.
"Aye, she'll fly again," confirms Akraban, "but it'll take us close to a month to craft the parts we need to repair the stabilizers."
He turns to Prince Carvis and says,
"Alas, my lord, by then it will be too late to reach Soroa in time for your crowning." "What if we were to seek aid from the craftsmen of Bassa? However the fuck you say that name,"
you say, knowing by instinct and a brief study of your map. Oh, it wants me to look at the map. Let's look at the map. Consult the map. Consulting the map. Map time! Alright. Oh. That's where we are, huh? We flew from Mydnight. We crashed over here somewhere. Okay, sure. So we're not even onto the second map yet. We don't even know where we are in relation to the second map. To be perfectly honest. Book cover. Come forth. Knowing by instinct and a brief study of your map that this city can be no further than 100 miles away to the east. Oh, is that all?
Could the repairs be made any sooner with their help? Expect no help from that quarter, replies Carvis coolly. During my time in Mydnight, I heard many stories about Bassa and its ruler, the Imperial Autarch Sejanos. They were all chilling tales. They say it's a cruel and evil place, a city without a soul where human life counts for little. If you wish to live to see your homeland again, Master Akraban, you should not seek the help of the Baccasians. Better by far to keep your work hidden from their eyes.
But my lord, replies Akraban, what of your kingdom? Are you prepared to surrender your birthright to Baron Sedanzo?
No, never, retorts
Carvis, suddenly angered by the wizard's suggestion.
There are 21 days yet before the Feast of Harvestmas. With the blessing of the gods, I vow I shall be in Soroa on that day to claim my ascendance.
The prince proposes to set off for Soroa on foot. He says that he will go alone and that you should stay here to help Akraban restore the Star Strider, returning with him to Summerland once the repairs are complete. So even the prince thinks I won't do him any good. Well, we crashed because of the forest anyway, I guess. I don't know. Politely, you refuse his proposal. You have vowed to Lone Wolf that you will carry out your mission, Despite adversity, you will not abandon your duty. It is a matter of Kai honor that you should escort him to Soroa. Fucking escort quests. Know what I'm saying? Alright. Sure, why not? I'll escort a motherfucker to Soroa. On foot. We can do it. We got this. The prince smiles when you refuse to let him attempt the long journey to Soroa alone.
Very well, Grandmaster, he says. So be it. In truth, I could not hope for a more worthy companion on the road ahead. Except for Lone Wolf, and Akraban, and Lord Zenair, and Bainton, and Ramoa, and, well, really anyone but you. Come, let us plan our way as best we can.
Akraban has one of his men fetch his compass and charts from the skyship to help you determine the swiftest route overland to Soroa. You quickly establish your present location, and suddenly you realize how difficult the journey ahead will be. Soroa lies over 1,200 miles to the east, beyond mountains, plains, and uncharted wilderness. Yeah, you can't do that in 21 days. You calculate that in order to reach the city in time, you must cover no less than 60 miles every day. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. I mean, maybe a Kai Lord could do that, possibly, because of magical Kai endurance or some shit, but a normal human being could not possibly do that.
On foot, across such harsh terrain, it is impossible, says Akraban, shaking his head.
Perhaps so, replies Carvis, but if we had horses, then it could be done. Oh, horses, yeah. He already has Lord Zenair's spirit as a companion. Yeah, let's get some horses going here. You scan the surrounding forest and let your Kai senses wander afar. There are no horses in this timberland, my lord, you say, certain in the knowledge that your judgment is correct. Carvis acknowledges your skill with a wry smile. I take great pride in my magical... Wait, how does Akraban's voice go? I take great pride in my magical powers, interjects Akraban jovially, but even I, my lord, cannot summon horses from out of the air. Where, pray tell, do you hope to find mounts with strength enough to carry you all the way home? Carvis turns his eyes to the east and says, what if we rode some giant goats? Because he is the goat prince.
Why, in Bassa, of course. Mark you, the citizens of this foul city will not help us out of the goodness of their hearts, of that we can be sure. But they have horses, strong Banarian stallions. Perhaps, Grandmaster, we shall be able to borrow a pair.
This is gonna go well. I don't see anything going wrong with this plan. You laugh with Prince Carvis. No, I laugh at Prince Carvis. At the audacity of his plan, and you feel your spirits rise. That's not my spirits, that's bile. A long and dangerous journey lies ahead, yet you are impressed by the prince's courage and determination, and you feel confident once more that your mission can succeed. Akraban also approves. He and his men will stay and restore the Star Strider and then fly back to Torin as soon as they are able. Mindful that time is not your ally, time is not on my side. No, it isn't. You gather your weapons and equipment together in readiness to leave. After bidding farewell to Akraban and his crewmen, you set off with Prince Carvis into the great forest, heading east. The vast timberland is rich with game, roots, and berries, and you are able to hunt and gather food on the move. You gather enough for 2 meals. Hells to the yes. I have 3 meals now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I gotta get rid of something. I don't think I need a flute and a lyre. I think I'm just gonna stick with the flute, and the lyre's gonna kick rocks. That's what I think. Apparently the Kai have a similar policy to horses as the protagonists of GTA games do to cars. I know, right? Kai steal them some horses, for real. Now we reach the part of the book where we steal horses. Yes. Alright, got some meals. Okay. By noon, you have made good progress and have reached the eastern fringe of the forest. Beyond lies an undulating plain that gradually descends towards a wide river. To the northeast, sitting astride this river, you glimpse the dark outline of a city. "That's Bassa," says Carvis confidently. You magnify your vision and estimate it to be no more than 30 miles distant. "With luck, we should make it there by midnight." Yeah, okay. Random number time. Boom! Got a 3. Not feeling that, but what can you do? The rolling plain to the west of Bassa is a bleak and barren steppe, devoid of flora, yet studded with countless thousands of sawn-off tree stumps. Once, this region was part of the great forest of Kelderwood, but in recent times, the ruler of Banar, Autok Sejanaz, has commanded the Bacasians to harvest the forest's valuable hardwood and dispatch it downstream to feed the insatiable needs of the imperial shipyards of Altavai. Traveling on foot, the stumps do not obstruct your progress, and you were able to press on until late in the afternoon. As you are cresting a ridge of high ground, you spot a troop of horsemen escorting a line of wagons laden with timber. They are less than a mile distant, and they appear to be heading towards a settlement on the banks of the river Tedda. You wait and watch them until they are dots on the horizon before continuing your trek towards the city of Bassa. You are within 20 miles of Bassa when dusk begins to darken the gloomy sky. Carvis requests that you stop to rest a while before making a final push for the city. You are feeling hungry after your long day's march, and you agree readily. Must now eat a meal. Meal eat. Bam. Got 2 meals left. Got 2 meals left. Down to 2 meals. Okay. You are about to resume your trek when your Kai's sixth sense alerts you to the sound of approaching horses and wagons. You are scanning the surrounding hills when suddenly a dozen riders appear from behind a ridge to the north. They are escorting 2 wagons filled with sleepy timber workers returning to their settlement after a day's labor. You signal to Carvis to hide himself as they approach along a cleared trail which passes within 20 yards of your position. The horsemen canter past ahead of the wagons, but one of the riders who is following behind suddenly leaves the track and steers his horse through the stumps towards your position. Fearing that you may have been spotted, you signal to Prince Carvis to split up and find a new hiding place. Silently, you watch as the horseman is slowed to a halt by a dense cluster of tree stumps. He dismounts and abandons his mare in order to continue his search on foot. He draws his sword as he passes close to where you are hiding, but he does not see you. As he moves away, you see that his horse does not follow. She stays to crop some sickly weeds at the base of a tree stump barely 10 yards from where you are lying. Hanging from her saddle are a bulging leather satchel, an axe, and a coil of rope. Let's look in the course of saddlebag. I'm feeling a little bit larcenous. I mean, really, when am I not? You call upon your Magnikai discipline of animal control to calm the horse as you creep towards her. Taking care to keep the mare between yourself and her rider, in case he should happen to glance in your direction, you quickly unbuckle the saddlebag and peer inside. It contains mostly personal items. A blanket. A blanket! Oh my god, we got a blanket! We got a blanket, yo. We got a fucking blanket. Blanket time, blanket time, blanket time. Yeah, we got a fucking blanket. It's about time. Got a blanket, yo. Enough food for 2 meals, a dagger, and a tinder box. Alright, hold up. Hold them 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 up. Blanket! Alright, I gotta get rid of some shit. Do I really need a lantern? Not really. Do I really need a rope? What am I gonna do with a rope? 1, 2, 3. I gotta keep the flute, obviously. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8. I can take 2 more things. I can take 2 more meals as well. Meals, flute, blanket, potions. We're stripping down to essentials here. Essentials. In case you're attacked by skeletons in a large room. Alright. We got the blanket. That's all that really matters. You're about to return to your hiding place when you chance upon a concealed pocket at the base of the bag. It contains an iron key that bears an inscription on its shank, and your magnified passmanship skills enable you to decipher its meaning. This key is the property of the Teda stables. You slip the key into your pocket and rebuckle the saddlebag before you take cover. Remember to record this Teda key on your action chart. It's a special item. It does not require you to take a slot. Okay, good, good. In that case. Teda key. Bam. Once you are hidden from view, you watch as the horseman stops to stare out across endless rows of tree stumps. Slowly, he shakes his head, and then he looks up at the darkening sky, and you hear him curse the failing light. In the distance, one of his comrades shouts his name and beckons him to rejoin the wagons. Begrudgingly, he acknowledges the call. You know what we should have done here? We should have knocked this dude out. Then we have one horse. Then they call out for him. He doesn't answer, so one other dude comes over here to look for him. We knock that guy out. We have 2 horses. We're done. We can bounce. We don't even have to go to the city of great evil. But no, we're not going to do that highly intelligent thing. We're going to do some dumb shit instead. Lone Wolf would have fucking knocked this dude out. You know he would have. He constantly snuck up behind helpless people and fucking took them out. Alright. One of his comrades shouts his name and beckons him to rejoin the wagons. Begrudgingly, he acknowledges the call. He slams his saber back into its steel scabbard and returns to his horse. Patiently, you watch him climb into the saddle and ride away before you rise from your hiding place and call for Prince Carvis to show himself. Use the key, suddenly a dozen horses burst through the stables, lose 12 endurance points. Unless, you know, multiple guys came to look for him. Well, then we knock out multiple guys. You do what you gotta do. Carvis rises from among the tree stumps and hurries back to join you. Together you watch the departing wagons and horsemen until they are no more than dots on the horizon, before you continue your trek towards the city of Bassa. Night falls within an hour of you resuming your trek, yet the distant lights of Bassa and its surrounding settlements enable you to stay on course and maintain an impressive pace. The city is lit by hundreds of fiery beacons, which mark the outline of its ancient perimeter wall and angular watchtowers. These fires also illuminate the surface of the river Teda, which passes through the center of Bassa. To the south of the city, lines of tethered barges stacked high with logs lie moored along both of its paved banks. Under cover of the night, you are able to move through the outlying settlements without being seen. When at last you hear a bell in the city tolling the midnight hour, you find yourself upon a knoll, overlooking a rutted road which approaches Bassa's west gate. Using your night vision, you scan the high perimeter wall and note the positions of guards posted around its tiled parapet. They are greatest in number above a wide stone archway where the glimmering river flows out of the city. Prince Carvis is eager to enter the city before dawn, and he asks you to choose the way. Aware that it may prove easier to find and take some horses while most of Bassa's inhabitants are still asleep, you scan the perimeter wall once more and consider how best you can pass beyond it. Let's just be sneaky sneak. How do we want to do this? Attempt to enter Bassa by way of its west gate, or attempt entry to the city by way of the river arch? Why are they in barges? Unless that wood is especially sensitive to moisture, shouldn't they just be floating it down the river? I don't know. Because they had extra barges and they wanted to have a reason to use them? Johnny worked really hard building those barges, y'all. Alright, I'm not really feeling the river thing. It doesn't seem like a good idea to me. So, I'm gonna go West Gate. West Gate, here we go. You approach to within 100 feet of the West Gate by means of a drainage ditch that runs parallel to the rutted road. The heavy iron gate is open, but the way through to the city beyond is blocked by 4 soldiers, each clad in a suit of shiny armor made from lacquered steel scales and hardened leather. Can I bardsmanship my way past these guys? Come on. Hello, guards. I'm just a traveling bard. Let me in your city, and I'll make things really fun and not shitty. The guards immediately close the gates. Alright. Each clad in a suit of shiny armor made from lacquered steel scales and hardened leather. Can I get some of that armor? They are armed with spears and maces, and their shields display the head of a tiger-like creature with ferocious fangs. It is the emblem of Autarch Sejanaz, the ruler of Benar. 2 of the soldiers stand rigidly to attention in the middle of the road with the halves of their spears crossed to bar entry. Their comrades are seated beside them on benches set into alcoves on either side of the open gateway. A ragged white line appears to have been drawn along the threshold of the gate, but when you magnify your vision, you realize that this line is nothing more than a trail of bird droppings. Do not cross the shit line, sir. On a tiled ledge above the arch of the gateway, you can see a long line of roosting crows. They appear almost invisible against the jet black stonework of the parapet. Alright, I use animal control to get the birds to shit on the guards to cause a distraction to let me get through. Boom. Let's go. After watching the guards for several minutes, you are sure that they are all alert and observant. It would be difficult to get past these men without their knowledge. If you are to gain entry to this city by this route, first you will have to create a diversion to draw away these vigilant guards. Finally, I can use elementalism. Yeah. Let's elementalism some shit. There we go. While observing the soldier who is seated in the alcove to the right of the city gate, your keen eyes notice that beneath his bench there rests a small pot of ink, a feathered quill pen, and a large leather-bound book for the recording of tolls and charges. Using your power of elementalism, you focus on the quill pen and cause its feathers to ignite spontaneously. Finally! Finally, it's been fucking 3 books I've been trying to use elementalism to cause something to light on fire, and I finally get to burn some shit with elementalism. That's why I took the damn ability. 2.5 books. 2.5 books, I finally get to light something on fire. God. What does it take to get to light some shit on fire? I should be doing this multiple times per book. Cause its feathers to ignite spontaneously. Within a matter of seconds, the flames spread to the vellum pages of the book and to the hem of the soldier's woolen cloak. With a scream of shocked surprise, the guard leaps to his feet and fumbles to unfasten the clasp of his burning cloak. As the other guards desert their posts and rush to his aid, you motion to Prince Carvis to follow your lead. Swiftly, you climb out of the ditch and hurry towards the now unguarded entrance. Sato, what was the point of highlighting the birds if you aren't even going to use them to enter the city? I don't know. Just to, you know, because. Just because. Alright. Random number time. I do not have Grand Hunt Mastery, so... Oh, I got a 1. I'm rolling terrible in this book. I am not rolling well in this book. You hurry past the gate guards and through the open archway into a flag-stoned concourse. You're about to enter a seemingly empty avenue which bisects the city's rest quarter, when an armed soldier suddenly appears from out of a darkened doorway. He raises his spear and commands you to halt. Obey his command, or ignore his order, attempt to escape by running away. No, fuck it. I ain't going back. Fuck obeying his command. We're running. Maybe this will be Deaver's thing for this book, drawing attention to animal defecation for no reason whatsoever. Well, yeah, I mean, it's immersive. I'm so immersed in the world now. Like, man, this world even has bird shit. It's so real. It's so vibrant. That's what makes it dark fantasy. In before Moonur. Nice, Nox. Alright. I'm gonna attempt to escape by running away. Fuck this guy. Halt! 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 All the guards in Daggerfall coming at you after you break into somebody's house and murder them and take their stuff. Because that's what you do, right? Pigeon poop used by the city's Department of Public Works. Yeah, Lone Wolf would have had the option to pull out the man's spine and beat him to death with it. You grab the soldier's spear, barge him aside, and then take off along the avenue at a run with Prince Carvis close on your heels. The soldier staggers to his feet and attempts to give chase, but he soon loses you both in the darkness and is forced to give up his pursuit. You hurry through the city, past grimy two-story houses of hardwood that are silent behind their bolts and shutters. The wide thoroughfare leads to a stone bridge that traverses the River Tedda, and then continues into the heart of the East Quarter. Here, you almost collide with a patrol of armed guards which is marching towards the river, and you are forced to take cover in a timber yard to avoid being seen. You observe the 10-strong patrol as it marches past. These men are clad in black quilted tunics and wide silk leggings, and they are armed with curved swords and hand axes. All are almond-eyed, and they have shiny black hair tied in a knot at the nape of their necks. Almond-eyed, huh? I prefer my guards cashew-eyed, personally. Maybe Brazil nut-eyed. Their leader, a stocky, bull-necked sergeant, wears the emblem of Sejanaz, emblazoned upon a scarlet armband. Patiently, you wait for them to reach the bridge. Yet, as they do so, another patrol comes tramping along the avenue from the opposite direction. The east quarter of Bassa is a busy place, even at this late hour. Rather than risk being seen and captured, you decide to remain hidden in the timber yard and attempt to catch a few hours' sleep before dawn. Yeah, if I had $1 for every time I slept in a timber yard, I would have $0, because I never slept in a timber yard. That'd be weird. I must now eat a meal. Okay. Grand Hunt Mastery. What am I hunting exactly in the timber yard? No, alright, I'll eat a meal. That's fine, I have plenty of meals. You are woken at daybreak by the rattling sound of heavy chains and the mechanical thumping and buzzing of a steam-driven sawmill. The fearful noise is almost deafening, yet it fails to awaken Carvis, who is sleeping deeply after yesterday's tiring trek. You let him sleep on for another hour before you are forced to awaken him. A trio of rugged timber workers have arrived in an ox-drawn wagon to collect logs for transportation to the river barges. Unfortunately, they have decided to take the logs behind which you are hiding. As they busy themselves fixing hooks and chains, you and Carvis slip aboard their wagon and cover yourselves with a tarpaulin. Once the loading is complete, the men take their seats at the front of the wagon and set off for the river. You've slept on a log before? Was it a very large log? Must have been. Brian Williams was very proud of his barge illustration. Yeah, let's keep using this barge illustration. Through a rent in the oily canvas sheet, you watch the drab houses and streets of Bassa filing past. The wagon slows as it approaches the city's main bridge, And then it comes to an unexpected halt. A black-clad guardsman appears, and you hear him say to the driver that he wants to inspect his cargo. The driver argues with the guard, insisting that he be allowed to continue on his way. Fearing that you may be detected if the guard prevails, you and Carvis slip away from the wagon and hurry into the ruins of a warehouse close by. From the cover of this derelict warehouse, you watch the soldiers and citizens of Bassa going about their daily business. Only 20 days remain before Harvestmas, and as the hours tick by, you become uncomfortably aware that time is running out. With 1,200 miles yet to cover, you know that the success or failure of your mission now hinges on your being able to find some sturdy horses. Throughout the long day, you observe the traffic of people who are using the surrounding streets, yet rarely do you see any on horseback. Let's just go to the fucking stables where we have a key to. On the north side of the warehouse, there stands a domed building with an adjoining bell tower. As dusk approaches, you propose to Carvis that you should try to reach the top of this tower, because there's going to be horses up there. Using your keen sight, you will get a better view of the city from there, and with luck, you may be able to locate the nearest stables. The prince agrees to your plan. He will remain here in the warehouse while you attempt to gain access to the bell tower. Night is closing, and as you wait for the streets to empty, you study the building opposite. So we just wasted an entire day here, fucking around. We wasted an entire day. This is unacceptable. As you wait for the streets to empty, you study the building opposite and determine two ways by which you may enter its tower. By a side door at street level, or by an open window in the second story of the tower. Open window. Always go in a window if you can. Open window for days. You are getting ready to leave the derelict warehouse when the tower bell starts to toll. Minutes later, a long line of black-clad figures, mostly soldiers, comes filing along the street towards the building. Two great doors swing open to receive this procession, and you catch a glimpse of the building's cavernous interior. It is richly appointed with tapestries and golden ornaments. Yet, despite its beautifully crafted opulence, you feel nothing but a sense of revulsion. Your Kai's sixth sense informs you that this place is a temple wholly devoted to the worship of an evil deity. Wow, evil god temple, huh? As soon as the procession has entered, the doors are closed and the bell ceases to toll. Shaken but undeterred by what you have witnessed, you leave the warehouse and hurry across the street towards the base of the tower. Oh, good. Kai Alchemy rearing its ugly head. No, I don't have it, and I'm never gonna have it. Fire Snake is super bigoted. How is he bigoted? Just because they don't worship your god doesn't make them evil. No, the fact that they're evil makes them evil. The tower wall is constructed from smooth blocks of lemon yellow stone, perfectly fitted in unmortared joints. You commence your climb towards the open window with confidence in your natural agility, but you soon discover that the smooth wall offers very few places for your fingers and toes to find purchase. Random number plus if you have Grand Hunt Mastery. Alright, so I'm adding nothing and subtracting nothing. I got a 6, not bad. I finally rolled something decent. The smooth surface of the tower wall proves to be a minor obstruction to someone of your ability, and you ascend effortlessly like a spider towards the second-story window. On reaching the window, you pull yourself through the open frame and drop down onto the steps of a stone stairway beyond. This circular staircase leads to the top of the tower, which commands a magnificent view of the city. Aided by your night vision, you are able to locate stables less than a mile to the north of the tower. You commit their location to memory, and then hurriedly you descend the stairs and return to the window. Once more, you use your climbing skills, this time to make a speedy descent to the street below.
Prince Carvis is delighted to hear that there are stables in the city, and he insists that you set off for them at once. He is leading the way out of the warehouse ruins when suddenly the tower bell begins to toll once more. Moments later, the temple doors swing open and the procession of black-clad figures file out into the street. Instinctively, you take hold of Carvis by the arm and pull him back into the ruins to avoid being seen by the emerging soldiers. As they pass by, you peer around the edge of the crumbling warehouse doorway to watch them. A strange feeling of unease makes the skin on the back of your neck prickle, and immediately you sense that all is not what it seems. When you magnify your vision to take a closer look at the passing figures, you gasp with shock at what you see. And before Helgasts. The Bacasian soldiers have undergone a dramatic transformation. Before they entered the temple, their skin had the yellowy hue of tallow and their hair was silky black. Now their faces and hands are ghostly white, their hair has turned steely gray, and the pupils of their red-rimmed eyes have changed to a pale, translucent amber. The sight of their gaunt faces chills your heart. They look more like animated corpses than living men. Are they some kind of vampires? The procession leaves the temple at a funereal pace. At the rear of the column, you can see 4 Bacasians carrying a platform on their shoulders on which rests an elaborate shrine. It is fashioned from gold and jewels and has been crafted into the likeness of a tiger's head. 2 huge ivory fangs protrude from its jaw, and its jeweled eyes glow with a flickering scarlet fire. Wow, that sounds impressive. They clearly just saw Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. A wooden platform on their shoulders? What? Oh no! No, Fire Snake does not share Lone Wolf's fears. You notice that the tiger-like shrine resembles the emblem of Sejanaz, which is embroidered upon the sleeves of the shoulders of the soldiers' padded black tunics. As the platform bearers draw level with the warehouse doorway, the head of the tiger shrine slowly rotates in your direction, and 2 pencil-thin beams of red light shoot from its eyes. It has laser eyes? Oh shit. You duck back behind the doorway, but you know that it is too late. The shrine has detected your presence, and it is alerting the cadaverous soldiers to your hiding place. Your 6th sense informs you that it is the goodly aura of your Kai weapon that has activated the shrine and betrayed your position. Well, shit. Thanks, Frap Soleil. What are these guys carrying? These are like some kind of guns? Oh wait, they have things on their back. They're flamethrowers? Fuck my life. Those, apparently. When you hear one of the platform bearers shouting an order, you tell Carvis to get ready to run. You chance a glance around the doorway and your worst fears are confirmed. Here we go, worst fears, worst fears. Yeah, this is like a fucking William Blake poem just coming to life around us. Worst fears, are you ready? When you see 3 Bacasians advancing swiftly towards the warehouse. 3 men advancing swiftly is my worst fear. We've now identified Fire Snake's worst fear. 3 men advancing swiftly. They are carrying what appear to be hollow, stubby spears that are connected by metallic piping to cylindrical backpacks. Yeah, we know they're flamethrowers. Don't act like we don't know. One of the advancing soldiers sees you, and a puff of bubbling steam gushes from the tip of his spear. In the next instant, a solid projectile smashes through the warehouse wall, leaving a ragged hole in the brickwork less than a hand's breadth from your head. So they're not flamethrowers. They're like fucking pneumatic guns or something. Or steam-powered guns or something. Is it specific to them advancing towards warehouses? No, I don't think it's that specific.
I don't think it's that specific. If they're advancing swiftly to a pink berry, would that be okay? You and Carvis scramble across the rubble-strewn floor towards an open portal on the far side of the derelict warehouse. As you reach this exit, you hear the hiss and thump of another projectile being launched at your fleeing backs. Random number. I don't have Hunt Mastery or a Semblance, but my thing is 20 or higher, so I get to add 1. That's probably instant death right there. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Roll high, roll high, roll high, roll high. 5! Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. You are leaving through the portal when the missile strikes Carvis a glancing blow on his left shoulder and sends him tumbling past you into an alleyway outside the warehouse. You rush to his side and hurriedly you staunch the flow of blood from his injured shoulder by the use of your Magna Chi discipline of curing. Use of this skill to aid the prince costs you 2 and... Oh, this is some bullshit. With the Bacasians close on your heels, you help the prince to his feet and support him as you make a hurried escape along the dark alleyway towards an adjoining torchlit street. When you reach the end of the passageway, you stop for a few moments to recover and take stock of your perilous situation. Your pursuers have entered the alleyway behind you, and you can hear them running towards the street. You see another alley, sandwiched between 2 tall buildings on the opposite side, and you tell Carvis to follow as you hurry towards it. You are halfway across the street when suddenly a second group of Bacasians appears. They have circled around the warehouse in an attempt to cut off your escape. Moments later, the 4 shrine bearers arrive with their tiger head idol still hoisted upon their shoulders. Your sixth sense tells you that this idol is helping them to follow your trail. If you are to make a successful escape from these ghoulish soldiers, you must do something to disrupt the idol's power. So that idol's pretty intense looking. Laser shooting ruby eyes, giant fangs, getting carried around on a platform by 4 dudes. Kai Alchemy, no. Magic, no. Elementalism, yes. Bow, yes. Do I want to elementalism this shit or bow this shit? Well, I do have Grand Weapon Mastery with bow now, so I get fat bonuses. Did you really need Sixth Sense to tell the... Yeah, pretty much just logic would have told you that, knowing that it detected you in the first place. Alright, I'm going to use the bow. Fuck elementalism this time. I'm going to use the bow. You draw an arrow to your bow and let it fly towards the nearest shrine bearer. The shaft buries itself in his chest, and the force of its impact knocks him to the ground. As he releases his grip of the platform, it tilts over and the tiger head idol tumbles from its wooden base. It hits the ground with a mighty crash, breaks in 2, and releases a whirling cone of red flame from its hollow core that engulfs the remaining bearers. Wow, that bow was fucking super effective. In the blink of an eye, the 3 men are transformed into smoldering heaps of ash. I just killed 4 dudes with 1 arrow. That was solid. That was fucking solid right there. Brian Williams also really likes his tiger idol illustration a lot. Yeah. Cries of fear and outrage echo along the street as the Bacasian soldiers witness the deaths of their comrades and the destruction of their unholy symbol. Before they can gather themselves and give chase, you and Carvis rush across the street and make a hasty escape along the dark alleyway beyond. See, I'm not just bigoted against their religion, I'm like a straight-up iconoclast in here. I destroyed the actual idol of their religion. I take it to the next level. I take it to the next level. Did they think we forgot what it looked like since the last page? Well, I mean, they had the illustration. Why not use it again? Why not? Alright, so we'll move on. The bow thing worked out really well. Word of the shrine's destruction spreads quickly. Within minutes of your escape, the sleeping city is rudely awakened by a cacophony of alarm bells and discordant horns. Search parties are mustered, and soon the major avenues of the city echo to a new sound. The tramp of vengeful patrols dispatched to track you down. Yeah, they must be mad now that I did that. Really mad. By using your advanced Kai tracking skills and taking care to avoid the main thoroughfares, at length you were able to reach the stables that you saw from the top of the temple bell tower. From the cover of a cart parked across a square from its double-gated entrance, you observe the building and the passing patrols and wait patiently for the commotion to die down. The stables are surrounded by a high brick wall topped by a row of foot-long spikes embedded in mortar. A sign hangs above the main entrance that reads, Teda Stables. The tolling bells have roused the stable guards, and this entrance is now heavily guarded, as are 3 smaller entrances set at intervals along its perimeter wall. Only one door has no armed guard posted before it, but when you magnify your vision, you quickly see why this is so. It is secured by 3 steel bolts and a heavy iron lock, but I got the key. Yeah, I do. If I hadn't been larcenous with the horse's saddlebags, I wouldn't have the key. Crime pays, motherfuckers. Crime pays. Alright. Also, you notice it's been a very long time in this book with no combat. Very long time. I'm 2.5 hours into this. No combats yet. I have a feeling that's about to change. Alright, Teda key, go. You take the key from your tunic pocket and read the inscription on its shank. Again, I don't need to read the inscription again. I remember what it says. This key is the property of the Teda stables. With luck, this scrap of iron will net us 2 horses. What? What just happened right there, Josiah? Nothing, shut up. You say, clasping it tightly. Carvis smiles and gets ready to move from behind the cart, but you tell him to stay here and wait for your signal. Better I should go it alone, my lord, you say. It will have the risk of being seen by the guards at the main gate. Wait here for my signal and be ready to act quickly when you see it. Yeah. The prince nods his agreement, and he wishes you good luck before you go. I can just imagine the prince looking at me like, what? Teda was the name of the river. They mentioned the river Teda. So I don't know if... You wonder if he gives talks? Teda talks? Teda talks? Prince nods his agreement. Alright. Aided by your Magnikai discipline of invisibility, you leave the cart and scurry across the square to the unguarded stable's door. When you are sure that you have not been seen, you pull back the bolts and insert the key into the lock. With a prayer to Ishir on your lips that this is the correct key, you turn it in the keyhole. Your prayer is answered. The key unlocks the door. You push open the heavy portal and hurry through it into a courtyard beyond. Teda Ted? The courtyard is bounded on 3 sides by paddocks, tack rooms, and an equestrian training park. Kind of like a dog park, but for horses. There are only 2 guards on duty here inside the compound, the others having been called upon to assist the patrols that are out searching the city. They are both asleep at their posts, and you have no difficulty tiptoeing past them and entering the paddocks where the horses are stabled. You search the stalls and soon discover 2 black Benarian stallions of magnificent quality and breeding. They will make ideal mounts for you and Prince Carvis. These intelligent animals respond readily to your Magnikai discipline of animal control, and they remain calm and composed as you hurriedly fix their saddles and bridles. As you are leading them out into the courtyard, you stop to unbuckle a sword belt from the belly of a sleeping guard. Prince Carvis is unarmed, and you are sure he will appreciate this weapon more than its present owner. That's pretty risky, I would think. Taking somebody's belt off without waking them up. That's hard. I mean, that would be that would be really difficult to pull off, I'm just saying. Seems like a big risk. I already have an extra sword, I could have just given it to him. You lead the horses across the courtyard, and as you approach the stable's main doors, you mount one of them and fix the reins of the other to your stirrup. Then you kick open one of the double doors and urge your horse forward at the gallop. The guards outside are taken completely by surprise. As they fumble to unsheathe their swords, you race across the square and wave to Carvis, who is waiting patiently for your signal. The prince leaps up from behind the cart and comes running towards the spare horse. He is getting ready to leap for its saddle when a gruff cry alerts you to danger. A patrol has entered the square, and their officer is commanding his sergeant to fire at you with his bow. Kaiser! I don't have it. Z's are coming. They're invading the East Coast, starting with Rhode Island. What? Alright, I don't possess this discipline. I don't. Hurriedly, the archer takes aim at Carvis and releases his straining bowstring. The arrow whistles through the air, yet the trajectory is too high for the missile to hit the prince. It arcs over him, and you gasp aloud when suddenly you see the arrow is falling towards your chest. Random number 7. Got a 7. He's saying he's tired. That happens. People do get tired. They do. I get tired sometimes. You tug on the reins and swivel in the saddle to avoid the onrushing shaft. Your speedy reactions save you from being struck in the body, yet the arrow tears a strip of skin and muscle from your shoulder before it shatters into the ground. Lose 3 and... I'm really getting whittled down here in this book. A little bit of damage at a time. Kind of kicking my ass. Carvis leaps onto his horse and you toss him the reins. With a cry of elation, you wheel your stallion about and spur him towards an avenue on the west side of the square. You and the prince gallop side by side along this broad thoroughfare as fast as your horses will carry you, trampling any Bacasian who is foolish enough to stand in your way. The road leads directly to the city's east gate, where a bell is tolling loudly. A crowd of militiamen have gathered at the gate, summoned from their beds by the alarm, but they are without their officer, and in the chaos and confusion they have forgotten to close the gate. Wow, those are some terrible fucking guards. They scatter in all directions as you thunder along the avenue towards them, and you are able to escape through the open archway without challenge. Whooping with excitement, whoop, there it is, whoop, there it is, whoop, there it is, whoop, there it is. Whooping with excitement, probably not like that. You race away from Bassa along a dusty trail that heads towards the foothills of the Damardon Mountains. You glance to your side and see Prince Carvis punch the air victoriously. Clearly, he is as excited by this daring escape as you are, for there is a grin fixed to his sweat-streaked face that stretches from ear to ear. Welcome back, Boss Pie. Your strong Benarian stallions carry you swiftly into the foothills, and never once do they falter in their stride, nor slacken their impressive pace. Only when you can no longer see the lights of Bassa do you let them slow to a canter. For more than an hour you travel the trail as it meanders through pine-covered hills and shallow valleys. The night sky is clear and the way ahead is illuminated by bright starlight. When you come to a shallow ford across a fast-flowing stream, you stop here a while to let your horses drink their fill. And I must now eat a meal. I got 2 left. Got 2 left. Continuing. While the horses are drinking, you laugh with Carvis when you recall the startled faces of the militiamen as you galloped through their dithering ranks at Bacassa's east gate, and you take the opportunity to give him the sword and belt that you took from the sleeping guard at the Teda stables. He smiles as he buckles it on his hip, and then he unsheathes the blade to gauge its weight and balance. "Not the best steel I've ever handled," he muses, "but better than no steel at all. I'm indebted to you, Grandmaster." Note 16. The reason that the prince is unarmed remains unexplained. He's armed in Section 170, and no explicit statement since then explains why he has lost or forsaken his short sword. That's a good point. He did have a weapon, and he had a crossbow. And now suddenly he's just got nothing? I don't know. I guess he had his weapons off when we were on the ship, and when the ship crashed, he lost his weapons then. That's what we're going with. It is an hour past midnight, and the passing of another day rekindles thoughts of the road ahead. With only 19 days to Harvestmas, the city of Soroa still seems a very long way away. But you draw some comfort from the fact that you now have 2 fine stallions. And what are we feeding these stallions, by the way? We don't have any fucking stallion food. I'm just saying. They are sure to make the long road seem far shorter. You are admiring them when suddenly they stop drinking and become agitated. You scan the surrounding trees, yet you detect nothing untoward. Then you hear the sound of approaching hoofbeats and you curse yourself for being complacent. He had to go through a sphere and leave his weapons behind? Yeah, there you go. I should have known that they would not let us get away with 2 horses as fine as these, you say, as hurriedly you and Carvis climb back into the saddle. You urge your horses across the ford, and as you take to the trail beyond, you look over your shoulder to see half a dozen armed Bacasians come galloping along the trail towards the stream. They are led by a warrior who is sheathed from head to toe in shiny black armor, and he holds a metal staff raised in his gauntleted hand. Okay, that guy sounds like a serious business. Wow, Deaver wants us to know these are some fine-ass horses. I know, right? These are some really fine horses. Man, these horses are great. Beyond the stream, the trail narrows as it ascends into the forested hills. As you reach the crest of the ridge, riding on your fine horse, you glance back to see that your pursuers are gaining on you, despite the fineness of your horses. The leader Oh, we've reached the cover art! Guys, we've reached the cover art! Cover art time! Cover art time! Cover art time! We got the cover art. There we are on our horses with the goat prince. That's the goat prince. And there's the guy with the armor and the staff aiming it at us as we ride away on our fine horses. Cover art time. Man, those are some fine fucking horses with whack-ass legs. Okay. Cover art time. Boom. The leader aims his staff and a ball of flame hurtles from its tip to come streaking between you and the prince. This fiery missile fails to strike its target, but the heat and noise of its passing startles Carvis's horse, which is very fine. They gave it a lick. Would it taste just like raisin? What? The prince controls his mount with admirable skill, yet in so doing he loses speed and is soon left trailing over 100 yards behind. That's really far behind. You wave to him, urging him frantically to catch up, and he signals to you to ride on. When you turn to look at the trail ahead, you are shocked to see that it is now blocked by a burning tree. The fiery missile has struck and felled a pine and ignited its inflammable sap. As you gallop towards this blazing trunk, your heart sinks when you see that it blocks the narrow trail. There is no clear way around it. I think it's time to stop and stand and bang. Otherwise, the prince is just gonna get taken, and that defeats the whole purpose of the whole fucking mission. I'm not about to click on that link right now. So we're gonna rein in our horse and turn to face our pursuers, even though it's probably a bad idea. I feel like it's time. It's time. You wheel your horse about and tug your Kai weapon from its scabbard. Carvis catches up with you, and he brings his stallion around to stand by your side. The pursuing Bacasians have slowed to a halt less than 100 feet back along the trail. And their leader is shouting and shaking his fist at you triumphantly. You hear his coarse laughter, and you watch with mounting dread as his staff grows in length. Whoa. I don't want to watch this dude's staff grow in length. And tapers to a point at one end. In a matter of seconds, it is no longer a staff. It has become a heavy jousting lance. Is that what we're calling it? I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. The armor-clad leader bellows a challenge, demanding that you face him in personal combat. That's better than having to fight all of them. With your only route of escape cut off by the burning tree, you accept his challenge. You raise your weapon and shout your battle cry. For Summerland and the Kai! What the hell is happening right now? You have to stop that. Okay. As you spur your horse towards your cackling foe. Here he is. This is a pretty cool illustration. I'm pointing my sword at him. He's pointing his extended lance at me. Okay. Alright, we can do this. Zaka, the warrior mage. Oh, I'm not too concerned. This guy's got kind of low combat skill. You will only be able to fight one round of combat before the momentum of your charge carries you past your enemy. If the Kai weapon you wield is Valiance, you may apply the bonus gain due to its unique... Oh, and it's nighttime, so I don't get my, I don't get my bonus. Alright. So, no modifications to the combat skill. Here we go. 47 versus 42. He's got 36 endurance. Here we go. First round of combat, or the only round of combat. Here we go. 22-36. Oh yeah, he lost 6 motherfucking teen, and I lost nunsies. Yep. Lance doesn't have much girth, though. Yeah, that's what's really important. Alright, so... he lost 16, I lost none. Thanks for playing, asshole. Enemy sustains a higher endurance points lost than I do. Yep. Your blow unsaddles your enemy and sends him crashing into the trees that border the trail. His followers curse you, and they raise their swords and maces in readiness to strike as you come towards their line. But you do not give them this opportunity. Hurriedly, you rein your horse about and gallop back along the trail towards Carvis. In this distance, you can see that the tree is burning less fiercely now. On approaching the prince, you call for him to follow as you race along the trail towards the flaming pine. Why? Why am I doing that? Why am I not finishing dude off? Lone Wolf would have hopped off his horse and fucking run that asshole through while he was still flailing around on the ground. And then he would have looked at the other motherfuckers and been like, you want some? Oh my god, Fire Snake is such a coward. Now they're just going to keep chasing us. We're going to exhaust our horses by having this high-speed chase, and our horses are going to be fucking useless. What is this dumb shit we're doing right now? I didn't even get hurt there. Stand and bang. Because there's 8 guys. Yeah, but we were challenged to single combat by their leader, so all we have to do theoretically is beat the leader. And then the others will be like, alright, bye. Or if not, if all those 8 guys are like weaker than him, then I'm not too concerned. Lone Wolf wouldn't have even used a horse. He would have just lifted the guy and his horse over his head and thrown them at the rest of those guys. Are we gonna start telling Lone Wolf stories as though he's Chuck Norris now? Lone Wolf is the Chuck Norris of Lone Wolf world. Alright, here we go. Bravely, your horse... Yeah, well, at least my horse is brave. Bravely, your horse makes a tremendous leap across the tree to land sure-footedly on the trail beyond. As you bring him to a halt, you pat his neck in praise for his courageous action. Moments later, you see Carvis come leaping over the trunk, and you cheer his masterful display of horsemanship. With a wave of your Kai weapon, you beckon him to follow as you make good your escape into the foothills of the Damardon Mountains. Man, we got some fine-ass horses. You follow this ancient trail for more than an hour as it ascends, by tortuous twist and turn, towards the forbidding granite peaks of the Damardon Mountains. The air is now much cooler than when you first entered the foothills, and the starlight that has illuminated your way so far is fading fast. Your Magnakai pathmanship skills warn you that the time has come to seek shelter, for you sense a storm approaching. You reach a plateau strewn with boulders where a smaller track branches away from the main trail. It leads to a large stone hut that stands perched upon a spur of granite. Further along the trail, you can see a ledge of rock that overhangs a narrow gully. We're definitely seeking shelter in the stone hut. That rocky ledge is going to lead to nothing but problems. Nothing but problems. I've been burned by rocky ledges before. Shelter in the stone hut, go. You are pleased to discover that the stone hut is both empty and large enough to accommodate you and your horses with ease. Its ancient granite blocks keep out the chill mountain wind, and its slate-tiled roof is in remarkably good condition. Once you have tended to your horses and settled them for the night, you and Carvis try to make yourselves comfortable on the flagstone floor so that you can get a few hours' sleep before daybreak. You are laying your cloak down on the ground when you discover an iron ring set into one of the flagstones. Closer inspection reveals the stone to be a hinged trapdoor, and when you pull it open, you discover a flight of steps leading down to a subterranean chamber. Positioned in the center of this sunken chamber is a solid block of marble. A symbol has been carved in its surface, one that you recognize immediately. It is the tiger's head emblem of Sejanaz, the autarch of Banar. Yeah, we keep hearing about this guy. He sounds like a douche. Cautiously, you descend the steps and approach the block. Your Magnakai discipline of divination makes you sensitive to an aura of evil that lingers in this chamber, and your Magnakai pathmanship skills alert you to a concealed panel, which is located at the center of the carved symbol. Oh, it's a terrible idea to open this concealed panel. A terrible idea. I'm doing it. Of course I'm doing it. Why do I need rope, Boss Pie? Concealed panel. Boom. You draw your Kai weapon and touch the surface of the emblem with its gleaming blade. Instantly, the concealed panel slides away to reveal a recess which contains a dagger crudely carved from a strange scarlet-veined stone. That sounds cool. Its rough-hewn blade is stained with dried blood, and your stomach churns when your sixth sense detects that it has been used for human sacrifices. Yeah, that was pretty obvious. Stone dagger, action chart, special item. Taking it. Taking it. Taking it. Needed more checking for traps on the tiger panel. I know, right? That was pretty foolish. Got a stone dagger, though. That's all that matters. And I've eaten a fuckload of meals in this book. You climb out of the chamber and slam the trapdoor shut. Then, using your Kai weapon, you cleave the iron ring from the stone so that the trapdoor cannot easily be opened. Carvis is having difficulty staying awake, and you volunteer to sit the first watch so that he can rest. You spend your watch listening to the rain beating on the slate roof, and the desolate sound of the wind whistling through the mountains. When Carvis takes over, you pull your warm cloak close around your shoulders and settle down on the floor to sleep. Carvis wakes you shortly after daybreak. You have slept for only 3 hours, yet you open your eyes feeling refreshed and alert. Finally, I get some healing. Thank you. 3 endurance points. I'll take it. Before you leave the hut and resume your journey along the trail, you must eat a meal. Alright, I'll eat another meal. Man, I've eaten a lot of meals in this book. That's like the 4th meal I've eaten in this book. Maybe even the 5th. The morning sky is filled with brooding clouds, and the surrounding granite peaks appear hostile and unforgiving. But you draw some comfort from the fact that the rain has ceased and you are able to ride this ancient mountain trail with little difficulty. It is nearing midday when you catch your first glimpse of the wastelands that lie to the east, far beyond the Damardon Range. These are the Doomlands of Naros, and your heart fills with dread when you recall something of what you learned about this region during your teachings at the Kai Monastery. This vast wasteland of dust and ash was formerly the seat of power of the greatest, most evil being who ever ruled Magnamund, Agarash the Damned. At its center, there once stood his mighty fortress city of Naros. Now, all that remains is a titanic chasm of molten lava and heat-fueled rock. Heat-fused rock, rather. He rolled a 6. Not only do you not detect any traps, but you remove your armor and clothing and begin licking the panel. Also known as pulling a Cydo. 10 millennia ago, the gods Ishir and Kai sent forth the magical Elder Magi to challenge the rule of Agarash, and they undertook a daring assault upon Naros and its fell inhabitants. The Agarashi, the creatures of darkness. This attack precipitated a war which lasted 1,000 years and culminated in the destruction of Agarash and his accursed empire. Okay, 1,000 years is a really long time for a war to go on. How did the economies of these places support a 1,000-year war? I'm just saying. Once there were many cities and fortresses in the Doomlands. Now there are none. As you continue along the trail, you pass several waystones that are set into the ground at regular intervals. They are not ancient stones, for they each bear the symbol of Sejanaz, and your Kai senses detect that these carvings are no more than a decade old. Carvus suspects that Sejanaz has had them placed here as a form of homage to the memory of Agarash. Throughout southern Magnamund, it is rumored that the spirit of Agarash lives on, imprisoned within the molten ruins of Naros. Alright, well, let's stay way the fuck away from there. How about that? Grand Passmanship. No, I don't have that. I don't have that. Let's go to the loser section. I don't have it, yo. It is early in the afternoon when you see the ruins of an ancient fortress. They lie less than a mile from the trail, on a plateau of rock at the base of a shallow ravine. As you descend the trail and draw closer to the ruins, you hear a distant rumble of thunder. Within minutes it has begun to rain, and soon you find yourself caught in a torrential downpour. Your Magna Chi passmanship skills warn you that heavy rain in these barren mountains brings with it the danger of a sudden flash flood. The sheeting rain is making it impossible to see the trail ahead. Rather than continue and risk flood or fall, you leave the trail to seek shelter in the ruined fortress. Alright, well, I'm sure this will turn out okay. Well, Vashna was the greatest of the Dark Lords, but Agarash and the Agarashi predate the Dark Lords. They're from the really, really ancient time. Even before the Moonstone and stuff. Before the Dark Lords even existed yet. So after Agarash was already long gone, then the Dark Lords came around, and that's when Vashna was the greatest champion of Nar. Alright. Seek shelter in the ruined fortress. Let's roll. You know, because he couldn't. Agarash was too far gone. It's complicated. I got an 8. I got an 8. I can live with an 8. Seems like Nara's got some planning issues. On reaching the fortress ruins, you dismount and lead your horses through its rubble-strewn main gate. Within its crumbling walls there stands a keep, a cylindrical structure of time-worn masonry. The upper parts have collapsed, leaving huge chunks of broken stone heaped around its base. Where once stood a gate of gleaming bronze, now only a blackened hole remains. It provides access to the inner hall, and hurriedly you enter to escape from the torrential rain. Engravings in the ceiling and walls of this derelict hall tell you that this fortress was once occupied by the Elder Magi. Both you and Carvus are fascinated by the intricate carvings, and you decide to split up and explore this hall further. In an alcove at its north side, you discover a shrine dedicated to the god Kai. Clumps of wild lomspur are growing around its base, and you find that there is enough here for 3 potions. Wow! Got the hookup. Alright, so 3 potions of lomspur is good. You know, I have Magi magic, and I never get to use it. Have you noticed? Kai Alchemy comes up all the time. Magi magic? Almost never. Almost never Magi magic. What the fuck? Elder Magi's magic is crap, apparently. Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I'm taking all 3 of them then. I'm gonna have 7 of these bad boys. 7 of these bad boys. So this is what Kai looks like, apparently. This is the Shrine of Kai. Who the fuck? Who is this guy? Well, hold on. If this is supposed to be the god Kai, who the fuck is on his necklace? On his amulet? Is that Lone Wolf? No, this long predates Lone Wolf, so I don't know who that would have been, but that's hilarious. That Kai's got a giant bling with a fucking picture of a dude. What does it say here? Does it say anything about... No, it just says shrine dedicated to Kai. I want to know who Kai's fucking locket buddy is there. Now I'm very intrigued by this. Dolph Lundgren. Apparently Kai dual-wields short swords. Alright. Sure. You're examining the shrine more closely when suddenly you hear Carvus scream out in alarm. Well, hold on. Nox, you expect astrology to never get used. As soon as you read the description of astrology, you know that shit is garbage. That's almost never going to get used. Right? Like astrology, herbsmanship, you know those aren't going to get used. But Magi magic is supposed to be equivalently useful to Kai alchemy. They're both the same types of magic, with several different spells. I mean, shield, power word, and invisible fist, those sound really useful. And yet, you always get to use fucking Kai alchemy, but hardly ever get to use these. Kai also got some mad... Yeah, eyebrow game, on fleek. For real. Motherfucking, this dude looks like Cara Delevingne. With a beard. Alright, so suddenly you hear Carvus scream out in alarm. The prince's scream came from the south side of the hall. As you run towards it, your heart misses a beat when you see that a large section of the stone flooring has collapsed. I knew this place was going to be nothing but trouble. With trepidation, you reach the edge and look down into a yawning hole. That hole is tired. Prince Carvus is hanging by one hand to an outcrop of jagged rocks some 15 feet below. Over 100 feet below his dangling legs, there rages an underground river, swollen by the flash flood. Wow, so there's... Dude, you could not hold on like that for very long. That guy would fall very quickly. Even if you were like a fucking ace rock climber, you couldn't hold on like that very long. This guy is not an ace rock climber. That's like a couple seconds and then his ass is gonna fall. Nothing I can do about it. Didn't I just get rid of my rope? I did. I used to have a rope. Sorry, bud. Got rid of my rope. Is Kai actually Liam Neeson in Clash of the Titans? If so, I can understand why people would follow him. I don't know. I would follow Liam Neeson. Maybe that's who's on Kai's thing. Maybe that's supposed to be Liam Neeson. That guy's got a little bit of a smug grin going on, though. I don't know what's up with that. Hold on, sire! You shout in desperation, as helplessly you watch his bruised fingers slowly losing their grip. Carves did a lot of isometrics. What did you say about the rope? Yeah, you were right, Boss Pie. Oh my god! I actually get to use... I've been carrying ropes around on Lone Wolf and this guy for almost all the books. I've always fucking had a rope, and I never get to use a rope. Finally! The book where I finally get rid of the rope. And now I get to use the fucking rope. And of course, Kai Alchemy makes its appearance as well. Finally, I get to use the rope in the one time when I got rid of the rope. This is some bullshit. God damn it, Deaver. Turning the medallion around, you see Kadak was here. No, I don't have a rope or Kai Alchemy. I guess the prince dies and my mission fails. Oh, he'll be fine. He'll be fine. There's a river down there. Oh, he's just gonna go for a swim. You unbuckle your tunic. Wait, but I have a blanket. I could use a blanket as a rope. Ish. If he dies, you'll leave. You unbuckle your tunic belt and lie flat on your stomach, with your arms dangling over the edge of the hole. You extend your right hand as far as you are able, offering the end of your belt to the prince, but he is just out of reach, and he is unable to grab it with his free hand. Noxmu says, Deaver, fine, you use bardsmanship. You sing, now I'm free, free falling, as he crashes to the river below. That's a good song, Tom Petty. Actually got to use ropes a lot as Lone Wolf. I don't remember. Yeah, every once in a while I suppose it would modify a check, but it didn't seem like you got to use it very often. You extend your right hand as far as you are able, offering the end of your belt to the prince, but he is just out of reach, and he is unable to grab it with his free hand. You see his fingers slipping, and you know that this perilous situation calls for drastic action. If you are to save Carvis from falling to his doom, you will have to climb down into the hole and get him. Grand Hunt Mastery again would be really nice to have. Uh-oh, that right there, that's instant fucking death, I guarantee it. Let's not roll a 0, okay? Alright, I'll take a 5. I mean, it was one short of the actual good result, but whatever. Oh, he's got the little crescent of the Magician's Guild of Torin on his wrist. Confident in your natural agility, you descend the rough stone wall until you are able to lower the buckle end of your belt to within reach of the prince's free hand. The instant he grabs the buckle, you assist him to climb back to the surface. Gasping for breath, you drag yourselves over the lip of the cavity and collapse onto the cold stone floor of the hall. Cold stone. Now I want ice cream. When Carvis reaches over to shake you by the hand, you happen by chance to notice that he has a crescent-shaped birthmark. Oh, that's a birthmark? Really? I thought it was a tattoo. On his right wrist. Between gasps of breath, he thanks you earnestly for your timely help. Had you not acted when you did, he feels certain that he would have lost his grip and fallen into the raging river. Yeah, he really would have. One of the rare instances where having a large waistline would be really helpful in an adventure. Yeah. You leech some of your endurance to the prince again. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised. It is only later, when you are re-threading your belt through the loops in your tunic, that you discover you have lost one item from your backpack. It fell out during the rescue and was carried away by the underground river. You may erase any one item of your choice from your list of backpack items. Oh, I lost an item. I don't want to lose any of these items, though. Obviously, I can't lose the blanket. Duh. I'm certainly not going to lose a meal, because it's going to make me eat another meal soon, probably. I don't want to lose any of my potions of Lomspur, but I think I'm going to have to. And I can't lose my flute. I'm a bard. Yeah, at least he lets you choose what gets taken away. Yeah. A lot of times, that's not what happens. I'll lose a potion of Lomspur. Deaver giveth, Deaver taketh away. Buy the blanket. Hell no, not the buy the blanket. I'm going to see how long I can keep that blanket, because I've had difficulty in the past keeping blankets, and especially towels. I only ever had one towel. Man, it'd be nice to get another towel. For 2 frustrating days and nights, the ferocious storm continues unabated. Floods and mudslides render the mountain trail impassable, and you are unable to leave the shelter of the ancient keep until early on the morning of the 3rd day. Okay, so now we're set back 2 more days? There's no fucking way we're gonna get there in time. Unless we find a flying ship or a portal or some shit. Anxious to make up for lost time, you depart as soon as the rains cease. A further 2 days are spent riding the treacherous trail. It takes you across the northern foothills of the Damerdons to the Lunarlian settlement of Jarok. It is mid-morning, 15 days before Harvestmas, when finally you enter the palisade wall of this sprawling border town. Few of the people you find here are natives. Most are nomadic horsemen from the great Lunarlian plain, who have come to barter and trade their wares at its famous tented market. Wait, is Lunarlia kind of like Mongolia? Are these like Mongols? Because that would be cool. Do they have yurts and shit? Just got done watching season 2 of Marco Polo. It's such a great show. Fucking 100 Eyes is my homie. As you ride through the bustling marketplace, you pause for a few moments to observe a quarrel between a trader and a nomad. The nomad is accusing the trader of selling him some rotten food, and he demands the return of his money. Hey, I can fix his food! I can fix his food! Oh my god, I finally get to use herb mastery. The trader refuses. In desperation, the nomad turns to you and holds out his purchase at arm's length. Stranger, would you say this meat is fit to eat? He pleads, inviting you to inspect an unappetizing haunch of maggoty meat. What show? Marco Polo. It's on Netflix. It's a Netflix original show, so if you don't have Netflix... Well, I'm sure you can torrent it as well, obviously. You can torrent basically any show that's ever existed. It's hella good, though. It's hella good. The show is called Marco Polo, but really it's about the Mongols more than him, honestly. It should just be called The Mongols. Or Kubla Khan. Or 100 Eyes whoops some fucking ass. There's this monk in there. This Chinese, like, kung fu monk guy named 100 Eyes, and he's fucking awesome. If you don't have anything in your 5th slot, then lose your entire backpack because fuck you. There's been a bit of a shake-up in the torrent community in the last couple... Well, I know that torrents, with a Z, that site went down or stopped functioning. I always use torrents too, so I was sad to see it. What else besides that? I mean, not that I would ever. Hold on. I mean, I used it for research purposes, but certainly I've never actually downloaded an illegal copy of a game, movie, or television show or piece of music at any time. Obviously. Oh yeah, and Kick-Ass Torrents too. I researched the fact that torrents existed on there many times. Herb Mastery, let's fix this dude's food. It is plain from the sight and evil smell of the haunch that this meat is rotten to the bone. Yet, by drawing upon your advanced knowledge of herb mastery, you are able to cause a seemingly miraculous change to take place. You pull from your pocket some roots and grasses that you have gathered during your ride to Jarok, and you rub them vigorously into the offending meat. Within a matter of seconds, the meat is transformed into a condition fit for human consumption. Boss Pie, are you like Johnny Law and Order? In before we find out that Boss Pie is a cop in real life. I used to be in this World of Warcraft guild way back in the day when World of Warcraft was still cool. We were a raiding guild, and no less than two, not just one, two of the guys that I raided with in that guild were correctional officers in real life, which I thought was hilarious. They were okay guys, though. They were okay guys. I studied theory of torrents. World of Warcraft was cool once. Yeah, man. When it first came out, that game was awesome. The Nomad looks at the haunch and his jaw drops open in disbelief. The trader, grinning with delight, promptly tells the Nomad to stop complaining and go away. As he does so, the trader steps from behind his stall and approaches you. Impressed by your skills, he offers you the pick of any one item of food that is laid out on his stall. Oh, I get a meal! Sweet! Wait, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, I got a meal. I'll take it. I will take it. Thought it was more tolerated like crack addiction. Well, I mean... No, it was pretty cool. Remember when they had commercials that came out for it with like Mr. T and shit? Didn't they have a commercial for a while that had Chuck Norris on it too? I can't remember. I just remember the Mr. T one. You get a formerly mag... Well, it doesn't say that I removed the maggots, really, so now... I just spiced the maggots up, so now they're delicious. You don't find it... I go back and forth. I go through short phases where I really want to play MMOs, and then I get completely sick of them, and I don't want to play MMOs at all for, like, a long time, many months, and then I go back to playing them for a little bit. But I can't go back to WoW. WoW burned me one too many times. And plus, it just, I don't know, I just got so sick of that game, and especially in its community and the direction that Blizzard was going with it and everything. But I thought it, originally, when it first came out, I loved fucking World of Warcraft. Loved it. Maggot meal in before Mad Max. Yeah, Mad Max would have just eaten those maggots like it weren't no thing. Alright, let's go. The town of Jarok has little to entice you to stay here any longer. The weather has steadily improved since you left the Damardon Mountains, and so you resolve to try to make up for the time that was lost to the storm. You leave the town, and for the next 2 days you ride in a northeasterly direction, across a rich expanse of rolling prairie. The riding is easy, and the fine weather helps you make good progress. By noon of the 3rd day, you have covered nearly 200 miles, and you are feeling in good spirits. The prairie gradually gives way to a region of hilly uplands that lies sandwiched between 2 mountain ranges. Here you happen upon a rutted track that leaves the prairie and winds through the hills through a high pass. There are no signposts on this road, but Carvis is familiar with this region, and he tells you that it leads to an outpost town called Battle Pass. That place sounds pretty hardcore. You are in the land of Lunarlia, and for centuries this realm has been the enemy of Cian, Prince Carvis's homeland. Many wars have been waged between the two kingdoms, and this region has seen countless battles. Carvis pledges to end these wars. When he is crowned King of Cian, he vows that he will seek a lasting peace with the Kingdom of Lunarlia. It is noon, and a warm sun is beating down on the fortified town of Battle Pass as you approach its west gate. Carvis is grateful that he is wearing the clothes of a Somlending journeyman, for the inhabitants of this tough frontier post are notoriously hostile to the Cianese. To your surprise, the guards at the gate pay you scant attention, and you are allowed to enter the town with little more than a cursory glance. You ask Carvis why this is so, and he tells you that riders approaching from the west, the Lunarlian side, are allowed to pass freely. Riders from the east, with the Cianese side, are subjected to far greater scrutiny. Boss Pie says, unless you count RPG Mo, Nox will you more if you wish to know. Well, I appreciate that you rhymed, but I don't know what you're trying to say. Unless you count RPG Mo, Nox will you more if you wish to know. Pretty good stuff. Got some sick rhymes there, Boss Pie. I never tried RuneScape. It never looked good to me. Riders from the east, the Cianese side, are subjected to far greater scrutiny. Beyond the west gate, a broad avenue opens out into a main square that is bordered by a trading post, a barracks, and a tavern. Both you and Carvis are especially thirsty after your ride through the dry, dusty hills, and you are eager to seek out some refreshment. Well, if my backpack wasn't already full, I would go to the trading post in the hopes of finding, like, healing potions or something, but I already have a shitload of them, so I'm gonna go to the tavern and see if I can finally use bardsmanship to do something in the tavern. Let's find out. Or maybe I can get in a bar fight, that'd be fun. After tethering your horses to a rail outside the Stone Fist Tavern, you pause to stretch your travel-weary limbs before entering by a red oak door. The interior is pleasantly cool, yet the air is soured by the smell of sweat and stale beer. A gaily colored parrot is perched in the rafters, squawking tunefully. Below its perch is a circular table where 7 soldiers from the town's garrison sit playing cards. You approach the bar, and the weaselly tavern keeper unhooks 2 pewter tankards from the wall and thuds them down onto the beer-soaked counter. At least he's not like, we don't serve you here. Ale for 2? He inquires, and you nod your assent. As he fills the tankards with frothing beer, he says, "That'll be 8 loon, if you please." The loon is the currency of Lunarlia. 4 loon are equivalent to 1 gold crown, or 10 ren. Prince Carvis has only linen torques, which are not readily accepted beyond the shores of Shiasu. You can pay for the ales either in gold crowns or ren. Alright, so I choose to pay him 2 gold crowns, I guess. The tavern keeper looks at the 2 gold crowns and smiles. "Ah, Northland coinage," he says as he examines them with an appraising eye. "And cast from pure gold, unlike some that pass across this counter. Rarely do I see coinage of this quality." Good quality coins, good quality horses. The tavern keeper is so impressed by the quality of your crowns that he offers you 5 loon for every 1 gold crown you are willing to give him. If you wish to exchange some of your gold crowns for loon on these favorable terms, make the appropriate adjustments to your action chart. Shit, yeah, we will. Shit, yeah, we will. I will give him 6 crowns. And get 30 loon from him. Yeah, that sounds good. 5 for 1, such lunacy! See what you did there. While you are enjoying your ale, you watch the garrison soldiers playing cards at the nearby table. After a few minutes, your magnified discipline of animal control informs you that the parrot, which is perched in the rafters above you, is helping one of the soldiers to win. Ah, the old parrot trick. If I had $1 for every time I won a card game by using a parrot, I would have $0, because I've never done that. Its tuneful squawking is a secret code that tells him when his comrades are bluffing. Mentally, you command the parrot to be silent, and immediately it obeys you, to the bitter regret of the cheating soldier who promptly loses all of his ill-gotten gains. Basically increase your hold of capital by 20%. Yes, but I'm only allowed to carry so much money regardless. Plus, what if you then go to a place where they don't take loons? Like, the very next kingdom that we're going to might not take loons because they're at war with this place and they hate this place. Nobody might take loons. Then all of a sudden you have a whole bunch of useless coins that you can't do anything with. Gotta think about those things. Time used bardsmanship? 0. Goddamn bardsmanship. The worst ability. Well, in fairness, I have used bardsmanship more often than I've used astronomy. Astrology. Which is it? It's got to be astrology. Astronomy wouldn't make any sense. Yeah, it's astrology. So I think astrology is officially the most useless one. Then herb mastery and bardsmanship, probably about tied. Then magi magic. You like your bard? Yeah, your bard is awesome. You got a great bard. You have some terrible spells, but that's obviously not your fault. And as soon as you level up, you can get a new spell and trade out one of your old spells and kind of get some better spells that way. Bardsmanship made the wolf in the cave angry instead of calm. Yeah, that's true. It was like reverse useful. Having finished your ales, you and Carvis leave the tavern and return outside to your horses. That was kind of a dick move. Why did Firesnake feel the need to fucking stop that guy from cheating? Like, it's kind of a dick move. Kind of burned bread on that guy for no reason. Not many Nexus. Yeah, but when Nexus comes up, it tends to be really clutch. Like, if you don't have that Nexus, you get fucked. Actually, assimilance almost never comes up. Almost never. Apparently, Firesnake is Jacques Delors, apparently. Fuck 'em and their law. Let's visit the trading post. Why not? Sounds fun. You push open the limed oak door of the trading post and step into its cool interior. It's nice that they have air conditioning. The owner of the store is fletching an arrow, but he stops the moment he sees you enter. This oily-skinned trader is keen to do business, and he is especially interested in purchasing items for his poorly stocked shelves. He is prepared to offer you the following prices for these particular items. I don't have any of those things. I don't have a single one of those things. I could have gotten a tinderbox from that horse that I stole from, but I didn't. Man, where does one even get that shit? Because I don't have any of that. I have Temujin's ring. Does that count as a silver signet ring? No, I don't think it does. I have a stone dagger. Does that count as a jeweled knife? No, I don't think it does. Telenosis hasn't come up, which is weird because its predecessors, Sixth Sense and Divination, came up all the damn time. It's just descriptive. He didn't say there's anything wrong with being oily skinned. It's just descriptive. Some people have oily skin. There's nothing wrong with it. Cannot judge. Alright, let's examine the items stored on the shelves. You run your eye over the items stored on the dusty shelves and note that their prices are displayed on small scraps of parchment attached to them by twine. Only the following items are worthy of your interest: meals, arrows, rope, lantern, potion of Alather. Ooh, I want one of those. Quarterstaff or bow. The trader will accept gold crowns in payment for any of the above items at the rate of 1 gold crown for 4 loon. He will not accept Ren. Well, I think my backpack's full. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It is full. Which is unfortunate, because I'd like to have some of these things. I don't think I should give up anything that I have. For, I don't think I should give up anything that I have. Fuck it. I'll give up a meal. I'll give up a meal, and I'll buy a potion of Alather. Now, quarterstaffs are useless. No, they're not. A quarterstaff is a fine weapon. There are people that could fucking wreck you with a quarterstaff. I mean, I'm not one of them, but they exist. Well, they're not useless. Well, yeah, because you're always got your Kai weapon, but every other normal weapon is exactly the same. They have, I mean, every weapon, no matter what weapon you're using, if you're using a quarterstaff, a dagger, an axe, they all have the exact same stats, quote-unquote, in that they don't have any stats at all. I could drink a Lomspur and buy an Alather. I guess maybe I'll do that. I'll keep my 2 meals. I'll drink one of these. Yeah, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. He will not accept Ren. Alright, let's leave the trading post. You mean in Lone Wolf? Various disciplines will boost non-wooden weapons, and there are times you can't use two-handed weapons. Really? I remember maybe 1 or 2 times ever where you couldn't use a two-handed weapon. I don't remember anything boosting non-wooden weapons. What are you talking about? Oh, you're right. Some of the extended abilities that you get from ranking up. Yeah, that's true. So quarterstaff is the worst weapon, yeah. You're probably right. There's never been like a time when having a quarterstaff was like particularly cool or anything. Alright, let's leave the trading post. Wait, did I pay? I don't think I paid. So it's 12 loon. I think I'm just gonna pay him 3 crowns and keep my other 30 loon. Just in case I run across something where I have to spend loon and they won't take crowns. I'd like to have some of both currencies. A decent amount of both. Having finished your transactions, you and Carvis bid the trader farewell and return to your horses. Mindful that you still have far to travel, you mount your steeds and ride along Pikestaff Way, the town's main street, which leads to its fortified east gate. Beyond the east gate of Battle Pass, the trail winds down through craggy borderland towards the lush river valley of the River Ioma, where an ocean of sun-yellowed grasses sways languidly in the warm afternoon breeze. This rolling vista has a graceful tranquility that reminds you of the southland marches of southern Sommerland. It stirs fond memories of childhood days in that distant province and prompts an unexpected bout of homesickness that dampens your spirits. Carvis, too, is feeling a little melancholy, yet his mood is not born out of a longing for his homeland, but from a sense of loss. You ask what ails him, and with some reluctance he tells you. "The beauty of this valley belies its bloody past," he says, and he sweeps his arm across the distant horizon. "Many of my ancestors and countrymen have fought and died here in battle. For the Sienese, it is a land filled with proud and bitter memories. He points to a distant spire of rock, and when you magnify your vision, you see that its gray granite surface is too smooth and cylindrical for it to be a natural feature of this rolling plain. "There stands the Oredan stone," he says. "It marks the graves of 10,000 men who fell at the Battle of Inkill Reach." Prince Carvis regards the monolith with a mixture of sadness and pride, and you sense that quietly he yearns to visit this battlefield marker. Fuck it. It's not like we have, limited time or anything. Fuck it. Let's go visit the Oredan stone. 10,000 people died in one battle. That's a hell of a battle. As you approach the Oredan stone, you see a dozen men standing in a circle around its base, and a horse-drawn wagon parked close by. They salute you in a friendly manner as you rein in your horses and come to a halt beside their wagon. One of them, a bearded man with ruddy cheeks, leaves the circle and walks over to introduce himself and his companions. You learn that they, like Prince Carvis, are from Cian. They are the great-great-grandchildren of warriors who fell here in battle exactly 100 years ago to the day. They have come here all the way from Soroa on a pilgrimage to honor the memory of their fallen ancestors. So that's what the thing looks like. I thought it said it was cylindrical, but alright. That's very much not cylindrical, but I guess Brian Williams didn't get the memo. It did say cylindrical, didn't it? I'm not tripping, am I? Maybe it didn't say cylindrical. It says smooth and symmetrical. Alright, so I was wrong. After a few minutes, Prince Carvis dismounts and joins the circle of men at the Oredan stone. He bows his head in reverence and offers up a silent prayer to Ashir to watch over the souls of the brave Sienese who sacrificed their lives on this field of battle. While Carvis is praying, you talk quietly with the bearded man and learn that his name is Daventi. When you tell him that you and your companion are bound for Cian, he offers you some words of advice. He tells you to be wary should you wish to cross the River Ioma at Voshno, the next town on the trail. The bridge has been seized by robber knights from Cavalia, and they are demanding a heavy toll from anyone seeking to use the bridge. Rather than cross the river at Voshno, the man suggests that you should continue north along the trail. 3 miles north of Voshno is a small farmstead at the river's edge. For a moderate charge, the farmer will ferry you and your horses across the river by raft. Having paid his respects, Carvis walks away from the monolith and remounts his horse. As you turn your horses to leave, the friendly Sienese salute you and bid you both good luck and Godspeed on the road ahead. You return their kind gesture with a Kai salute before you and Carvis gallop off across the plain to resume your ride along the dusty trail. Wouldn't watching over the spirits of those fallen in battle be more Kais to me? I don't know. The specific religions of Ashir and Kai are very unclear to me in this world. Not a lot of detail has ever been given about that aspect of the setting or the culture. What I'm getting, though, from reading the books is Ashir is the actual god that most people worship. Kai is kind of like a mini god that really only the Somlending or only the Kai themselves really give a shit about. That most people just worship Ashir and don't really bother with Kai. And I also have gotten the impression from whatever I've read that Kai is subordinate to Ashir. That she's like the chief god and he's like, you know, like a minion lackey god. What's the Kai salute look like? I don't know. And probably involves your eyebrows somehow. Alright, we resume our ride along the dusty trail. You follow the trail until the sun is no more than an orange glow across the western horizon. Then you halt to make camp for the night beneath a solitary oak tree. A dull-witted rabbit provides you with an evening meal, after which you and Carvis take it in turns to sit watch as darkness enshrouds the plain. The warm night passes peacefully, and you strike camp shortly after dawn. With only 12 days remaining to Harvestmas, you keep your horses to a swift pace as you ride the trail northwards. During the afternoon, you are treated to the majestic sight of a herd of migrating Fangi. These wild, fleet-footed beasts are native to this region and are much prized for their horns and supple hides. Huh. They've got horns sticking out of their nose as well as the top of their head. Alright. Migrating Fangi, sure. Animal mastery. No, I don't have animal mastery. Can I magic some shit here? Can I astrology these creatures? No. Okay, of course not. As you watch the migrating Fangi, your sixth sense warns you that something is wrong. The leading beasts are constantly changing direction, and the rest of the herd are following blindly in their wake. They are passing within a mile of the trail when suddenly you see the leaders switch direction once again. To your dismay, you see they are now thundering towards the trail on a collision course with yourself and Prince Carvis. Bardsmanship. Calm beasts. Well, just because they say Kai and Ashir, I don't think there's any implications about subordinacy with that syntax. Frantically, you wave your arm and signal to Carvis to follow your lead. With your heart pounding fit to burst, you veer away and gallop your horse through the waist-high grass that borders the trail. As you race before the thundering herd, you can see only two places ahead that promise safe sanctuary from this stampede. The River Ioma and a small tree-fringed hillock. I don't really feel the river. Not really feeling the river. Water in general just always seems like a bad idea. Hillock. We're going hillock. You urge your horse towards the wooded hillock and enter the trees with just seconds to spare before the leading Fangi come flashing past. You look about you, but Carvis is nowhere to be seen. You fear he has been trampled by the stampede, but then he suddenly appears from out of the thundering wall of beasts. He is bruised and battered, but he is still astride his horse and in full control of him. He veers his frightened steed away from the herd and comes galloping up the slope of the hillock towards the sanctuary of the trees. He pulls to a halt by your side and strokes the neck of his whinnying horse to reassure and calm him. His very fine horse. As the herd rush past the hillock, you glimpse more than a dozen horsemen who are galloping close behind them. They are hunters, and they are picking off the best Fanji at close quarters with bows and spears. Two of these fur-clad plainsmen see you and Carvis recovering among the trees, and instantly they steer their horses away from the herd and urge them towards the hillock. You sense that they suspect you and the prince are after their quarry, and as they ride closer, they mouth curses and fire their bows at you. Why are they attacking us just randomly? Oh, because they suspect that we're after their quarry, but that's dumb. If there's an entire herd of these fucking things, it seems like there would be plenty for us to take a couple. They're not going to kill the entire herd. Their steel-tipped shafts arc through the air and thud into the trees close by. Fuck these guys. I'm not evading shit. I'm killing these dudes. If they want to act up, fuck them. Shouldn't have stepped in the ring. You draw an arrow from your quiver, take aim, and fire in one smooth movement. Your shaft speeds towards the leading hunter and burrows deep into his chest, knocking him clean out of his saddle. Upon seeing his comrade fall, the other hunter tugs hard on his horse's reins and turns him around to gallop back to the others. Rather than risk having to face them all, you decide that now would be a good time to leave. You motion to Carvis, and he follows as you thread your way through the trees to the far side of the hillock. As soon as you are clear, you race away together as fast as your horses will carry you. You are more than 2 miles from the hillock when you bring your panting steeds to a halt and look back. You see the Fanji herd have been scattered by the hunters, and they are running in all directions. The hunters show no interest in pursuing you. Their only concern appears to be slaying as many Fanji as possible. The sight of this wanton slaughter raises your ire, but you quell your anger and ride on with Carvis through the tall grass back towards the trail. Fucking 4 arrows left. That's pretty interesting about the twins thing, Saito. I didn't know that. That's strange, actually, but it's pretty cool. As dusk approaches, you find a secluded hollow beside the trail, close to a bend in the river, where you set up camp for the night. Your Magna Chi hunt mastery skills are put to good use at the river's edge, and you are able to enjoy a pair of fat fish for your supper this evening. Oh my god, why is Firesnake judging the weight of those fish? In before. For your supper this evening. The night passes peacefully, and you leave the camp at dawn to continue northwards along the trail, following the flow of the river. It is nearing the end of the day when you see a hamlet on the road ahead. Its half-timbered buildings are clustered on either side of the river and connected by a sturdy stone bridge. A signpost at the side of the road tells you that you are approaching the hamlet of Vashno. Breaking news, the Zzz have invaded all the state of Virginia. Does that mean you're going to bed soon? Is that what that means? Firesnake likes a bit of meat on a woman, is that right? Is that right? You really tired? Well, shit, go to bed, man. Maybe Firesnake doesn't even like women, who knows? No, he seemed to like that one woman, though. What was her name? Oriya or something like that? I did visit the Orin, so now here's the deal. This is Vashno, which apparently they have a band of robber knights that are guarding the bridge. I can go here, or I can go to the other place where I have to pay a small fee to the farmer to ferry me across the river. But I'm just saying this. I'd rather go here because over there I have to pay a small fee to the farmer. Here I just have to butcher some robber knights. and fucking bathe in their blood. And that's free. Gotta know if the guys make it. Alright, we did visit the Oregon Stone, though. You enter the sleepy hamlet of Voshno and ride along its main street, past rows of dusty shops and gabled houses. You come to a market square. The villagers here are a sullen, silent crowd. Few pay you more than the scantest attention as they go about their evening chores. To the east of the square, you can see a paved avenue called Shaney Street that leads down to the river. An arch of pale pink stone stands at the entrance to the Voshno Bridge, its surface pitted and scarred with lasting reminders of desperate battles fought here during wars past. You recall the advice given you freely by the man called Deventi when you visited the Orden Stone. He said that the bridge at Voshno has been seized by robber knights from Cavalia, and they are demanding a heavy toll from anyone seeking to use it. Yeah, I know, I was there. You tell Carvis this, and he says that you should avoid the bridge and continue north along the trail. So it doesn't even give you the choice. If you have the knowledge, you automatically choose to go to the farmer, which is fine. 3 miles out of Voshno, you see a small farmstead at the river's edge. It has a water mill, and its wheel is turning slowly, grinding the farmer's corn. Beside the mill, you notice a raft moored to a wooden jetty. The farmer is in an adjoining field, and he waves as you ride nearer. You stop to ask if he would kindly ferry you and your horses across to the other side of the river. "I'll be glad to, my lords," he replies with a broad smile, "if you'd be willing to pay me 8 loon." Fuck it, I'll pay him 8 loon. Or the equivalent 2 gold crowns. I'll pay him 2 crowns. Bam. Crowns paid. Boom. Fire Snake likes a bit of cushion for the pushin', a bit of wadding for the potting. Bit of bagging for the dagging. The dagging? What the fuck? The dagging? What the fuck does that mean? I've never heard the dagging. And even a bit of bagging doesn't even make sense. You just went off the deep end there. You pay the farmer, and he ferries you and your horse across the river. Then he goes back to collect Carvis and his mount. Once the prince is safely across, you bid the cheerful farmer farewell and ride away from the river, heading east. You notice that Prince Carvis is smiling as he rides across this lush river valley, and you ask him why this is so. He explains that the Ioma is the political boundary between the realms of Lunarlia and Cian, and that you are now on Cianese soil. After 10 years in exile, he has at last returned to his homeland. Welcome home. Welcome home, Prince. Goat Prince. Dusk is turning to darkness when you come to a road that crosses the valley to the east of Voshno. Your horses are tired, and so you decide to camp for the night in a small wood that borders this road. Before you rest, you must eat a meal. Alright, I'll eat a meal. I just have 1 meal left now. Let's just take a quick look at the map. South Central Magnamund. Can we determine where we are yet? We're still... There's the River Ioma. We just crossed the River Ioma. So, presumably, we're somewhere up here. I don't know what side of the Ioma range we're on. But we just crossed this river. I'd say hopefully we're on this side of the Ioma range, but we probably aren't. We're probably over here by Cavalia. We're over by Cavalia. Here it is. You strike camp at dawn and set off along the plains road to the east. The morning sky is clear and sunny, and the air is filled with butterflies and the sound of bird song. Having now entered Cian, and with 10 days remaining to Harvestmas, you are feeling quietly confident that you will reach Soroa in time for Carvis to be crowned king. But the prince is a little less optimistic. He tells you that you are now in the western province of Cavalia, a region which shares its name with the principal city. The province and city are ruled by Sadanzo, the evil baron who seeks to usurp the throne of Cian. Carvis advocates that you both remain vigilant until you are safely beyond the borders of this enemy's province. Let's just kill the baron. Okay, good night, Nox. Sleep well. Have a good one. See you next time. See you next time. Thanks for coming by. Thanks for chatting, as always. Appreciate it. The zzz got Nox, yeah. Don't let the bovine spongiform encephalopathy bite. Yeah, don't do that. I hate when that bites. I hate it. It's one of my least favorite things. It is nearing noon when you first glimpse the towers and spires of Cavalia, glinting on the horizon. The Plains Road leads directly to its fortified gatehouse. But Carvis is anxious to avoid entering the city. He proposes that you leave the road and use a smaller trail which threads through several small villages and settlements that ring the city. You are approaching the first of these villages when you see a troop of 30 horsemen riding towards you on the trail ahead. They wear chainmail armor, and they each have the emblem of a black eagle's head emblazoned upon their white surcoats and shields. A golden crown surmounts these eagles' heads, and Carvis gasps when he sees them. He signals to you to rein in your horse, and as you come to a halt, he tells you that the approaching horsemen are wearing the livery of Baron Sadanzo. The black eagle's head is his mark, but it is the addition of a golden crown that has shocked Carvis. It is the sign of royal ascendance. Carvis is fearful that Baron Sadanzo has already been crowned King of Cian. At this point, we add up the days and we realize, oh shit, we were wrong, we did the math wrong, we're actually already late. That would suck. Alright, some mad science is being dropped in my chat. And apparently it's a bad idea for humans to eat dead humans. Who knew, really? Who knew? Besides Saito. Alright, lots of people probably knew, but... Still though, feeding them to animals, there's no reason not to do that, right? As they ride nearer, the leader of the troop, a knight bachelor, motions his horsemen to leave the trail and encircle you and the prince. As they obey his command, the knight bachelor brings his snorting steed to a halt alongside your horse. "Hail, fellow riders!" he says with forced politeness. He raises the visor of his helmet, and his dark, suspicious eyes scrutinize you from head to toe. "You are Northlanders, are you not? What business do you pursue here in the province of Cavalia?" The only business I pursue is getting the fuck out of here. I can answer that I'm a journeyman from Summerland, traveling across southern Magnemund to learn about its peoples and customs. That doesn't sound like a good idea. On my way to Soroa for the Harvestmas Day Festival. That one sounds okay. Or just don't answer him at all. That sounds like a bad idea. Among the cannibal tribes of Papua New Guinea, where the condition is endemic, it is also known as Kuru. What does this condition do to you, Saito? We're gonna say we're on our way to Soroa for the Harvestmas Day Festival. That seems like the most safe answer. DOSPie says, Saito, you're now limited on how many 10 plus letters words per stream. That number is 5. No, it's okay, Saito. You can use as many long words as you want. So, you're on your way to Soroa, eh? Says the Knight Bachelor. If you are there in time for harvestments, then you'll see the crowning of Baron Sidanzo. I only wish someone could... Whoa, I just started making shit up. I only wish I could be there myself to celebrate that happy day. Alas, someone must remain to protect Cavalia while our master, our future king, is away. Carvis asked the young knight why he and his men are wearing the crown of Cian upon their shields and surcoats. I thought, he says, taking care to mask his native Cianese accent, that it is customary here in Cian for only soldiers of the King's Guard to wear the royal crown. Is it not so? See, that was him concealing his accent. The Knight Bachelor glares at Carvis, and you sense that the prince's comments have stung him. Our master will be, the King of Cian, he blusters. There is no other who claims the throne of our realm. We wear the crown in honor of his right to ascendance. Perhaps you foreigners oppose our baron's right? No, we don't. Shut the fuck up, Carvis. The Knight Bachelor stares accusingly into your eyes. When he gets no reaction, he jerks his head back to Carvis and fixes the prince with the same cold, unblinking gaze. Look, you can have this guy's head cut off after you become king. Your Kai's sixth sense informs you that this Knight Bachelor is a greedy and ambitious young man who is hungry for promotion. Unwittingly, Carvis has insulted his honor, and to save face in front of his men, he is thinking of arresting you both on the suspicion that you are spies. You know that you must act swiftly if you are to avoid this. Again, why can't I use bardsmanship here? It kills you as the malformed proteins begin to induce degradation in brain tissue. Oh, that sounds bad. That sounds very bad, Saito. Like, what's the odds, though? You eat a person, what's the odds that you're gonna get that? How, you know, like, how many people do you have to eat? If I just eat a little bit of a person, with just a finger or something, am I just gonna get it, or how does it work? I'm just asking for science, for research purposes. If you have no history of eating people, very low. Huh. Alright then. It could be worth the risk. Apologize to the Knight Bachelor and tell him that your companion did not mean any insult, or offer the Knight Bachelor a bribe. No, he will not like a bribe. That will insult his honor even more. Alright, so we're going to apologize to the Knight Bachelor. Bardically. The Knight Bachelor glares at you. He attempts to say something, but he cannot seem to muster his words. Oh, shit. Red-faced, he unsheathes his sword and levels it at you in his trembling hand. You are spies! He exclaims. Throw down your weapons, by the power of my rank, and for the security of Cavalia, I am arresting you both. Nobody puts Saito in a corner. The surrounding troopers draw their sabers and begin to edge their horses towards you, closing the circle. You see Carvis inching his hand towards his sword, but you dissuade him from drawing it with a terse shake of your head. Better to surrender and live to fight another day than be slaughtered by such an overwhelming number of trained and disciplined soldiers. Do I get arrested in every fucking book? What is this shit? I feel like I'm keep getting profiled because I'm some lending. The Z and you are too powerful together. Man, I'm so sick of getting arrested in every fucking book. The Knight's men confiscate your weapons, your Kai weapon, your backpack, and all of your special items. Fuck my life. They leave only your belt pouch and its contents. Alright, mark them with an asterisk. Yes, alright. They are searching Carvis when one of the men discovers the crescent-shaped birthmark on his wrist, and he gasps with shock. "By the gods!" he exclaims. "He bears the mark of a crowned Prince Carvis!" Instantly, the Knight Bachelor leaps down from his saddle. Roughly, he grabs the prince's arm and pulls back the sleeve of his tunic to inspect the birthmark for himself. This is the book of reused illustrations, yeah, Saito. "So, our exiled prince has returned from Shiasu," he says, with a haughty, mocking tone. "Perhaps you've grown tired of the city of Mydnight, eh? A little homesick? Or have you come back to try to claim the crown that you forfeited a decade ago?" The knight utters a mocking laugh, and then he steps away from Carvis to strut like a peacock before his men. "Mydnight's hero has come home to us at last," he bellows. "Well, let us take our hero prince back to Cavalia and provide him with a royal chamber. We have many in the dungeons of the Citadel." When King Sedonzo returns, he will be greatly pleased with us. And he will be generous, too. Most generous. Well, this just took a fucking turn. Good job, fucking Carvis. Damn it. Just wanted to get through here without... The troopers tie your hands with cord before they take you and Carvis to Cavalia under close escort. As you ride through the city's grand west gate, the guards on duty here come stiffly to attention. The gate sergeant salutes the Knight Bachelor with great exaggeration, and some of the older guards bow and doff their helmets as he passes, but their actions are not born of a respect for him or rank. You sense that they despise the haughty knight, and this is their way of mocking his insufferable arrogance. Knight Bachelor apparently chose Jerry Seinfeld routinesmanship as a discipline. Man, that'd be a cool discipline. I would take that. "What's the deal with Mydnight's hero?" Beyond the gate, you enter a wide avenue flanked by a well-ordered collection of houses and richly appointed public buildings. Cavalia is a wealthy city, yet many of the citizens that you glimpse in passing have a strained and uneasy look about them. At length, you arrive at a fortified citadel, a huge, square, moated edifice built on 4 levels around a central courtyard. Its upper floors contain the Baron's luxurious personal chambers, as well as other apartments used by those who have his favor. The middle level is occupied by provincial officials and the ground floor by the Citadel Guard. There is also an underground level, which is used for the imprisonment and torture of Sedonzo's enemies. Vaingloriously, the Knight Bachelor leads his horsemen across the Citadel drawbridge and through a torchlit tunnel that gives access to the central courtyard. Here, you and Prince Carvis are pulled from your saddles by Citadel guardsmen and dragged away to the dungeons where you are thrown into a dark, windowless cell. "And have you ever wondered about those little rivets on the ends of plated sabatons? I mean, what do they do?" Fucking Jerry Seinfeld. I do have Grand Weapon Mastery and Grand Sentinel. That's the one I just got. I can sense the direction to my weapon. Ha! Ha, I say. "And what's the deal with questing food? I mean, what is actually in it?" The instant the cell door crashes shut, you use your Magnikite Discipline of Nexus to loosen the cords that bind you. Wait, I did click on the right one, right? Yeah. To loosen the cords that bind your wrists, and then you untie the prince. The air in this dark prison cell is dank and stifling. What little ventilation there is comes from the narrow crack that runs around the iron cell door. Your advanced weapon mastery tells you that your Kai weapon is close by, and when you close your eyes and concentrate, you detect it lying in an empty cell located directly opposite the door of the one you now occupy. What is in those meals half the time? I don't know. Stuff.
stuff and things. Hey there, son. Want a meal? What's in it? Well, it ain't got maggots. That should be good enough for you. Actually, sir, it does have maggots. Oh, just rub some fucking grass and herbs on it then. Grasses and roots that you just pulled out of your pocket. It'll be fine. Oh, alright. That's great. You vow to Carvis that this foul dungeon will not hold him for long, and you set about examining its walls and floor in the hope of finding a way to escape. Alright, we're making that perception check. However, you quickly discover that you have been locked in the securest cell of the Citadel, deep below the ground. Failed the perception check. Beyond its slimy walls, there lies nothing but solid earth. Only the cell door offers a glimmer of hope, yet it has no handle, hinges, or keyhole visible on the inside. We're inside an egg. It is not secured by a key, but by a tumbler lock, similar to the lock of a safe, and it is opened by means of a dial on the outside of the door. Placing your ear to the surface, you use your Magna Chi discipline of Nexus to will the lock tumblers to move. After a few moments, you hear them begin to click over. You discover the lock has 3 tumblers. To open the door, each tumbler has to be turned to the correct position in a sequence. Using your sixth sense, you determine that the first number in the sequence is equal to the number of horses you took from the Teda stables. The second is equivalent to the number of seeing stones that Lord Zenair gave to Wizard Akraban. The third in the sequence is equivalent to the number of additional Grandmaster disciplines acquired upon reaching the rank of Kai Grandmaster Superior. When you think you know the 3-digit answer, note down the figures in order and turn to the section of the book which is the same as your answer. Alright, so Kai Grandmaster Superior. So it's just 1. It's 211. It should be 211. 211. Nice. Armed robbery. When I was in Arapahoe County Jail for 9 months awaiting sentencing before I went to prison, a lot of guys there called me 211 because that's what I was brought in for, was a 211. 211. It's a good one. Alright, so I think that's the correct number. I think it's right. The final tumbler clicks into place and the door creaks open a few inches. This is the correct answer. Yeah, I know. The corridor outside the cell is unguarded, and you beckon Carvis to follow as you push the door wide and leave. As you step out, you see the door to the cell that contains your weapons and equipment, and you pause for a few moments to work on its tumbler lock. Your efforts are quickly rewarded, and you discover all of your confiscated equipment lying here on the floor. You can erase the answers. What's a tool? It's armed robbery. Or aggravated robbery. They don't have armed robbery as a technical crime in Colorado. They call it aggravated robbery. And even though I wasn't armed, the fact that I said I had a gun means it still counts as aggravated robbery. That's what I was charged with. I was not actually convicted of aggravated robbery, though. I was only convicted of simple robbery, which is a less serious felony. It's only a class 4. I think aggravated robbery is a class 3 or maybe even a class 2. I think it's probably a class 3. In addition to your equipment, you also discover Prince Carvis's sword and belt, together with the following. A bow, 6 arrows. Okay, I'll refresh my arrows. I'll take a meal. I don't need your spear and axe, though, thanks.
Carvis buckles on his sword belt, and before you leave, he takes a coil of rope from a hook on the wall and slings it over his shoulder. Ah, he's like, I remember when I fell down a hole and we didn't have a rope. He's like, we're taking a rope, motherfucker. On returning to the corridor, you hurry to the end to where a circular stone staircase ascends to the levels above. With your Kai weapon in hand, you begin to climb the steps, retracing the route that you committed to your memory when you were brought to the cell less than an hour ago. Ah, very smart, very smart. You climb the steps to a landing on the level above, where you hear loud voices and raucous laughter echoing from an archway. A glance through the arch reveals the chamber beyond to be a guard's dormitory and mess hall. Over a dozen Citadel guards and gaolers are gathered here, celebrating the capture of Prince Carvis with a cask of strong mead provided by the Night Bachelor. The Night Bachelor sounds like a reality show. You continue up the circular stairs to the next level, where you discover a hall that is lined with stands of armor and hung with tapestries. You remember being brought along this hall on the way to the dungeons, and you hurry through it to a pair of stout oak doors at its far end. To your disappointment, you discover the doors are locked and bolted from the other side. At first, there appears to be no other way out of the hall. Then your keen eyesight detects that one of the tapestries is moving slightly, succeeded on perception check. And when you pull it aside, you discover a narrow archway and a flight of stairs leading up to a burnished iron door. As you climb towards the door, you see a small lever set into the center of its shiny, smooth surface. I do not have Grand's Passmanship and Telenos. Oh, something really bad's gonna happen. Because those are both the you would detect if a horrible trap is ahead, or horrible things are about to happen, and I don't have them. Did anyone escape the prison where you're at? No, no one escaped, or tried to. Nobody, I don't know of anybody trying to escape while I was there. Actually, I would have known about it, because if somebody would have escaped, they would have thrown the whole place on lockdown, and it would have been a huge fucking mess. So no, that never happened. That never happened. Basically, escapes are extremely rare. People almost never escape from prison. I mean, you hear about it when it happens because it's so fucking rare that any time it happens, it's like big news. And even people attempting to escape is extremely rare. Because either you're in a high security prison because your escape risk is high, which means it's way the fuck too hard to escape. If you're in a medium close or max security prison or super max, there's no fucking way you're escaping, basically. Unless you're some kind of fucking super genius with connections and like, I mean, the amount of stuff that would have to be pulled off for you to escape would have to be pretty impressive. Or you're in a lower security prison, like a minimum restricted or a minimum, in which case you're not going to escape because in order to be in that place, you must have already done enough time or have a small enough time remaining and have like brought your points down through good behavior and stuff so that basically you're too disincentivized to try escaping at that time, because if you escape, you get another crime, another escape charge on top of your other sentence, and you have to do a mandatory 3 more years in prison at least, in addition to your actual time that you were serving before. So like the risk from escaping would be too high to bother with it if you were already only had a little bit of time left to do. So in other words, almost nobody ever even tries to escape because it's an incredibly bad idea. You continue up the circular stairs to the next level, where you discover a hall that is lined with stands of armor and hung with tapestries. You remember being brought along this hall on the way to the dungeons, and you hurry through it to a pair of stout oak doors at its far end. Wait, I already read this paragraph. I read this whole paragraph. What's wrong with me? I was in several different facilities, actually. The very first one I went to, well, technically, I went to DRDC first, which is the place where they put you when they do all the testing and classification and processing, when they're deciding what prison they're going to send you to. And you stay there for like a month or so. That's actually a maximum security. Everybody has to go through there. And then after that, I went to a medium restricted, which is like a half level below maximum security, and I was there for 6 months, and that was actually, the security was really high there. Then I moved to a minimum restricted, which is like a half level more than a minimum security. So it still has a fence around it and stuff like that, and you're still locked down in the buildings at night, but during the day you're actually able to go out and walk around in and out of your cell, in and out of your building, more or less as much as you want, except for during count times. Then you have to return to your cell during count times, and they do count like several times a day. So that's pretty nice. Being at a minimum restricted, or an MR as you call them, is actually really nice. But then I was moved from there later on back to a medium security for facility needs, because they were trying to fill this new prison up that they were in the process of like building. Well, they weren't really building it because they got this old VA hospital that had been abandoned by the state long ago, and they bought it for a song, and they were refurbishing it into a prison. And that was medium security, and I was there for the rest of my time. And then later, when I went back for my parole violation, I went to, again, DRDC, and then I went to another MR, minimum restricted, which was a nice place. That's where the dairy was. That was 4 Mile, which had the dairy. But then from there, I was having serious mental health issues, so they actually took me to the mental hospital prison, which was maximum security, which was the prison for like the criminally insane, essentially, in the state. That was San Carlos, and I had to do most of that 6 months of time there. And there are supermax prisons, yeah, but you have to do something pretty bad to go to a supermax prison. I mean, like, you don't just go to supermax out the gate. You have to like do bad shit in prison to get sent to supermax. Or, I mean, I guess if you're on death row, that's obviously different. Death row is like its own thing that's separate from the rest of the prison system. So I was in several different levels of prison. They move you around a lot for different reasons. They move people around quite a bit. I don't know why. Well, no, anybody can get sent to the Supermax. In Colorado, it's called CSP, which just stands for Colorado State Penitentiary. It's the Supermax prison. Anybody can get sent there if you do enough bad shit in prison to get your security classification raised to that point. They'll send you there, because when you go to Supermax, you have no interaction with other prisoners whatsoever. You are locked down in your own single cell 100% of the time, and you never get to go out to a yard or a group chow hall or a library or anything like that, and you never get to interact with other prisoners whatsoever in Supermax. And it's essentially impossible to escape from there. But I never had to go there because I never really acted up very much. Anyway, so that was prison talk. Now, back to Lone Wolf. I don't have Grand Passmanship or Telenosis or Kai Alchemy. So, let's go to the loser section. I don't know, do you threaten U.S. national security, Sato? Your Kai's sixth sense detects that a strong concentration of evil lies beyond the door. Forewarned, you approach the iron portal with caution and inspect its lever more closely. Your Magna Kai discipline of divination detects an aura of magic around this lever, yet you are unable to fathom its true purpose. You suspect that it is likely to be some kind of locking or holding spell. Alright, I'm going to try to pull the lever without touching it directly. Let's use some fucking mage hand here. You tell Carvis what you have detected, and he suggests that you use the rope he found in the dungeon cell below. Taking one end, you tie a slip knot and make it into a lasso. Then you cast the loop of rope at the lever in the hope of catching it and pulling it down. Your aim is true. Yet, upon the instant that the rope touches the lever, there is a tremendous flash of yellow light, and a searing wave of energy hits you in the chest and knocks you backwards down the stairs. Wow. Random number time. I got a 9. Oh good, I got the number that gives you more damage. Wonderful. Deduct 4 endurance points. That sucks. $69. Carefully, Prince Carvis takes hold of you under the arms and helps you to stand on your feet. As soon as the pain of your wounding has receded, you approach the door once more. Your senses detect that the spell protecting this door has now discharged and the portal is open and unguarded. Alright, well that's not so bad. Gingerly, you push the door open with the toe of your boot, and silently it swings open to reveal a sumptuous chamber. Tapestries adorn the walls and golden ornaments gleam in lacquered shelves and sculptured wooded cabinets. You cross the carpeted floor and look out of a tall window to see the panoramic view of Cavalia, its roofs and spires gleaming in the afternoon sun. Below, you can see a troop of Citadel cavalry, their white pennants trailing from their lances as they ride across the drawbridge and canter away from the Citadel along a broad, shop-lined avenue. The evil that you detected from outside the iron door is stronger now, but it does not originate from this chamber. You sense that it comes from an adjoining room which is separated from this chamber by velvet draperies. In before Kadak returns. I'm going to investigate the source of this evil, because I feel like I should. 95% sleep, 4% sweat. What's the 1%? Beyond the draperies, you find a circular chamber with a polished wooden floor. The dark oak surface is inlaid with lighter woods which form intricate pentagrams and other mystical patterns. The walls are lined with shelves which store a vast number of books, scrolls, and parchments. Your Kai senses warn you that these are works of great evil. It is a library of sorceress manuals and tomes of worship dedicated to Nar. Prince Carvis is repulsed by the sight of this evil repository. It confirms the suspicion he has held for many years, that Baron Sedanzo is a secret disciple of the Dark God. You scan the walls, and your Kai senses reel in the face of the evil that festers here. Your instincts tell you to destroy these vile works, to put them to the torch, yet to do so could jeopardize your chances of making a successful escape from the Citadel. Rather than take that risk, you decide to leave this evil library at once. But as you are retreating towards the archway, you notice a square plate of steel sandwiched among the books on a middle shelf. A closer look reveals it to be the door of a wall safe. There is a dial at its center, similar to the cylinder lock which secured the door to your prison cell. Your sixth sense reveals that only 2 digits are required to open this safe. Why in the hell do so many of the villains think hiding their evil man caves behind drapes or tapestries is a particularly clever idea? I don't know, you know? I guess that's just what's in vogue. That's just what they suggest in Eviler Homes and Gardens magazine. The first number in the sequence is equal to the number of bonus points added to combat skill when the Kai weapon Alema is used against undead enemies. The second is equivalent to half of the Star Strider's full complement of crewmen. Alright, the second number is 5. The first number plus 7. So plus 2 bonus points. So I think we're going with 25 here. 25, 25, 25, 25. You sound very tired, Boss Pie. Very tired indeed. I'm kind of tired myself, but we must press on. At least I must press on. You, of course, can go to bed whenever you want. I, however, shall not stop until this motherfucker is done. 25. I was wrong. This is not the correct thing. Alright, then it's 75. This is worded kind of bullshitly. Bullshitly? That's a word. Equal to the number of bonus points added to combat skill when the Kai weapon is used against undead enemies. Bonus points leads me to believe they're saying, how many more points do you add than you would normally add? You normally add 5, against undead it's 7. But that's just because it's worded that way. But you could also look at it as just the total number of points you add to combat skill, which would be 7. So then it must be 75. And if 75 is also wrong, then I will Price Is Right horn. Alright, 75 is right. It's just a matter of a dispute of the wording, honestly. Could have gone either way. The second tumbler clicks into position, and the door of the safe swings open to reveal a single scroll of vellum, embossed with a ribbon and a wax imprint of Sedonzo's seal. You unfurl the scroll, and you are shocked to the core when you read its contents. The scroll is a contract between Baron Sedonzo and the Assassin's Guild of Avalar. It states that the guild will undertake the murder of King Auradon in return for 20,000 Orla. Shock! Wait, you mean the evil Baron who wanted to take over was behind the death of the king? Who could have seen this coming? Half of this sum is to be paid in advance, with the balance due for payment upon successful completion of the assassination. The seal of the Assassin's Guild is attached beside Sedonzo's mark to show that the full sum has since been received. Why would you keep that? Why would you keep incredibly incriminating, obvious, with your seal on it, evidence that you had the king killed? Why would you keep that shit? Burn that motherfucker. You show the scroll to Carvis, and he is outraged. Here is proof beyond doubt that Sedonzo was responsible for the murder of his father, and clearly his act of foul treachery was part of his plan to seize the throne of Cian. This shocking revelation, not that shocking, fills Carvis with a renewed loathing for the Baron. He reaffirms his pledge to thwart Sedonzo's scheme, and he vows, in memory of his father, that he will bring the traitor to justice. Nox would be horrified at that vellum. Is vellum made out of cow skin? You take Sedonzo's scroll and place it inside your tunic. Record this on your action chart as a special item. You need not discard another item in its favor if you already possess the maximum number permissible. Sedonzo's scroll. Alright, I'll take it. I'll take it. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Sedonzo's scroll. Got it. Sedonzo's scroll. Trademark. Let's continue on. Carvis suggests that perhaps you should destroy the safe in order to hide the fact that you have taken Sedonzo's scroll. You ponder his suggestion and agree that this could be advantageous to you. That's not a bad idea. Well, I have Elementalism and Kai Grand Sentinel, so let's do it. Maybe you just haven't been looking in the right sections in Staples for vellum. Yeah, there's probably not a lot of vellum being used anymore. At least not in, like, industrialized nations. Elementalism this shit. Burn, baby, burn. You wish you had my life? No, you really don't. Trust me. You would not be happy if you had my life. I am a miserable human being. You close the safe and call upon your advanced Kai mastery to electrically charge the surface layer of air that is in contact with its steel door. Carvis watches you preparing this booby trap with a mix of curiosity and fascination. You tell him that in future, if any person or object should touch the door, then the power will discharge itself with an explosive force sufficient to destroy the safe and ignite the surrounding books. Your explanation makes Carvis smile. Clearly he relishes the thought of Sedonzo falling foul of this trap at some later date. Elementalism, my dear Carvis. Were you just making like an elementary, my dear Watson kind of reference there? Your work done, you turn away from the safe and hurry to leave this evil library. Just made me think of Dr. Evil. Is it an evil library? He puts his pinky up to the corner of his mouth. But as you approach the arch which leads to the adjoining chamber, you suddenly hear a noise which makes you stop dead in your tracks. Uh-oh, I'm stopping dead. You can hear the sound of metal scraping on stone above your head. When you look up at the ceiling, you see a pair of crossed swords cocooned by pale amber tongues of flame. These flames give off no heat, and you recognize at once that they are magical. The swords are slowly rotating, their shiny steel blades skimming the ceiling stones as they gather speed. Thank goodness this trap is, like, really slow to start up. Sparks fly, and then the blades separate and come whirling towards you with frightening speed. Swiftly you raise your Kai weapon, and fend off a stunning blow as one of the magical blades flashes past your head in a scything arc. Carvis unsheathes his sword and parries the other blade as it sweeps around the room and strikes at him from behind. Having failed to draw blood with their initial attack, the blades return to the ceiling where they hover menacingly above your heads. But you sense the threat has not passed. Their magical power is recharging itself, increasing its intensity and readiness for a second, swifter attack. Again with the Kai Alchemy? This book is fucking lousy with Kai Alchemy. God, I'm so sick of this Kai Alchemy bullshit. If this was like a game book of The Witcher, you know, if it was a game book where you played Geralt, every damn other sentence would be, if you possess Quen and you wish to use it, it would always be Quen. I knew you meant dear. No, I don't have Kai Alchemy. Fuck off. Oh, I actually have to fight. Once more, the deadly blades draw sparks from the stone ceiling as they whirl about. They gather speed until you can no longer focus on them, and then they come screeching down towards your head. Sedonzo's Sorceress Blades. They're immune to all forms of psychic attack. I guess I'm not in any kind of daylight, am I? Wait! There's a window! There's a window! That's why I came back. A tall window, no less. Gleaming in the afternoon sun. There's fucking sunlight coming in this place. There's sunlight coming in here. I'm taking my point. $45. Let's do this. Sedonzo's Sorceress Blades. Sounds like a standard fantasy weapon shop. If he's going for a shop name, I would recommend Sedonzo's Sorceress Sundries. Yeah. Alright, let's do this. 25 and 20. Round 1, go. I lost 2, they lost 8. I can live with that. 23 and 12, go. I lost 5. They lost 4, that's bad. 18 and 8. I'm down to 14, fuck my life. And they've got 3. 14 and 3. 12 and 0, ouch. Ouch, ouch. Alright. Time to start healing up. End and save. I will immediately drink 1 potion of Lomspur. Fuck it, I'll drink 2. And I'm also going to start healing myself up with my curing now. I've used 1 point. As your final blow shatters the second blade and breaks the spell that brought it to life, you hear the sound of a bell tolling in a lower level of the Citadel. Your sixth sense warns you that it is an alarm bell. Your escape from the dungeons has been detected. Well, of course it has. I really hope this isn't the big boss fight for this book, because unless you're a Nazi seeking the Holy Grail, a Sorcerer's Blade should never be a final boss. What's your least favorite number? I don't know. I don't have a least favorite number, really. Well, yeah, obviously it's a reference to the third Indiana Jones movie. I mean, what else could it have been? Nazi seeking the Holy Grail. That has to be Indiana Jones. Alright, we've been detected. Let's move on. You leave the library and hurry across the sumptuous chamber to the shiny steel door by which you first entered this apartment. Soldiers are ascending the stairs towards it. You catch a glimpse of them and quickly you retreat into the chamber, slamming the door shut behind you. An attempt to secure the door is unsuccessful, for the lock is jammed and the dial refuses to turn. Hastily, you and Carvis barricade the door with furniture, and then you look about for another way to escape. You see only one, through the window. The soldiers are pounding on the door, and the barricade is shifting and collapsing as you and Carvis climb out onto a stone ledge. The barricade gives way, and you hear the soldiers shouting as they force their way into the chamber. Then an arrow shatters against the surface of the ledge, only a few inches from your left boot. You look up and see Citadel guardsmen with loaded bows leaning over the battlements above. Alerted by the tolling bell, they have spotted you on the ledge outside Sedonzo's chamber. When a second arrow pierces Carvis's cloak, you take hold of the prince's forearm and pull him with you as you step off the ledge and plummet toward the moat 30 feet below. Alright, 30 feet jump into a moat isn't really that bad. You hit the stagnant water with a mighty splash and immediately strike out for the surface. You break through the scummy film that floats on top of the water, and, seconds later, you see Carvis emerge from the depths to gasp a lungful of clean air. Arrows are falling all about you. They drop from the battlements above, and they streak past your head, fired by archers who are running across the drawbridge. 0 to 1's probably instant death. Let's not roll that, shall we? Just call me boss. The pie makes me just want to say pie, like as in the food. DOC, you said near a DOC. I'm like, I was thinking Department of Corrections. What? 4. Alright, I'll take a 4. That's not so bad. I'm going to probably take some damage here. Alright, so I'm healing myself 1 endurance point this section, and losing 1. An arrow fired from the battlements grazes your skull. Lose 1 endurance point. So I stay the same. And I've used 2 points of my curing. I've used 3 points of my curing. You swim to the edge of the moat and drag yourself out of the stinking water. As you take hold of the prince's hand and haul him out onto the bank, you see a group of horsemen riding across the drawbridge. Most are armed with lances bearing Sidanzo's eagle's head pennant, and their red-faced leader is shouting and pointing at you with his sword. Arrows continue to fall. They thud into the muddy rim of the moat and splinter on the paved road that encircles the citadel. You grab Carvis by his cloak and pull him to his feet. It is too dangerous to stay here a moment longer. On the far side of the paved road, you can see a row of boarded-up houses, an alleyway, and a baker's shop. Escape in the alleyway or escape in the baker's shop? I'm thinking the alleyway, because the baker... Oh, I might find some food that I can steal while I'm in the baker's shop. Baker's shop. I'm hungry right now. Baker's shop sounds great. You spent more of this book holding a prince's hand than your average Disney princess in her movie? Alright, I'll go to the baker's shop. I've used 4 points. You rush into the small bakery, and your sudden appearance startles the baker's wife. She gasps when she sees your soaked and slime-smeared features, and nervously she snatches up a knife and threatens to use it if either of you come a step closer. You can understand her reaction. After your dip in the Citadel moat, you and Carvis look more reptilian than human. "Calm yourself, good lady," you say, in as soothing a tone as you are able to muster. "My companion and I may appear a little wretched, but we mean you no harm." The woman is not convinced. She raises the knife in her trembling hand and begins shouting hysterically for her husband. "There's some singing crazy person here." You're only 20, Saito? I mean, boss? I thought you were older than that for some reason. I guess I didn't think you were much older than that, but figured you were probably in your mid-20s. The woman is not convinced. She raises the knife in her trembling hand and begins shouting hysterically for her husband. Moments later, a portly man in a white smock and cloth hat emerges from an open doorway at the rear of the shop. He's brandishing an iron skillet and comes at you like a charging bull. "Ho there, Barwick!" shouts Carvis, and to your astonishment, the baker skids to a halt and drops his iron pot to the floor.
"Prince Carvis? Is it you?"
he stammers. Carvis uses his sleeve to wipe some of the slime from his face, and then he gives the baker a broad smile. "Yes, Barwick, it is I."
"Thank a shear,"
gasps the baker, and he falls to his knees.
"We have prayed that you would return home and save us from Sidanzo. We of Cavalia have suffered his tyranny for too long. He is an evil man, and we fear that he will bring ruin to Cian when he is crowned king. But now our prince has returned to stop him. Ishir be praised!"
The sound of horses galloping to a halt outside the bakery alerts you to the fact that you and the prince are still in great danger. The baker bolts the door and then urges you and Carvis to follow him as he hurries out of the shop, past his baking ovens, and through a rear door that leads to a walled yard scattered with chickens. He pulls open the door of an outbuilding and he offers you and Carvis the 2 young horses that are stabled inside. They are his most valuable animals, and Carvis is impressed by the man's generosity. So we lost our super fine horses, but we're going to get some decent baker horses now. Best baker voice ever? Yeah, I know. It's just, you might immediately think of fresh baked bread when you hear that voice. "I'll not forget this, Barwick. says Carvis as you and he quickly saddle the two colts. The baker pulls open one of a pair of gates at the rear of his yard. Proudly he salutes you as you steer your horses through the gap and gallop away along a passageway that leads to one of Cavalia's city streets. So obviously going to the baker shop was a fucking good idea. It has been a long time since Prince Carvis last visited Cavalia, but he is still able to remember the swiftest route from the Citadel to the East Gate. You ride fast, and you were able to avoid the patrols of Citadel guards that have been dispatched to hunt you down. You are anxious that your escape will be short-lived if the East Gate is closed, yet fortune swings in your favor, for upon your arrival you discover a wagon has shed a wheel. Its broken axle is jammed in the threshold of the gate, and a dozen guards are struggling to move it so that the portcullis can be lowered fully. With an exuberant shout to the incredulous guards, Prince Carvis presses his head to his horse's neck and gallops under the spikes of the portcullis. You copy the prince's actions and follow closely in his wake as he rides out of Cavalia along the straight road that heads due east to Veredo. For more than an hour you ride without stopping until your horses refuse to take another step. They are young and lack the muscle and stamina of your Banarian steeds, yet they are healthy colts and will serve you better than most. In Game of Thrones, the guys would stab the baker in the back of the head. Yeah, pretty much. After they have recovered, you press on across the plain until dusk. With darkness closing, you leave the road and take shelter for the night in a small wood. During your overnight stop, you must eat a meal. Alright, I'll eat a meal. I'll also heal myself a point here. That was the healing myself a point sound effect. I heal myself another point. You take it in turns to keep watch throughout the night in case a pursuit party is sent from Cavalia to track you down. Fortunately, the night passes peacefully and you leave the woods shortly before dawn. As the sun crests the eastern horizon, you see a signpost at the roadside which reads, Veredo, 150 miles. I think that's 9 or more meals. Yeah, it's been a fuckload of meals.
Normally, one could expect to reach Veredo in 3 days by horse, says Carvis. But if we use every hour of daylight and rest our mounts briefly every hour, we may be able to cover the distance in half the time.
Mindful that you now have only 9 days in which to reach Soroa to be in time for the crowning, and wary that a pursuit party could still be sent from Cavalia to hunt you down, you spend this day in the saddle riding as far and as fast as your horses are able. By nightfall, you have made excellent progress, and you are confident that the threat from Cavalia is no more. You camp for the night beside a stream, and, before you sleep, you use your Magna Chi skills to assist the horses to recover fully from their hard day's ride. The following day is spent crossing the seemingly endless Lucian plain, the monotony of the grasslands broken only occasionally by an isolated hamlet or farmstead. You have no need to approach these settlements, for the rich prairie yields enough game to keep you well fed while you are on the move. It also provides surplus food equivalent to 2 meals. Welcome back, Saito. So I got 2 free meals here. Times 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, I'm good. During the afternoon, you see a group of riders approaching from the north, from out of the wooded foothills of the Ioma Range. You magnify your vision, and your stomach churns when you see that they are carrying spears which display the black eagle's head pennant of Baron Sidonzo. You focus your Kai senses upon this distant group of riders and detect that they are not soldiers. They are a hunting party seeking wild deer. The open plain offers no place to hide from these approaching horsemen. And the lack of cover makes you feel especially vulnerable. You remain stationary for a few minutes while you watch them draw closer. You are hoping that they are too preoccupied with their hunt to pay you any attention. However, you soon realize that they have lost the trail of their wild deer and have decided to track new quarry. You and Carvis. Oh no, well at least here's a new illustration. Black eagle's head. A couple of lances. I don't feel like I should really stop and fight these guys. What's wrong with using proper grammar all the time? I pretty much do that whenever I'm typing. Like, I write or type in text or whatever much more, precisely than I actually speak. Much more grammatically accurate, as well as... Well, I'm much more eloquent when I'm writing or typing than I am when I'm actually speaking. I think maybe I'll just attempt to evade them. And I'll heal myself again. Yeah, Saito gets super upset when he makes a typo. You urge your horse to the gallop and steer him across the grassy plain towards a distant farmstead. But soon your young mount begins to tire and lose speed. Carvis, too, is having difficulty with his horse, and he cannot keep up the pace. Steadily, the hunters close the gap between you. When they are less than 100 yards distant, you see their leader place a horn to his mouth, and you hear a shrill and piercing tone echoing across the plain. Pressure builds in your head, and sharp stabbing pains burn at your temples. You glance over your shoulder and see that Prince Carvis and his horse are both suffering badly from the insidious sound of the hunter's horn. Alright, this is bullshit. I specifically have an ability that can counter sonic attacks, and it won't let me use it here. He's using a sound-based attack against me, and I don't have a bardsmanship option. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck you, Deaver. Fuck. Alright, no, I don't have a golden hunting horn, for Christ's sake. You know what I have? Bardsmanship. I'm gonna heal myself another point here. You call upon your Magnikai discipline of Psi Screen to protect your mind from this psychic attack. The pain in your head lessens, yet your protection does not extend to Prince Carvis, who is now on the verge of unconsciousness. You bring your horse around and ride to his aid. As you draw alongside, you pull him upright in the saddle, and then, using your Magnikai curing skills, you are able to revive him to full consciousness. Cost me 2 endurance. That's rude. The terrible sound of the hunter's horn ceases abruptly, and you hear them galloping towards you. Their leader is a broad-shouldered man with a ginger beard and long, wavy hair. His hair fans out from around the edges of a conical helm that is topped by a pair of polished antlers. He brings his horse to a halt before you and Prince Carvis, and he regards your mounts with an appraising eye. Yeah, I know, I'm totally being trolled, Saito. I see you ride Cavalian colts, he says, and he points to the eagle brands that mark your horse's hindquarters. You nod in acknowledgement, but you do not offer any explanation. The man narrows his blue eyes and strokes his beard thoughtfully. You do not know who I am, do you? You shake your head dumbly, hoping that he will take you for a simpleton and return to his deer hunting. I am Hulks, the Inquisitor Major of Cavalia. Among my many duties is the regulation and taxation of horses, mules, and oxen. You both ride Cavalian steeds.
Yet I do not recall seeing either of you in the city before. I trust your saddle taxes have been paid? Perhaps you would be kind enough to furnish your names and places of lodging, so that upon my return to Cavalia, I am able to confirm that this is so.
You sense that your continued silence is beginning to irritate the Inquisitor Major. His followers are also growing impatient. Alright, yeah, this guy's a douche. Inquisitor Major is way too cool of a title for what is effectively an IRS agent. Yeah. Fuck this guy and his audit. Special emissaries on our way to Soroa to witness the crowning of Baron Sodonzo, or new recruits to the Cavalian Citadel Guard. Oh, that second one is not even remotely believable. We don't have any kind of uniforms or anything. No, special emissaries sounds more legit. Way more legit. Here we go. Gonna keep on with the healing. That's 9. I can do one more. The Inquisitor Major regards you with a sneering look that conveys his disbelief of your explanation.
Special emissaries, eh?
He spits.
Pah! Deserters or horse thieves, more like. What proof do you carry to show that you speak the truth?
I don't have Sodonzo's seal, but I have Sodonzo's scroll. We're gonna have to stand and bang, aren't we? Final heal. The Inquisitor Major snatches up a hunting horn that hangs by a cord strung around his neck, and he blows into it with great force. The discordant note rises in pitch until it passes beyond the normal range of the human ear. Moments later, a terrific pain shoots through your head that makes you grasp your skull with both hands. You call upon your Magna Chi discipline of Psy-Screen to counter the attack, and it does so successfully. But Carvis has no such protections, and you sense that a psychic assault this powerful, and at such close quarters, could leave him either paralyzed or dead within a matter of seconds. And now, finally, I can use bardsmanship. It's about damn time. Or like fucking my old roommate and buddy and I used to joke around about the minstrel characters in Lord of the Rings Online, because you would like play a little musical note at somebody and it would do damage to them. You'd be like, and they would like take damage for some reason. Like why they took damage from that, I don't know, but it was fucking hilarious. Hey, highlight this. Highlight what? Alright, bardsmanship, here we go. Quickly, you retrieve your flute from your back. Wait, how the fuck did they know I have a flute? How does he know I have a flute? Maybe I don't have a flute. I mean, I do have one, but how the fuck does he know I have a flute? He just assumes that anyone who has bardsmanship will have a flute. Well, I do have it, and I'm using it right now. It should have said if you have bardsmanship and you have a flute. Quickly retrieve your flute from your backpack and play a sequence of ultrasonic notes to counter the psychic assault that is battering you and Carvis. The effect is immediate and dramatic. The prince revives and is able to pull himself upright on his horse. The Inquisitor Major and his fellow hunters, however, do not fare so well. They are immune to the sound of their own horn, but you use your Kai skill to turn the tables on them. Your notes occur at a higher frequency, one to which they are not immune. You watch with grim satisfaction as they wheel their horses about and gallop away in a desperate effort to put distance between themselves and the piercing sound of your flute, which is filling their heads with an agonizing clamor. Yes! Fucking, I just barred some fools down. Ah! Alright, good times. Good times. Maybe you automatically have a flute if you have bardsmanship, I guess. Apparently. It's amazing. I just fluted some shit up. As the hunters gallop off across the plain towards the distant horizon, you use your Magna curing skills to revive Prince Carvis fully before you continue your ride east towards Varedo. Man, I've used my quote-unquote Magna curing skills like 10 times in this book, for real. Motherfucker, I have deliverance. I don't have to use curing. Just saying. It has been dark for more than 2 hours, and your horses are close to exhaustion when finally you glimpse the city of Varedo, standing like a beacon of hope upon the northern edge of the Lucian plain. Its towers and turrets and strong perimeter wall are constructed of a bleached white stone that glimmers eerily in the moonlight. Prince Carvis is glad to have left the province of Cavalia behind, and he is hopeful that your reception in Varedo will be a more cordial one. The city and its surrounding region have always been loyal to the House of Oradon. Its ruler, Baron Ladamos, was a friend and martial advisor to his father, King Oradon. Carvis cannot imagine that Ladamos would ever join forces with Sodonzo, whom he has always openly despised. We will have to just guess and imagine, Boss Pie. We will have to guess and imagine. There's no going back now. Of course, the description for the skill specifically says you can use your voice to do the same thing, so why was it necessary to highlight the usage of an instrument you weren't guaranteed to have? I don't know, that is a little bit weird, isn't it, Saito? That is a little bit weird. Choose to believe that if he didn't have bardsmanship, Carvis's head would have exploded like that guy's head in Scanners. Nice. As you approach the city gate, you see that the blue flags of Varedo are flying at half-mast. This sight reassures Carvis, for it tells him that the city is still mourning the passing of his father. If Lodamos had joined with Sodonzo, there would be no such display of respect for the memory of the king. At first, the guards refuse you entry, for the gates of Varedo are kept secure during the hours of nightfall. But when Carvis demands to see Guard Captain Dunwayne, the matter is quickly resolved. Carvis and Dunwayne both attended the military academy of Soroa, where they spent 7 years together learning the art of soldiering. During this time, they became the best of friends. Only when Carvis was forced into exile in distant Shiasu did their friendship lapse. The prince is delighted to hear that Dunwayne still commands the city guard of Varedo, and he awaits his arrival with keen anticipation. When eventually Dunwayne arrives at the gatehouse, theirs is a heartwarming reunion. They hug it out. Carvis quickly tells the guard captain of your need to reach Soroa as swiftly as you are able, and Dunwayne pledges to do all he can to help you. He provides you with fresh horses and escorts you personally through the lamplit streets of the city of the Citadel, where Baron Ladamos resides. Using his rank and influence, Dunwayne is able to rouse Chamberlain Gant, the Baron's aide. Gant can scarcely believe his eyes when he comes to meet Carvis. He has his guards escort you to the main hall of the Citadel, while he goes to wake the Baron and tell him the news. Carvis bids Dunwayne good night, for the guard captain must now return to his duties at the perimeter wall, but they agree to meet again soon, once Carvis has been crowned king. You really hope the stone dagger isn't one of those special items which, if you have, screws you over? Well, you never know. You never know. I guess we'll find out in a second. The Chamberlain's guards leave you to wait for Baron Ladamos in the main hall. You spend the passing minutes admiring the many regal portraits which hang around its marble walls. They depict the kings of Cian, and Carvis muses aloud that one day his own portrait will hang there. Then you hear the tramp of marching feet approaching the closed doors of the hall, and you and Carvis stand to attention in readiness to meet Baron Ladamos. But when the great doors swing open, it is not Ladamos who stands before you. It is a unit of armored soldiers led by a grim-faced marshal of the guard. Uh-oh, this isn't good. Yeah, I think I vaguely remember one of those books as well. One of those items, I mean, that screwed you over if you had it.
Drop your weapons!
he commands as he and his men rush into the hall and quickly surround you. Shocked by this unexpectedly hostile reception, you comply with the marshal's order and lay your weapons on the floor. And yes, I do possess a stone dagger. The Marshal of the Guard orders his men to confiscate all of your weapons and equipment. Then he marches... Man, am I getting arrested again? How many times do I get arrested per book as fucking Fire Snake? So many times. Confiscate all of your weapons and equipment. Man, I am about sick of this shit. Then he marches you and Carvis under close escort to the cells below the main hall, where you are shackled to the wall in irons. Carvis is shocked by this brutal treatment, and he cannot fathom a reason why Lodamos would treat you both this way. An hour passes before the door to the cell is thrown open, and in strides Baron Lodamos, escorted by a bodyguard of his toughest men-at-arms. Prince Carvis pleads for your immediate release, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. "Do you not recognize me, my lord?" he asks. "Do you not remember the days we spent hunting wild boar in the Aoma forest?"
"The resemblance is uncanny, I grant you that," replies Lodamos. "But you are another impostor, another of Sodonzo's sorcerous creations sent here to assassinate me."
The Baron holds up the stone dagger that was found in your backpack.
"You have a persuasive tongue," he says, "but here I hold proof that you are assassins. This evil blade is the instrument with which you intended to slay me. See, it is already stained with the blood of those you have slain before. No goodly man would carry such a weapon for their own defense."
In fairness, if you saw a blade used in ritual human sacrifice, why on earth would you pick it up and take it with you? Well, because, it could be useful later. For something. Desperately, you try to explain how the stone What? Oh my god. Desperately, you try to explain how the stone dagger came into your possession, how you discovered it in the hut in the Damerden Mountains. Unfortunately, your hurried explanation does little to help. Baron Lodamos has already made up his mind that you are assassins in the pay of Baron Sodonzo, sent here to murder him, and he will not be convinced otherwise. The Baron turns to the sergeant of his bodyguard and orders him to have his men prepare their weapons. A cold shiver runs down your spine when you see that these men-at-arms are equipped with crossbows that are cocked and loaded, ready to fire. The sergeant gives the order. The guards raise their bows and take aim. Prince Carvis begs the Baron to reconsider, but it is now too late. Lodamos hurls the stone dagger to the floor, smashing it to pieces, and then he spins on his heel and strides out of the cell without looking back. With a grunt, his sergeant gives the order to fire, and his men release their volley of deadly missiles. Death is mercifully swift. Tragically, your life and your mission end here in the dungeons of the Veredo Citadel. Are you fucking kidding me? That is some bullshit. A decision you made fucking 50 passages back now kills you? There's like no way to avoid that. There's no way to go back and even... like... That's madness. That is really shitty. Like, this is an unavoidable scenario right here. Technically, you can throw away an item at any time. Oh, good call. Alright, fine. In that case, yes. I right before we went in here, I thought maybe it'd be a bad idea to keep carrying this, and I throw it away. Still counts as a death, though. That still counts as a death. I took the death. But no, I've abandoned my stone dagger. What?
Marshal of the Guard has his men confiscate your weapons, your Kai weapon, your backpack, and all of your special items. Man, I am so sick of that happening. That seriously happens 2 or 3 times per book in the New Order. Then he marches you and Carvis under close escort to the cells below the main hall, where you are shackled to the wall in irons. Carvis is shocked by this brutal treatment, and he cannot reason why Ladamos would treat you both this way. Wait, this is exactly the same. Exactly the same. Cautiously, the Baron approaches the prince. He has one of his bodyguards come forward with a torch so that he may look at his face. The elderly Baron scrutinizes the prince's every feature, including the birthmark on his wrist. Strange that the birthmark wasn't mentioned in the last passage. Same. The Baron turns to leave the cell and signals to his bodyguard to follow, but Carvis begs him to stay. Hurriedly, he recalls some of the visits he made to Vereda when he was a young boy, and he recounts the summer Lodamos spent teaching him to hunt and ride. Some of the details he recalls would only be known by the real Prince Carvis, and this is enough to make Baron Lodamos stop and hesitate. "You have a persuasive tongue," he says, "but I am not convinced. Sedano is a cunning foe, yet there is one way I can be sure." Baron Ladamos turns to the sergeant of his bodyguard and says, "Very well, Guntor. Take them both to the chapel. Only there will their true identities be revealed." The sergeant has his men unchain you from the wall and march you at spear point along the lower corridors and passages of the Citadel, to a small chapel of worship that is dedicated to the goddess Ashir. You and Carvis are pushed into this chapel, and its heavy door is slammed shut and bolted behind you. Moonlight filters into this place of worship through leaded-stained glass set into star-shaped alcoves near its vaulted ceiling. It casts a pale rainbow of color upon a marble tomb which occupies the center of the chapel floor. Its heavy stone lid is carved in the likeness of a recumbent knight whose hands are folded around the hilt of a broadsword. You hope they don't follow religion like the Lord of the Light and their way of determining the truth is burning you alive? Yeah, exactly. That would suck. What the fuck is going on here? Carvis is about to beat his fist on the bolted door and demand that he be allowed to speak to Dunwayne, but you stay his hand. Your Magna Chi discipline of divination warns you that you and Carvis are not alone in this chapel. You detect a strong psychic presence that is centered upon the tomb. A sudden gust of wind sweeps through the chapel, and you feel the air temperature plummet to near freezing. Ice crystallizes on the sides of the tomb, and a ghostly plume of vapor seeps from cracks in the stone. This translucent mist swirls and condenses, and gradually it adopts the recognizable form of a knight in armor, clutching the hilt of a broadsword. It is the ghost of the warrior whose remains are entombed here. He is a paladin knight, and his ghost has arisen to test your true purpose. A paladin knight. The ghostly warrior raises his mighty sword, and rays of eerie blue light flood out from the slits in the visor of his spectral helm. As this light washes over you and Carvis, you feel pulses of psychic energy assaulting your mind. The prince lets out a scream, and then he falls unconscious to the floor as the waves of energy increase in intensity. Alright, so this isn't going well. So here we have the Spectral Knight. That's pretty badass looking illustration. Spectral Knight. Looking serious with his sword. Chi screen. No, I don't have Chi screen. What terrible shit befalls me now? You draw upon your Magnikai discipline of Psi screen to protect your mind from these powerful pulses of psychic energy. The physical pain of this attack builds rapidly, and you fear that your mental defenses will not prove strong enough to withstand this terrific onslaught. Lose 4 endurance points. That's hurtful. If you survive this mental wounding, you may continue by turning to 237. Alright. 237. The pain fades as you feel your mental defenses strengthening and locking together to form an impenetrable wall. The attacking pulses break like waves, smashing themselves against a rocky shore, and then abruptly their energy dissipates and the attack ceases. The air temperature begins to rise, and you sense a benign aura of tranquility radiating from this spirit. Oh, I'm glad he can be tranquil now that he fucking fucked up my mind. I liked Fallout Tactics a lot. I didn't like as much as Fallout 1 and Fallout 2, but I liked it quite a bit. All of those are better than Fallout 3 and 4, though. The ghostly knight lowers his broadsword and bows at the waist. You have passed a great test, and clearly you have won its respect. Your sixth sense tells you that it has looked into the depths of your soul and it approves of what it has discovered there. As the temperature approaches normal, the apparition shrinks and its vapors are drawn back into the tomb. You hear the bolts being pulled on the chapel door, and then it bursts open and in rushes Baron Lodamos with his marshal and a dozen of his armed guards. He sees Carvis lying on the floor and he pulls to a halt. Aha! Just as I thought! Another of Sodonzo's assassins! Then he notices you standing before the tomb, and a look of puzzlement creases his noble brow. The marshal of the guard kneels beside Carvis and touches his fingers to the side of his neck, seeking a pulse. "He's alive, my liege!" he says, incredulously. "Then it's true," retorts the Baron. "He really is our prince returned from exile. Quickly, Guntor, take him to my chambers at once." You like the Bethesda Fallouts more than the originals? That's crazy town. I don't. I don't at all. With care, Baron Lodamos' men lift and carry Prince Carvis out of the chapel. You follow him in the company of the Baron and his marshal as they bear him along the corridors of the Citadel and up a grand staircase to Lodamos' personal chamber. Here they rest the prince upon a divan, and the Baron's physician comes to examine him. Lodamos offers you his sincere apologies for the harsh treatment you have endured since your arrival at his Citadel. Oh, apologies, huh? A little bit too late, motherfucker. I'm a goddamn Kai trying to save the world and shit, and save your kingdom, and you treat me like this? Unacceptable. Your little town here of Veredo or whatever is getting a terrible TripAdvisor review from me. A terrible one. Different strokes, Josiah, different strokes. Yeah, there's right strokes and wrong strokes in this case. Your strokes are wrong. It's okay. He explains that Sodonzo has made several attempts to murder him during the past year, and he dare not lower his guard. The Baron is impressed that you survived your encounter in the chapel with the ghost of his ancestor, the paladin knight Renauld. No mortal creature born of evil has ever survived the judgment of Renauld, he says, and no goodly mortals have ever maintained their consciousness in his presence. I judge you to be no ordinary man. Pray tell, sir, who are you? You confide in the Baron that you are a Kai Grand Master, and you tell him of your purpose here in Cian. When you recount the events that have led you to his citadel, the Baron praises your courage and determination. You learn that he is a great admirer of the Kai, and it is his ambition one day to journey to the monastery and meet with your illustrious leader, Lone Wolf. Yeah, I'll make sure Lone Wolf knows that when you come to visit, he'll accuse you of being assassin, take all your shit, lock you up in a cell, and put you in a fucking chapel with a ghost fucking knight that will fuck up your head. That's how we treat visitors at the Kai Monastery. Ladamos orders his marshal to return your confiscated weapons and equipment. He also sends you to the kitchens for food and wine. While the physician is attending to the prince, you enjoy a reviving meal. Can restore 3 endurance. Everyone praises the courage and determination of the Kai. Yeah. That same phrase appears in almost every book. Well, it makes sense. The Kai are kind of a big deal. 26. I mean, they're the fucking Jedi Knights of this world. They're literally the Jedi Knights at the time in Star Wars history when the Jedi Knights were actually at their peak and, like, people loved them and stuff. You and all your YouTube links. Nobody trying to click on that. Alright, let's see. When the prince recovers consciousness, he can hardly believe his eyes. The chill, Spartan surroundings of the chapel have somehow transformed into the warm, rich opulence of Lodamos' personal chamber. The fearsome ghost of Knight Renauld has disappeared, yet he is now confronted by a sight he finds equally difficult to reconcile. Baron Ladamos happily conversing with you over a plate of roasted pheasant and sweet potatoes. Sweet potatoes. The Baron, upon seeing that the prince has regained consciousness, goes and kneels at the side of his divan. Carefully, he explains all that has occurred since Carvis lost consciousness, and he begs the prince to forgive him for the ordeal he has been made to suffer. To redress his conduct, the Baron pledges that he will do all he can to help you both reach Soroa in time for the crowning ceremony on Harvestmas Day. Sure he will. Carvis is like, just wait till I become king, motherfucker. I do possess Sidonzo's scroll. Is this gonna fuck me over too? We don't know. Joe Deaver's on a war path. He's on a rampage. Alright, here we go. You show Ladamos the scroll that you found in Sidonzo's library, and his face turns red with rage when he reads its damning contents. "The murdering traitor!" he exclaims. "By Ashir, he'll be made to pay for this treachery with his life! Mark my words!" Struggling hard to suppress his anger and sense of outrage, Ladamos hands back the scroll and then asks that you and Carvis accompany him to the Citadel's main hall. "If you are to reach Soroa in time to foil Sidonzo, you must set off without delay. The Ascended ceremony will take place 1 week from today, and you still have far to travel. Time is against you, my lords, but I will do all I can to help you with your vital mission." Yeah, they are much bigger fans of infant mortality than the Jedi. That's true. The Kai love them some infant mortality. Ladamos sends an urgent order to the commander of the cavalry, Guard Captain Snida, to muster a troop of his best men and horses and have them ready to ride within the hour. "Snida is a most accomplished horseman, and he knows the road to Soroa better than any man in this city or province," says Ladamos. "He and his troop will act as your escort to ensure that nothing delays your journey to the capital." Yeah, I've had good luck with escorts in these books. If you didn't have the scroll, presumably Ladamos would have you depart with a great deal of delay. The sleeping Citadel of Veredo comes alive as preparations are made for your speedy departure. Ladamos takes you and Carvis to the stables, where you are given the pick of his personal steeds. Carvis chooses a young black stallion, and you settle for a dark bay mare. Ladamos approves of your choice. These horses possess speed and stamina, qualities that may prove essential if you are to reach Soroa in time. As your mounts are being saddled, you meet with Guard Captain Snida and the men of your escort. You are impressed by their eager readiness to carry out this unexpected duty, and by the quiet professionalism with which they go about their preparations. Baron Ladamos wishes you Godspeed and bids you farewell as you climb into the saddle and get ready to set off from the Citadel. It is still dark when you and your escort ride out of Veredo and head east across the plain along a wagon-worn road that leads to Obera. When darkness gives way to the golden light of the rising sun, the troop unfurls Lodamos' personal banner, which they carry proudly at the head of their column. It is a pale blue flag, trimmed with gold braids, and it depicts an owl clutching the blade of a sword. Carvis tells you that these symbols represent Lodamos' motto, wisdom and strength. You just passed out? Well, that sounds fun. Or not. Surprised you haven't gone to sleep yet. This flag serves you well, for as the day unfolds, all the fellow travelers you encounter on the road hurriedly move aside to allow you to pass unhindered when they see Lodamos' banner approaching. You ride all day and put more than 100 miles behind you. It is dusk when Snida brings the troop to the fortified chateau of Lord Jopas, Baron Lodamos' younger brother. You stay there overnight, and in the morning the troop are furnished with fresh mounts for the coming day's ride across the Lucian Hills. This region of Cian is one of great natural beauty, and you enjoy the panoply of castles, chateaux, and richly wooded valleys, which unfolds as you traverse the hill trail to Obera. When night falls, you find yourselves still within the boundaries of this hilly timberland. Captain Snida is loath to make camp in the forest, for it harbors packs of wild wolves that may be tempted to attack by the scent of the horses. He urges the troop to continue for several moonlit miles further until you reach the chateau of Baron Jade. He is commander of the Lucian province and a trusted friend of Baron Lodamos. Saito says it's been shown the longer you keep yourself awake, the more your body tends to overcompensate and make you sleep in. Staying awake. Yeah. Generally, though, I only sleep well if I force myself to stay up so long that I become so exhausted that I have to sleep. Because if I just go to sleep at a normal time after I've only been up for like 16 hours, I don't sleep well at all. I've always been like, had serious insomnia. And have the hardest time sleeping. So if I actually want to sleep well, I have to force myself to total exhaustion. The troop ride through a pair of open torchlit gates and come to a halt inside a walled courtyard at the front of Baron Jade's grand estate. Adjacent to the gates are a stables block and a paddock. Captain Snida orders his men to put the horses in the paddock while he goes to inform Baron Jade of your arrival. You are leading your horses into the paddock by the reins when your Kai's sixth sense warns you of hidden danger. You look around the courtyard and suddenly you realize that something is amiss. Ever since you arrived at the chateau, you have seen no sign of Baron Jade's staff or guards. The estate is seemingly deserted. Then you hear Captain Snida call out a welcome, and when you look to the chateau, you see the figure of a stout man standing in a doorway at the head of a grand flight of stone steps. "Well met, Baron Jade," calls Snida, but his friendly greeting elicits no response. The man in the doorway is utterly immobile. Not a flicker of emotion stirs his pale, round face. Snida approaches and quickens his pace. He is halfway up the steps when suddenly the rotund figure of Baron Jade topples stiffly forwards and falls, face down, upon the flagstones. Fear chills your blood when you see the polished handle of a stiletto dagger protruding from between his shoulder blades. In that instant, the trap is sprung. Suddenly, the top of the courtyard is ringed by grim-faced soldiers armed with crossbows. "Ambush!" shouts Captain Snida. It is the last word he will ever utter. In response to his shout of warning, the soldiers let loose a deadly volley of bolts that claim his life and the lives of 4 of his men. As the dead and wounded scream and fall, you drag Prince Carvis to the ground in a desperate effort to save him from being hit. Wow, so this is rough. We're getting ambushed by assassins. Can't do math. How many hours is that? I have a choice. The choice of going to sleep or not. I don't have a Simulance or Grand Hunt Mastery. Let's not roll super low here, please. I got an 8! Yes! Get coffee or sleep. Well, I would advise you to sleep, but if it was me, I would go for coffee and stay awake, because that's how I roll. Well, that's good, though, right, Saito? I mean, the fact that you're sleeping 8 hours is actually good. Your swift action saves the prince from being struck by a crossbow bolt. It also saves you from being hit when one of these deadly iron missiles ricochets off the paddock gate and whistles by your head. The pitiful shrieks and groans of fallen men echo in your ears as you struggle to get back on your feet. "Stay with me, sire," you say to Carvis as you scurry across the paddock and take cover behind a fence post. There is a lull in the carnage when your cowardly attackers pause to reload their crossbows, and you take full advantage of this momentary respite. You signal to Carvis to follow as you leap up and sprint from the paddock to the open doorway of the stables close by. As you rush through the doorway, you are brought skidding to a halt when you are confronted by 7 armored knights. Your stomach churns when you see that they wear the eagle's head emblem of Sodonzo upon their surcoats. Their presence here makes you realize that they have been following your trail ever since your daring escape from Cavalia. The delay that you experienced at Veredo brought them the few hours they needed in order to get ahead of you and set up their deadly ambush. "Farewell, Prince Carvis," growls a knight, his guttural voice partially muffled by the iron strips that crisscross the visor of his iron helm. He raises his gleaming axe and all 7 warriors rush forward and attack you simultaneously. Alright, I cannot evade this combat, but I can add 5 points to my combat skill for the duration of this fight as Prince Carvis is fighting at your side. If you possess the Kai weapon Kai Star, you may add the appropriate combat skill bonus for fighting at night. Okay, nice. So I'm going to take 5 off their combat skill, which will give them a modified 40. Modified 40. So let's do this. Round 1, here we go, 26-38. Oh yeah, I took 18 off them and I lost none. That's perfect. Let's do that again. 26-20. I lost 1, they lost 12. I can live with that, I can live with that. 25 and 8, let's finish this right here and now. Boom! I lost none, they lost their final 8. Thank you. We're done here. I barely got touched at all in that fight. I just wrecked 7 knights. Well, I mean, I do have the prince helping me as well. I would have actually made a huge difference. If I hadn't had that 5 points, I would have taken a lot more damage there. I function most effectively when I have like 9 hours of sleep. And that's if I get 9 good hours of sleep, mostly. I won. Yay. If when you get to this, Prince Carvis is always going to be fighting at your side, then why even bother making their combat skill 45 instead of 40? I don't know. I don't know. I guess just to make the math of him helping you more transparent. As the last of Sodonzo's knights crashes dead at your feet, you leap over his crumpled body and rush towards the rear of the stables where the slain knight's horses are tethered to a rail. You and Carvis cut free the two sturdiest mounts and pull yourselves into their saddles. Prince Carvis wheels his horse about and rides him out into the courtyard. When you emerge from the stables, you are following close behind the prince and struggling hard to keep your jittery horse from losing its footing on the smooth flagstones. Strewn around the walled yard and paddock are the bodies of slain and wounded troopers. Your heart goes out to these brave men, but you dare not stop to help them. To do so would be suicidal. Carvis gallops his horse towards the open gates, and you hear shouts of alarm from the Cavalians positioned around the courtyard wall. They have recognized you, and they are bringing their loaded crossbows to bear on your fleeing backs. It's about time I get to use Magi magic, instead of just always Kai Alchemy, Kai Alchemy, Kai Alchemy, Kai Alchemy, Kai Alchemy, Kai Alchemy. Finally, some Magi magic gets thrown in there. This is going to be the shield spell, presumably. I'm about to quen this shit up. About to quen this shit up, I think. Magi magic, go. Quickly, you intone the words of the Old Kingdom battle spell, Shield, and circle your right hand behind your head. The spell materializes barely a second before a speeding crossbow bolt hits it and is deflected away from your back. Its buckled tip trails a line of sparks as it skims across the flagstones and embeds itself in the courtyard wall. Alright, nice. So we're leaving... Oh, we're heading to Obera. Alright, hold on. Let's look at the map again real quick. So we left Veredo, we're traveling there, we're almost to Obera. We're about to hit Obera. And then from there, it's just a short jump over to Soroa. Okay. We're not doing too bad, I guess. You gallop out of the courtyard amid a hail of bolts. I do love pie. And race east along the forested hill trail. The Cavalian crossbowmen have hidden their horses in the woods surrounding Baron Jade's chateau, and when they see you escaping, they quickly abandon their positions around the courtyard wall and mount up to give chase. Your daring escape puts you more than a mile ahead of your ruthless pursuers, but this trail is difficult to ride at night, for you are guided only by the light of the moon. You have little difficulty keeping your horse to the twisting trail, for you are aided by your Kai night vision, but Carvis is not so fortunate. Some parts of the trail are covered by a thick canopy of branches which shut out the ashen moonlight. Whenever you pass through these sections, Prince Carvis is plunged into darkness, and he is forced to slow his pace dramatically. Rather than risk having him lose the trail completely and crash headlong into the trees, you call to him to leave the trail at a place where it passes over a wooden bridge. You hide with your horses beneath this bridge and wait for the Cavalians to pass. You hear their horses' hooves thunder across, but you do not emerge when they have gone. Patiently you wait, and within the hour you hear them returning. They have lost your trail, and they are going back to Baron Jade's chateau in the belief that you have slipped past them and doubled back to rescue the few wounded troopers who survived the ambush. The Cavalians return across the bridge, and when you can no longer hear their horses, you emerge from your hiding place and continue east along the trail. During your night ride to Obera, unless you possess the discipline of Grand Hunt Mastery, you must eat a meal, or lose 3 endurance points. I like cherry pie and cream pies and pecan pie the best, I suppose. But I like all those types of pie that you named. Apple, pumpkin, cream, strawberry, meat. Well, I don't eat meat anymore, but I used to like meat pies. Blueberry. I had this awesome meat pie in this little fucking pub in London that was just amazing. Lemon meringue is good too, yeah. Alright, so have to eat another meal. Shortly after daybreak, you emerge from the dense timberland and pass through a region where the hills are given over to the cultivation of grapes and vines. During the day, you and Carvis take it in turns to sleep in the saddle. While one is asleep, the other leads his companion's horse by the reins. By this method, you are able to overcome the fatigue of your recent ordeals and still make good progress along the trail to Obera. It is early in the morning, 4 days before Harvestmas, when you crest a ridge of high ground and see Obera in the distance. This populous city nestles in a bowl-shaped valley at the eastern edge of the Lucian Hills, where the uplands meet the softly undulating floodplains of the river Soroa. Prince Carvis tells you that his old tutor, Florens Sanus, resides in Obera. He proposes that you ride to the city and visit his house in the northern quarter. Carvis is confident that Sanus will help you reach Soroa in time for the crowning. Your spirits are lifted by this welcome news, and you ride with renewed vigor until you reach the gates of Obera late in the afternoon. Oh, you know somebody here that's going to help us. That sounds familiar. In before we get arrested again. Hey, Anonymous, good to see you. It's been a while. What's going on? How are you? How are you, Anonymous? Yes, I like cream pies, Boss Pie. I do. The city of Obera is still mourning the death of King Oredan. Its scarlet and yellow flags hang at half-mast, and many of its citizens wear black armbands and shawls as visible marks of their respect for the memory of Prince Carvis's father. As you ride along its paved streets, you see that many of its shops and public buildings bear proclamations announcing the forthcoming crowning of Baron Sedonzo on Harvestmas Day. Most of these notices have either been torn or defaced with black paint, and this cheers Carvis, for it shows that the citizens of this wealthy city do not welcome the prospect of having Baron Sedonzo as their future king. It is nearing darkness when you find the residence of Florens Sanus. It is a well-appointed townhouse built on 3 levels with its own walled garden and stables. You dismount and pull a bell rope that hangs beside its arched door. The prince's aged tutor is overwhelmed with surprise and delight when he opens the door and sees his former pupil standing on the steps before him. The old man ushers you both inside and orders his servants to attend to your horses. Over a reviving meal of steamed fish and oatmeal bread, Carvis recounts the perilous events of the past few weeks which have brought you here to seek his help. Gladly, he pledges his assistance, but he cautions you that your time has nearly run out. Carefully, he considers the ways by which you could still reach Soroa in time for the crowning, and at length he tells you of 2 routes. Both offer an equal chance of success. Too busy for Twitch for a couple of weeks. Everyone greets me like I'm back from the dead. Shame you missed a D&D game, though. Yeah, well, we're having another D&D game. If you look, there's an announcement about it right in my channel feed, right down underneath the stream here. But I don't know if the timing of it would work out well for you, because you're far away in a very different time zone. But if nothing else, you could watch it later. The VOD or the YouTube video. But it'd be cool if you could play. Tomorrow? No, it's not tomorrow. It's Monday. Well, I guess that is tomorrow for you. If you're in, technically, it's Sunday for you. It's still Saturday for me. Alright, 2 routes. The first is the most direct route, the King's Highway from Obera to Soroa. Normally this road would take 4 days to travel, but there are now only 3 full days left before Harvestmas, and so you would have to ride hard to make up for the missing day. The second route is partly by road and partly by river. 75 miles due east of Obera is the hamlet of Zaya. It lies on a bend of the river Soroa and is a boarding point for the boats that carry cargo and travelers along this major waterway. By this route, the journey to Soroa can be completed in 3 days, assuming that the riverboats are running to schedule, warns Sanus. They are the swiftest means of reaching the capital, yet they can be unreliable during spells of bad weather. Carvis proposes that you decide which route to take and then leave Obera at once.
If we commence our journey this night, we may gain a few precious hours that could ensure our success.
You agree with the prince that you should go at once, but Sanus informs you that it will not be possible for you to leave in Obera until dawn. He tells you that the city council have imposed a curfew during the hours of darkness, following an outbreak of thefts and murders among its prominent citizens. Sanus believes that Baron Sidonzo's robber knights are responsible for the crimes, for many have become residents of the city since King Auradon passed away. He fears that they are plotting to overthrow the council and will act as soon as Sidonzo is crowned king. In light of the situation, you decide to stay here and rest, and then leave the city at first light. Before you retire, Carvis asks you to decide which route you should use to travel to Soroa. I think we're going to take the Kent Highway. Again, boats never seem to be a good idea. Anything with rivers, oceans, water, boats. I feel like that's always tempting fate. We're just going to take the damn King's Highway. Early next morning, before dawn, you meet with Carvis and Sanus and go to collect your horses from the stable. As you mount them, the old man bids you good luck, and he gives the prince a pouch containing 50 orla, a sum that could prove useful during the ride to Soroa. Dawn breaks as you leave Sanus' house, and you hear a bell which signifies that the night curfew has now come to an end. You ride along the streets of the North Quarter and enter a broad avenue that leads directly to the East Gatehouse. The guards posted here are opening the Great East Gate as you approach, and you gallop through the widening gap. How do you move around on a ship? Your walk? What? What? You seal? I don't understand what Boss Pie is saying in my chat right now. It's kind of confusing. The guards posted here are opening the Great East Gate as you approach, and you gallop through the widening gap. The sun shines brightly all day, and you make good progress along the King's Highway. By nightfall, you have covered more than 80 miles and have reached the small village called Landsdorf. You decide to stop and rest at the village's solitary tavern, the Golden Plough Inn. And as you ride into its courtyard, a young stable boy runs to greet you and take care of your horses. 2 rooms here cost 10 orla, a sum which Prince Carvis pays in full, using part of the money given to him by Sanus. The jovial tavern keeper hands you each a key, and he offers you a tankard of his best ale on the house. You accept his generous offer and enter the tap room of this hospitable tavern. As your frothing beer is being drawn from the cask, you overhear a conversation at a nearby table. 3 farmers are discussing the crowning ceremony, and one of them says it is to take place at noon. This news unsettles Carvis, for traditionally the ceremony of ascendance begins at dusk, as soon as the sun disappears below the horizon. If what the farmer says is true, you now only have 1.5 days left in which to reach Soroa in time for the crowning. You resolve to get as much sleep as you can this night, and then ride for Soroa at dawn. If you forego sleep tomorrow and journey through the night, you can still arrive at the capital before noon on Harvestmas Day. Carvis prays that your horses are fit enough for the grueling ride, and you are both glad that you have decided to rest them here tonight. They will need all their strength come the morning. Ship is essentially walking along rivers. Okay, sure. Forgo sleep, that's smart. Yeah, Boss Pie, you know something about that, huh? Whatever, if I can stream Pillars of Eternity for 50 hours, then Firesnake, the Kai Grand Master, can fucking go an extra day without rest. Come on. As you sip your ale, your rumbling stomach reminds you that you have not eaten for several hours. Let's order and eat a meal in the tap room. You take a seat at the taproom table and enjoy your ale and Carvis's company while you wait for your food. I'm so hungry right now, in real life. When this is done, I'm gonna get to eat some food, but I haven't eaten in quite a while. Fucking starving. Why does the book have to talk about food? After a short while, the tavern keeper's daughter arrives from the kitchens carrying 2 plates that are stacked with slices of roast beef and green vegetables. Yeah, Boss Pie. I did. When I start... the very beginning of my Pillars of Eternity. The videos of it are still in existence, on my Twitch highlights if you scroll down far enough. Or, of course, it's broken up into a ton of parts on my YouTube channel. But it's the very beginning of the Pillars of Eternity playthrough. I streamed for 50 hours. It was only intended to be a 24-hour stream. But after 24 hours, I was like, fuck it, I'm not tired, I'm just gonna keep going. And then I just kept saying that until finally I'd gone 50 hours, and then I was pretty fucking tired. I was pretty fucking tired after that. Fairness, Firesnake has been involved in a bit more armed combat than you were in that. Well, yeah. Don't you need to regenerate your Kai midichlorians in your sleep or whatever? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, but he's a Kai Grand Master. He's supposed to have, like, many, many times the endurance that I have as just some schleb in real life. I mean, Lone Wolf went, what, 15 days without water? In that one book. Which would obviously be impossible for an actual real person. Alright, anyway, we're having some roast beef and green vegetables. And then, what do we have? The tavern keeper's daughter talking. Are you 2 gentlemen bound for the crowning in Soroa? She inquires as she places your food on the table. Carvis nods his head in answer to her question. Then you be just like those other gentlemen over there, she replies, pointing to a group of men seated in an alcove on the far side of the room. You had not noticed them before, and when you magnify your vision to get a better look at their faces, your appetite rapidly dies. Your Kai sixth sense tells you that these 6 men are part of the band of Cavalian crossbowmen who ambushed you at Baron Jade's chateau. Oh, I should ace these dudes. No, I shouldn't. I should leave well enough alone. Let's just go. There's no point in taking damage at this point. I need to save my endurance for whatever the final big fight is gonna be. If I was Lone Wolf, I'd go over there and ace these dudes, but I'm not Lone Wolf. I'm the spoony bard. Oh, I guess I'm fighting them anyway. You tell Carvis the bad news, and quietly you both slip away from the tap room by a rear door. Beyond this door is a corridor which passes through the tavern's kitchen and out into the courtyard. Once you are outside, you hurry across to the stables to fetch your horses. You are about to enter when suddenly you notice the body of a young boy lying partially buried beneath a heap of straw. By the color and cut of his clothing, you recognize the body to be that of the stable boy who took charge of your horses when you first arrived. Wait, they murdered the stable boy? Fuck these dudes. Swiftly, you unsheathe your Kai weapon as you enter the stables. Your caution is justified, for as soon as you pass through the stable door, you are attacked by 6 Cavalian bandits who are lying in wait for you and Carvis. Come on, the time you actually get a chance to stand up and lone wolf it, and you instead sneak out the back door. Virus thing might be rubbing out. Well, you got a good point. You got a good point. Well, here, now I'm gonna fucking stand and deliver. Die, Cavalian bandits. They have 40 combat skill, but I get to add 5 for Prince Carvis, so they really only have 35, so this should be pretty much a slaughter. I should mop these guys up with no problem. 25 and 36, round 1, go. One-shotted! Critical hit! How you like that shit? Baby, that's what you get. Another critical hit. Critical hit. That's the Pollen Storm critical hit song from one of the live Acquisitions Incorporated D&D sessions at PAX. One of the times they had Pollen Storm up there doing music throughout the game, and they had the little critical hit song that they would sing when somebody got a critical hit. So, boom. Of course I won in 4 rounds or less. No provsies. What? It's darker than most things. What, the fact that they murdered the stable boy? That is fairly dark, yeah. Recorded for critical hit SFX mods. What? Alright, I won. The sound of fighting has been heard in the tavern, and a group of anxious locals, led by the tavern keeper and armed with pitchforks and staves, are gathering outside in the courtyard. Rather than attempt to reason with them, you and Carvis saddle 2 fresh horses and gallop out of the stables as fast as you can. The tavern keeper and his patrons scatter in all directions to avoid being trampled as you race across the courtyard and escape onto the highway beyond. Despite your fatigue, you force yourselves to ride all night. Early next morning, you stop to rest in a small coppice that borders the highway. Before you sleep, you must eat a meal. I have a meal. I have meals. Here we go. I'm down to 1 meal now. Here we go. You awaken shortly before noon, and, with some difficulty, you stir Carvis from a deep sleep. You are both feeling refreshed after your rest, but there are still more than 100 miles to cover and time is fast running out. You now have little more than 24 hours to reach Soroa before the crowning ceremony is set to take place. Fortunately, the weather is fair and you do not encounter any unforeseen delays during your long ride to the capital. During your journey, you recall Lone Wolf's famous ride from Veretta to Cassiorn that he made 6 years earlier. He rode the magically gifted horse Wildwind during his return home to Summerland in time to break the siege of the Kai Monastery. I do remember that. That was pretty cool. Your memory of his courageous feat inspires you to press on. Your only regret is that you and Carvis do not have Wildwinds of your own. Yeah, that would be really nice. As night falls, your way ahead is guided by the light of a waxing moon which glimmers brightly in a cloudless sky. You forgo rest and push your horses hard, traveling all night to come within sight of Soroa's southern wall and gatehouse by mid-morning. As you approach the south gate, you see that the highway ahead is blocked by a long queue of travelers who are waiting patiently to enter the city. Prince Carvis is anxious to reach the gate as quickly as possible, but he is also wary of going to the front of this long queue. The Sienese and the city's gate guards do not take kindly to queue jumpers. Wait a minute, do not take kindly. He's the fucking prince. He's about to be the king. I think he's allowed to skip the line. Cut the games. Yeah, we didn't just race all the way here across the whole damn world to get here in time to go wait in a damn line. We're not gonna wait in the queue. No. We're not waiting in the queue. Alright. We're gonna ride to the front of the queue and attempt to gain entry to the city as quickly as we can. Watch, I get arrested again. In before I get arrested again. Here we go. As you ride through the fields that border upon the packed highway, you receive a chorus of catcalls from the queue that alerts the gate guards to your approach. You rein in your horses at the south gate, and Carvis demands that you be allowed in at once. An angry guard demands to know why you should not wait in line like everyone else, and Carvis says, "We are court riders from Obera. We carry an important message from Marshal Fedros. Let us in at once." You pray that the guard will believe the prince's bluff and let you enter, but you can tell by the man's grim expression that he is not impressed. The prince sounds convincing, but his some lending clothes do not lead credence to his story. The man beckons to a group of his fellow guardsmen who are standing in an archway in the gatehouse wall. "You'll have to see the captain first," he says brusquely. You learn that the ability to wait in a queue is a requirement for becoming king. It's like pulling the sword for the stone. It's like their version of pulling the sword from the stone in this realm. You have to be able to wait in an incredibly long line. Doesn't Nox mean night? Pretty sure it means night or something like that. You dismount, and the guardsman escorts you and Carvis into the gatehouse, to an empty chamber where they tell you to wait for the guard captain. After several minutes, he arrives, and you notice that he is cradling a crystal sphere in his gloved left hand. "So, you're messengers from Obera with an important message for the Marshal, are you?" he says, and he holds up the crystal as he awaits your reply. "Yes," says Carvis impatiently. The clear crystal sphere becomes milky white, and then its hue changes to crimson. He has a lie-detecting sphere? What is this shit? Dude, we are getting arrested again. "You're lying," he says impassively, and he withdraws a slim glassy rod from his sword belt and points it at your face. Suddenly, a blinding white light flashes before your eyes, and you feel yourself rapidly slipping into unconsciousness. Yet again, we're being taken into custody by some kind of guards. This is some bullshit. Oh my god, we're literally in a cell again. Are you kidding me? Alright, Fire Snake has now officially been arrested more times than I have. Well, maybe. When consciousness returns and you prise open your eyes, to your dismay, you discover that you are lying upon the straw-covered floor of a prison cell. Prince Carvis is lying unconscious at your feet. Carefully you raise his head, and, by the use of your innate Kai healing skills, you are able to coax him back to full consciousness. Through the bars of a high cell window, you can see that night has fallen. The noise of raucous celebration is being carried on the evening breeze, and it is a sound that strikes a chill into your heart, for it tells you that your mission has failed. Sodonzo has been crowned King of Cian, and in every tavern throughout this capital, his robber knights are celebrating their leader's rise to power. It'd be great if you totally actually failed the mission because you cut in line. Yes. Yes, Boss Pie. You know what you don't see the Jedi doing? Getting fucking arrested all the time. Well, if you count all the times that Jedi have been taken captive by, like, the Empire, then Jedi do get arrested all the time. Hardened career criminal simulator. Yeah, at this point, Fire Snake is gonna get hit with the habitual criminal fucking act. And he's gonna have to do like 25 years just because he's been arrested so many times for little bullshit. Alright, every tavern throughout this capital, his robber knights are celebrating their leader's rise to power. The iron door clangs as its bolt is pulled. It creaks open, and a grim-faced Gaoler throws your weapons and equipment into the cell.
"You're free to go,"
he growls.
Not that you're likely to be free for long now that Sodonzo rules the roost.
The gaoler turns you and Carvis out into the street, and as you walk dejectedly away from the gale, you witness a band of Sodonzo's robber knights looting houses and shops. They pillage the homes and livelihoods of the innocent in defiance of the city guard, who are now powerless to stop them. The sight makes Prince Carvis's blood boil, and he resolves to do something about it.
Come, Grandmaster, he says excitedly. We may still have one chance left to triumph over Sodonzo. We must seek out Fedros, the Marshal of the Realm.
Or is he? You follow the prince through the noisy streets of Soroa to the barracks of the Royal Cavalry, where he seeks an urgent audience with Marshal Fedros. At first he is refused, but he persists until finally you are both granted a few minutes in which to state your business to the Marshal. Fedros sits alone in the officers' mess with a glass of wine in his hand, his only consolation for the shame he feels at having been the one who crowned Baron Sodonzo King of Cian earlier this day. As you enter, he raises his bloodshot eyes and snaps, "What do you want?" We possess Sodonzo's scroll, though. Man, it would sure suck if we didn't right now. You show the scroll that you discovered in Baron Sodonzo's safe to Marshal Fedros, and he gasps when he reads the words of this damning contract.
"By a shear,"
he exclaims,
"the murdering cur! I'll have his treacherous Cavalian head for this!"
The Marshal sends messengers to the high-ranking noblemen of Cian, all of whom have traveled to Soroa for the crowning. He musters them at the barracks and reads to them the contents of the scroll. They are outraged by what they hear, and they resolve to go immediately to the palace to confront Sodonzo. Yeah, I'm glad Mark Hamill got to reprise the role too, but I was a little disappointed that just as you get to the point where he appears on screen, the movie ends all of a sudden. I was like, what is this shit? What a terrible place for it to end. He's already been kinged? Yes, he's already been kinged, Boss Pie. Because we were in jail, we missed the coronation time. Fucking... If I had $1 for every time I missed something important because I was in jail, I'd actually have quite a few dollars. Oh, man. That is the worst part. That is the worst part of getting arrested. It's the worst part of going to prison especially, is all the shit you miss out on. And, like, life goes on without you. All the people you know go on without you. And you miss out on everything. That is the worst part about it. And all the opportunities that you had in your life are gone by the time you get out. He's gonna murder them all with force lightning. If it was a movie. Alright. Escorted by a loyal regiment of royal guardsmen, the noblemen burst into the palace and meet with little resistance from Sodonzo's drunken knights. I was in Arapahoe County Jail on 9/11. That was part of the 9 months that I spent waiting for my sentencing. Yep. I went to prison very shortly after that, but I was still in Arapahoe County Jail, and I remember sitting there watching the news and just being like, holy shit, I can't believe this is happening. The Baron is cornered in a banqueting hall and confronted with the scroll, which he immediately denounces as a forgery.
"This is no fake," growls Marshal Fedros. "I know your lowly seal when I see it."
Sodonzo draws his sword, and with his left hand... No. Sodonzo draws his sword with his left hand, and with his right, he pulls a glowing green gem from the pocket of his ermine robes. Your sixth sense warns you that this stone is radiating strong psychic energies. Through its use, Sodonzo is able to exert a powerful control over the nobleman of Cian. The gem flares in his hand, and the noblemen, including Prince Carvis, cease all movement. They have become rigid, like a group of stone statues. And here we finally see Baron Sodonzo. He looks like a fucking douche. He's got a villain mustache and everything. Pirates of the Caribbean. Yeah, I liked those movies. They were pretty good. Pirate of the Caribbean would be a decidedly less exciting film. Well, you never know. It could be interesting. So this guy looks like an evil asshole. Let's fucking wreck his face. Your sixth sense tells you that your psychic Kai defenses are preventing you from succumbing to the power of this evil gem. You also sense that if you are to break the Baron's mental hold over Carvis and the others, you must destroy the gem that is clenched in his bony fist. You unsheathe your Kai weapon and advance upon Sodonzo. He laughs at your approach and raises his sword in readiness for a fight to the death. Baron Sodonzo with Gem of Nar. Combat skill 54. That's not great. That's not great. We're gonna have problems. No, it's okay. I've got the 20-point heal. I've still got the 20-point heal in my back pocket. We got this, I think. We got this. Thank goodness I took Deliverance, though. Maybe I won't even need it. Maybe we'll win anyway. Well, it's not daytime, and I don't have any other ways to reduce his combat skills, so... You know what, though? You know what, though? You know what, though? Potion of Alether, motherfucker! Bop-bop-bop-bop-bop! Alether! Which means he'll actually go down to 52. Not as bad. It's not as bad. Alright, here we go. Here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go, here we go. Round 1, 25, 36. Boom! Ooh, round 1 went well. We lost none. He lost 9. Round 2, round 2, round 2, round 2, 25, 27, go! I lost 3, he lost 6. Oh, we're kicking his ass. We're kicking his ass. This is no probs. Can't you aim at his Skull of Gul'dan or whatever it is? It's the Gem of Nar, apparently. Apparently I can't aim at it, no. 22, 21, go! Oh man, we're fucking owning this guy. 18 and 17. Here we go. Uh-oh. Hold on. Maybe we're not owning him quite as much as I thought. We're down to 12. 12 and 16. Oh, ho, ho, we're getting wrecked! He is pushing our shit in. Okay, hold on. Time for the 20-point heal, because we're below 8 now. That should let us win. 26 and 16. There we go, 20 and 50. Oh man, we lost 6 and he lost 1. Come on, we need some lucky rolls here. 20 and 15. 17 and 9. Come on, we can do this. 12 and 6. Come on, we can do this. Round 9, here we go. 12 and 6. Ooh, down to 7. It could go either way here. Either I get a good roll and we win, or I get a poor roll and we lose, probably. 7 and 4. Oh, 2 and 2! 2 and 2! Please tell me we beat this guy on the first try. Please. I don't want to die here. I don't want to try this fight again. I want to fucking own this guy. 2 and 2. Hold on. Hold on. Just a second. 2 and 2. 2 and 2. Alright. He has a 5-point advantage on us. That means we're on this table right here. Okay? So, if we get a 0, a 9, a 0 or a 9, we beat him. If we get an 8, we beat him, but we also die. So it's, I guess it's, if we get an 8 or lower, we're going to take too much damage and die. What happens if both people go to 0? I don't know what that means. We need to get a 9 or a 0 here, in other words. Oh, man. Okay. Here we go. Ready? Ready? No! No! He had 1 endurance left and I went to 0. No! Alright, we lost. We died. That's another death. That's 2 deaths in this book. Alright, let's back it up. How much health did I have in the beginning? How much health did I have? How much health did I have? 25? Was it 25? Was it 26? It was 26. We gotta try it again. We gotta try it again. Alright. We'll take him down to 52 with the Potion of Alather. Let's try this again. Got beaten by King Sniley of Whiplash, I know, right? This time we're gonna get luckier. This time we're gonna get luckier. 26-36, go! Boom! That's not great. 21-34, go! Oh, here we go. Go! 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 Ah! Alright, we'll heal ourselves for 20. 25-18, come on. Oh, now we're talking, now we're talking, now we're talking! We got a 25 versus 10 situation here. 20 versus 8 situation. I'm feeling this. I'm feeling this. 20 versus 8. 16 versus 3. Okay, we definitely gonna win now unless something really fucked up happens. 16 and 3. 10 and 2. Come on. 10 and 2. 6 and 0. We win! We even used the Potion of Alather and we used the big heal and we still ended with 6 endurance. Now here's the deal, if I had not taken Deliverance, there would have been no fucking way we could have beat this guy. I love how it tells you in the beginning, don't even trip, even if your combat skill is not that high, you can finish the book. Really? Really? Because if you came in here with a lower combat skill roll than us, and you didn't have Grand Weapon Mastery, and you didn't have Deliverance, there is no fucking way you would beat this guy. None. And this is an unavoidable combat. This is an unavoidable combat. Is it not? What if you don't have Sedonzo's scroll? Then you... Oh my god! If you don't have Sedonzo's scroll, you just lose the game. Look at this. If you don't have Sedonzo's scroll, you just die. That is fucked. And if you do have it, you've got to fight him. And there is no way to beat him if you didn't have a high enough combat skill like I had. You're right, if I had Kai Surge. But what if you didn't have Kai Surge, or Grand Weapon Mastery, or Deliverance? It would literally be impossible. You would not possibly be able to beat him. And it's all like, don't even trip. You don't necessarily have to have a high combat skill. You could still win. No, you're lying, Joe Deaver. You're lying. You have to have a high fucking combat skill, or else you're gonna lose. When you make us fight dudes with 54 combat skill. Anyway, we win. Sedonzo gasps as your killing blow pierces his heart. He drops to his knees, and the gem in his hand suddenly crumbles and disintegrates to dust. With his last ounce of strength, he lunges at you with his sword, but you sidestep his last desperate thrust, and he crashes lifelessly to the floor. The destruction of Sedonzo's gem frees the Sienese nobles from its evil influence, an influence that had robbed them of their free will. Marshal Fedros immediately orders that the city gates be sealed, and then he commands the royal guardsmen and the court cavalry to hunt down Sedonzo's robber knights in every quarter of Soroa and bring them to justice. As these noble troopers eagerly set about their task, Fedros turns to Prince Carvis and hugs him to his chest. "Welcome home at last, my boy," he says, his voice wavering with emotion. "Welcome home, King Carvis." Alright, here we go. At dawn, Marshal Fedros prepares a written proclamation denouncing Sedonzo as a traitor, a murderer, and an agent of Nar. Fedros revokes the Baron's kingship, and he announces that Crown Prince Carvis shall accede as rightful heir to the throne of Cian. The proclamation is signed by the nobles of Cian, and then hundreds of palace scribes set about making copies that are affixed with the Marshal's seal and dispatched by messengers to every town, city, and province in the realm. Yes, Robber Knights was their official title. That'd be awesome. Deaver has a CS skill of 100. Fuck Deaver. Honestly. Fuck him. He got cruel in these later books. He's just started getting fucking mean in these later books. News of Carvis's return spreads like wildfire through the capital, aided by a legion of town criers who announce that the prince's crowning will take place at noon in the palace square. Hundreds of cheering citizens fill the square when you and Carvis and the other dignitaries arrive by horse-drawn coach for the ceremony. The populace are weeping and shouting with joy that they are to be spared the tyranny of Sedonzo's rule. With the blessing of the gathered nobles, Marshal Fedros proclaims Carvis the true king of Cian, and with due solemnity he places the state crown upon his head. Gladly, Carvis accepts his birthright, and he rises to receive the adulation of the excited crowd. As the cheering gradually subsides, he turns to you and bids you kneel before him. You obey his command, and Carvis unsheathes his sword. He dabs its blade lightly upon your head and smiles. "Arise, Sir Kai, for I proclaim that you are now a knight of Cian." The crowd cheers loudly, though not for their king. This time their cheers are for the Kai Grand Master of Summerland, without whom their beloved prince would never have claimed his throne. There's the prince, the goat prince, knighting us. Some dude having a really good time back here. He's really happy about this shit. This guy looks kind of sinister. His meanest and most difficult fight is contained at the beginning of his newest book, which has a CS of 85. He actually did just write a new one, after many, many years of them not coming out. Like... No, wait, that's not how you do this. Okay, like, the last one of the series that's on Project Aeon, the last one of the original series came out in 1998, and then the series ended for years and years and years and years and years. 1998. This brand new one that he just wrote just came out this year. What is that? 18 years passed. 18 years went by with no Lone Wolf books, and finally he writes a new one. $85? Charging 85 fucking dollars? Really? I mean, I know that that's how much it costs, like, to actually get it now for us, but I don't think that was, like, its cover price. Like, I think it was just, like, released in Italy or something, and to get it here is, like, $85. Like, from some bullshit booksellers. I don't think the actual real price was supposed to be that high. I don't know. Anyway, without whom their beloved prince would never have claimed his throne, you accompany King Carvis and his noble entourage to the royal palace, where the celebration of his ascendance to the throne begins with a banquet and concludes with a procession of royal coaches that visits every quarter of the city. The citizens of Soroa shower their new king with flowers, and they heap you with praise for ridding them of vile Baron Sedonzo. That guy was a pain in the ass. Turn to 350, we just won the book, y'all. We just won. Congratulations, Grandmaster. Your mission is complete. In the face of great adversity, you have met the challenge and you have triumphed. You have upheld the highest traditions of the Kai with honor and dignity, and you have displayed exceptional strength and bravery throughout your ordeal, despite being arrested 3 fucking times. The succession of Carvis is an important victory in the war against evil, for it has prevented the throne of Cian, Summerland's richest ally, from falling into the hands of an agent of Nar. You have earned the respect of the Cianese people, and they will never forget the debt of gratitude they owe you. Following the celebration of his succession, King Carvis arranges for you to return home to Summerland by sea aboard his royal caravel. Oh, great. The voyage is swift and uneventful, yet upon reaching home guards you learn of a new and deadly threat that has risen to challenge the Kai. If you wish to confront this threat, the nature of the challenge will be revealed in the next exciting Lone Wolf New Order adventure entitled Rune War. Rune War. Yay. We win. We made it to the end of the book. My throat hurts because I ran out of water a little while ago. I was trying to drink melted ice from my bottles that have ice in it, but there's nothing in there but ice. Haven't had water. And, this went fucking 6.5 hours again, which is just crazy. Just crazy. So we did it. We won. We succeeded. We finished it. Another Lone Wolf book down. Mydnight's Hero. Boom. You just forgot this was live? You thought you were watching a YouTube video? This is a YouTube video that talks back to you. It's crazy. Anyway. That'll do it for this one. Good times, good times. Another exciting Lone Wolf book. Next time we'll come back for Rune War. Let's do a little sneak preview. It's sneak preview time. Get out of here. Rune War. Sneak preview. Wow, that is quite a cover. I don't know what's going on here. But, okay. With a surprising lack of Mydnight or heroism. Yeah. That's what the next one's gonna look like. Rune War. $85 for a single quest line. Pretty long, though. Puts DLC pricing in perspective. Thank you for watching. This has been Josiah Plays Lone Wolf Book 23, Mydnight's Hero.